think she was not qualified to be president. Let's start there. Number one.
First question! Are you fucking kidding me? It's the first question!
To run for president? Anyway, Vice President Trump.
Oh!
Fact
First
is
question!
Vice President Trump. President of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. You can beat President Putin. President Zelensky. I'm so focused on beating Putin, we gotta worry about it. Vice President Trump. Vice President Trump.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker. This is the Hassan Hour broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's hump day. It's Wednesday, August 14th, 2024. 11:33 a.m. is 83 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles, and there is a literal camera crew in here in this room right now with me. An NBC camera crew's in here, in the room right now. It's the most cringe thing I've ever done. I just did this intro for all of you in front of adults, in front of adult human beings. Think about that. Is the audio bugged? Is it still bad? Oh my God, it's so annoying. Okay. Anyway, I'm live and alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. And this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan I've been Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And this is for all the parasocialists out there who are not familiar. This is where I give you a little bit of an update on what happened in my life. And not much, honestly. I ended the broadcast last night. You know, another short 9-hour day. You already know what it is. Actually, it was an 8-hour day. That was literally a half day. Part of the reason why was because I had to get a haircut. You guys can see part of the reason why I got the haircut is because I wanted to look presentable for television. And I got my brother to also get a haircut as well. And that's pretty much it. That's all I did. I took a bath as well. I'm a big bubble boy, as you guys already know. Had to do some rest and recovery so that I could be ready for the leg day that we did at the gym earlier in front of these cameras. That's right. I went to bed, I woke up, and the first thing I did after waking up was go to the gym with NBC. I brought them over there because they wanted to see what I do in my daily routine. What do I do with my life? And honestly, I wanted to, like, I had an opportunity. I wanted to basically be like, what do I do in my life? Like, how can I make myself fucking cool? How can I make myself look way cooler than I actually am? And then instead of doing any of that, I just decided I'm just gonna do what I normally do and be incredibly cringe and incredibly rigid in my structure, in my work plan. But yeah, are they gonna watch you stream for 10 hours? No, they are not. They're gonna be leaving soon. But they're here right now. Wait, let me see if I can show you guys. Do you want to go on the other side at a certain point? Okay, because we got to go up for now because he wants to, our NBC homie wants to film from the other side as well. And I didn't want him like crawling under there. Yeah, you're good. Told you, they're in here. It's crazy. Yeah. Oh my God. Anyway, I haven't done this in a while. I haven't done like a standing stream in a while. I realize now that like the camera angle's a little low and this thing keeps falling. Yeah, I'm probably gonna lower it back. Yeah, but you're back. Are you stuck? Do you still have that treadmill? I do. It's right here. You can see it. I never use it though. Yeah, let him out, Hassan. What the fuck? No, he's trapped, dude. It's over. New cancellation inbound. Hassan trapped NBC cameraman for the entire day. It wasn't enough that I trapped my editors in my dungeon and my mods. Now I'm trapping journalists and broadcasters. So yeah, where's Kaya? I don't know. I think she's just hanging out outside. There's a lot of commotion in here, a lot of activity in here, so that's probably why she's not in here. Are we reacting to any NBC series they're shooting? Not right now. But yeah, personal news wise, that's it. I worked out. Oh, here, I'll tell you a funny story. While I was lifting, I went in before they actually got here. I went in before they got to the gym. Obviously, I told everybody, like, you know, we're going to be doing this. We're going to be filming. So please, you know, I apologize for the inconvenience, all this stuff. And they were like, nah, it's fine. But I also was like a little worried because I've, you know, as you know, I've been lifting and also playing basketball a lot. So it takes a lot of strain on my knees and on my lower back and stuff. So I was a little worried. I went in early and I stretched because I was like, I don't want to throw my back out or anything like that. And of course, lo and behold, obviously I'm in front of the camera. I'm like thinking in my mind, I have to do perfect form because literally the entire world is going to be squat policing me. And on my, not even on my top set, but like at 255, wasn't even that heavy. I like felt a little tweak on the third rep, and I literally kept it going. I was like, nope, gotta still push through this. There ain't no way. I'm like, it was a very stupid moment for me. As you guys know, I do obviously care about not injuring myself, but I was on camera, so I was like, there is no shot, absolutely zero shot I am, you know, going to stop this on 3. So I pushed it through. It was fine. And then I kept doing the rest of the day. Like we did lower weights, obviously, like RDL, front loaded lunges and things of that nature. But as someone with experience in a soft tissue injury, that is exactly how I handled it. Tweak, continue, regret it later. Yeah, no. It's fine. Are you replacing Lester Holt? Yeah, no, that's literally what's going on. That's why they're in here. This is how they chose Lester Holt as well. They went to his house with cameras and they were like, Lester, would you want to be the, you know, the main host of the nightly broadcast, whatever his show is called? I assume it's called like Lester Holt. Yeah, I'm the next up. That's what they're saying. You really don't think NBC would edit that video if you had to stop mid-set to prevent injury? Okay, don't argue with me, okay? I wasn't thinking. All right, don't make fun of me. All right, the Macy's, thank you for the playlist. We got Donald Trump's rally in Asheville, North Carolina. I'm gonna blast off on Twitter, and we're gonna get started in a little bit. But yeah, we got a big day today. I feel weird because like there's cameras everywhere. I still have to order my Uber and stuff, like the delivery for groceries, but I don't want to do that because I don't want the camera to catch it. On that end, and I also need to text Felix to let him know that NBC cameras are here as well, and if he's going to be comfortable with that, but I don't know if he will be. So let me see, let me text him. Ming BTS, you don't mind, right? If you do, I'll kick them out before you hear. No problem. Bro's nervous in front of cameras as if he's not in front of the camera every day. Lol, love it. No, you're misunderstanding. I have my dad wants me to order groceries and I don't want to fucking do that. I usually do that secretly while I'm streaming and talking to you guys, but I don't want to do that with another camera that can see what my home address is, chat. Like, it's not about being nervous. Obviously, I'm a shameless person. If you haven't noticed how shameless of a human being I am, I'm literally wearing the fucking Gucci shirt today. Okay? What? They already dropped their NBC article? How did they do it so quick? As more young men use a hair loss drug, some doctors caution about rare side effects. That's real funny, chat.
There's been a 200% increase in prescriptions.
That's real funny, dude. You guys are so funny. Haha. Yeah, one day you're going to be over the age of 30 and you're going to have to worry about your hairline too. This is not a thing that I thought I would ever have to deal with. Okay. even though I should have known ahead of time because my dad is bald as hell. My granddad is bald as hell. Okay. And oh yeah, oh hairline, ha ha ha, hairline jokes. We started off real quick. We got guests here, and you're embarrassing me in front of the guests. How dare you, chat? How dare you? Just bick it, bro. Dude, what do you mean bick it? This is perfectly fine. I'm not bicking shit. Okay. It's true. I'm 34, and the widow's peak is just a widow now at this point. Yeah, that's how it usually goes. You were on NBC 3 weeks ago. Progressive content creators gear up for Kamala Harris. Yo, I saw a TikTok, by the way, from Christian. What's his name? He was last night when I was scrolling on my For You page. Bro, they're paying people to go to the DNC. I didn't get paid. Not Christian Walker. No. Bro, they're paying people to go to the DNC. I'm a fucking influencer. I ain't getting paid shit. No, I saw some numbers being thrown around. It's probably like TikTok. It's probably just like TikTok, so it's fake. Like, I'm sure. It's not like the numbers being thrown around are not real, but they were talking about like 50 grand, bro. 50 grand. Christian Divine. Yeah, I butchered his name. I'm sorry, Christian. You're great. I love you. You're a great content creator. Anyway, hold on. Let me see if I can find this TikTok. Let me see if I can pull this up. Because
a lot of you.
This shit that blew my mind, dude. Where is it? Oh.
I was not offered $50,000 by the Harris campaign. I want to make something clear, all right? And I'm not trying to get you jumped. I'm really not trying to get you jumped. I know what happens when a creator of my size.
The realty is actually crazy. It's so expensive to attend. Hotels, flights, childcare, and some creators are being paid 50 grand to attend. Some of us have to fundraise out of pocket. So that's the thing. Like, first of all, they didn't offer me shit. I'm paying for my own flights. I'm paying for my own damn hotel. They wouldn't even give me a goddamn like permanent space where I can live stream from. And like, I don't even know how to explain to the DNC people that like, I'm like, hey guys, I mean, it's not a problem. Obviously I can pay for it. It's not an issue for me. It's probably a major issue for content creators who are like first timers doing this, you know, don't worry, Hassan, you don't have to disclose it. First of all, you're wrong. If I was getting paid, I think you have to disclose it, or at least like FEC would. Like, this is the type of shit that you can absolutely track. But what is frustrating about this is like, I don't want any of that stuff anyway, but at least give me a goddamn like press area, you know? I'm stealing one from Ryan Grimm of Drop Site News. Shouts out to Ryan Grimm. Obviously, you know, independent journalists and independent content creators have to help one another out, but like literally I was talking to I was talking to Uncle Jenk, not Sam Cedar, not my biological uncle, not my real uncle, this morning. And like, it apparently they are so like, the DNC is so reluctant to just like offer like an actual space for people to like, you know, use if they are a part of the press. The fact that people don't have to disclose political sponsorship is so dishonest and gross. Like, now I'm wondering which posts are paid. Like that AOC Among Us stream from 2020, was that paid? Oh my God, that is about me. Yeah, no, dude, it was not. That was not paid at all. What the, dude? People are so crazy. Anyway, will you debate your uncle at the DNC? I will, actually. He wanted to do that. Are any of the trustworthy creators saying that they were paid? This is a fun little drama. I didn't know that you could get paid like this, and I'm kind of bummed. Biden invited influencers to the White House today and acknowledged that young people get the news from them. Who did he invite to the White House? I wasn't invited. Fuck is going on? What the hell is this? Come to Milwaukee on Tuesday for the Waltz Kamala Stumps. No, I'm not going to go to Milwaukee in the middle of the DNC, man. Yeah. Anyway, they don't know you, bro. You don't have young people in here. Bro, I'm on Twitch. He said young people. Oh, God. You guys are my biggest enemies. I swear to God. All right. Anyway, I'll look at all that in a second. Let's blast off. Let's post on Twitter. This is the part where I, you know, write about, I also post on Twitter, and then it's like basically, it basically means that I'm, you know, announcing that I'm going to be covering the news now. This is the news portion of the broadcast after like the first 25-30 minutes of messing around. Then I get to the news. Why do you talk so much today? You usually say fuck mainstream media and then keep quiet for 6 hours. Yeah, that's literally what I say. You got it right. Okay. All right. What are we going to talk about today? What are we going to talk about? Content for tomorrow. Another Trump press conference. Oh God, he is the content god. Thank you so much, my Lord and Savior, for giving me such incredible unlimited content. He's just flailing around. The more desperate he gets, the more funny it gets. Okay. Ilhan Omar W. We'll talk about that. We're gonna be talking about Trump rally in Asheville, North Carolina. Bad news for Waltz. What is that? Chat really gonna try and dunk on you with the camera audience? Oh, 100%. Chat already, I've noticed, is being like extra annoying right now because like they know that there are other people around. Like they know that this is like being recorded. So obviously they're working extra hard to get my attention. You hear about Disney trying to dismiss a wrongful death lawsuit because a guy signed a Disney Plus user agreement? I did. It is so insane. Yeah. I mean, there's no way that is going to be an effective strategy regardless, but the fact that they even tried is insane to me. Like what a psychotic thing to do, where they're like, yeah, we're going to you signed on Disney Plus and you didn't read the fine print, which has a no arbitration clause on your Disney Plus contract. So if we kill you, if we directly kill you on any other Disney property, then sorry, sucks to suck. You can't sue for wrongful death. It was a free trial too. Yeah, that's incredible stuff. Thank you. I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know it was like that. Anyway, Ilhan Omar W. Trump rally in Asheville, North Carolina. Big announcement coming in a second. I will do that as well. Today, NBC is in the building shooting a day in the life. Felix will be on later. Get in now. Where's Kaya? She's gone. She hates you. She left. She doesn't want to see you. That's what she told me. Yeah, exactly. Do you want to get out? Do you want to get out? Okay, no. I'm just gonna blast off, and then I will let you out. Sorry. Don't worry. You're not stuck here. Here it is, folks. We're live and alive. We're blasting off. Okay. Let the people know. Like, retweet. I'm gonna free my mans now. Okay. This is a goddamn prison. It's a prison of your own making. My mind is a prison. Hold on. Watch out. Can I take this off now? The mic? I was mic'd up too, chat. Wait, you want to? Oh, here. I'll pull it up more. Sorry. No. You're going the right way. It's fine. What's up? Oh, you want it? You want me to keep it on? Yeah. Okay. It's fine. We're still mic'd up. They're gonna get some of the politics stuff, and then tomorrow we're gonna do an interview in the morning as well. We did a little bit of like a walk and talk. We did a little bit of a walk and talk after the gym yesterday. Is that good? Are you checking the sound? Is it still fine? Okay, just making sure. Oh no, it's not fine. You said the sound is fine? Look at this. I can still hear it. Yeah, wait. Oh, okay, let's get down. Hide the memes, chat. Yeah, bro, be normal. Chat, be freaking normal, dude. The room is bugged. They'll hear everything. Yeah, I know. As you guys know, I have a lot of secrets, and I don't live stream everything nonstop. What the fuck? Oh, my freaking phone. Okay, hold on. Let's put that on Do Not Disturb. Okay. I know I said it before, but thank you for being a motivational figure for physical health. On 8 months of consistent lifting, and I'm losing my beer gut and seeing gains. Appreciate you, my man. Hell yeah, brother. That's what I'm talking about. Are you in the Beyblade tournament? So tomorrow, Cutie Cinderella has a Beyblade tournament. The problem is like that is also the same day where the negotiations are happening. The Israel-Palestine negotiations are happening, and if they fall apart, I suspect that like Iranian retaliation is going to come immediately after that. So on the one hand, I do want to participate in the Beyblade tournament. On the other hand, I'm like, potential World War III might break during the Beyblade tournament. So I don't know. I still haven't been able to break the news to Cutie where it's like, I really want to participate in your Beyblade tournament, but also at the same time, it's like World War III might occur. But yeah, do it for cutie. World War III can wait. I don't think you can. I don't think it works that way. Perfect soundbite for NBC Lamau. Guys, let's get to the news. Okay, we're done with this. You have to stream. If you don't stream, World War III will definitely happen. All right, let's get back to this thing that we were watching earlier. Apparently, influencers are getting paid to go to the DNC or to do like political content.
Especially if it's a marginalized person. Look, please, I am not trying to start a fight here. I just want to explain this because it's very funny to me how this must have occurred, all right? Here's a timeline of events, all right? I don't look at my emails a lot. I'll give you quick proof. 7,000 unread emails. My transaction was declined because I'm actually very broke, fun fact. Okay, so 3 things happened, right? I was checking through my emails. I have a bunch of emails. I always try to go back through them to make sure I didn't miss anything important. 1, I got an email asking me my rate for sponsored content if I was to make a video mocking JD Vance during the RNC, all right? 2nd, I got a video offering $500 for me to post Kamala Harris memes on my account, right? And then 3rd, I learned that while I was researching for a sponsored content thing.
Can you see this screen? No, you don't need to. Sorry. I just want to, I need to pull up something so that I can do this announcement thing in a second. And I don't want to show my email. $500, Lamau, keep that shit. You do that for free every day. Yeah, the thing is, I defend the Democratic Party's honor every day for free.
I think I was going to do that. I actually felt
probably that's the reason why they don't want to pay me, because they know I'm such a big fan.
Would have been about climate change, that if the content that you're being paid for is political, because that falls under the FEC and not the FTC, you as an influencer are not required to disclose that you were paid. I make videos about all these things. Like, I'm pretty sure it was only a few days ago that I made the video where I was like, did you guys know that influencers don't have to disclose if they are being paid to make videos about politics? Because it kind of blew my mind. Now, we're going to do this in the laziest way possible. I'm going to turn around my phone and show you on my TikTok feed the series of videos that led to you being confused to think that I and other people were offered $50,000 to attend the Democratic National Convention.
Okay, I just gotta close out of a few tabs real quick. Sorry, let me just get out of this.
I immediately regret bringing this joke. Does
the campaign have to disclose who they paid? Yeah. A lot of people, I think, don't understand how this works because the FEC is already logging all of those payments. Like, all of that stuff is totally above board. So I think people think like, oh, this person doesn't have to disclose that they actually did an ad. And that's really funny, because it doesn't matter if that person disclosed that they did an ad or not. The FEC disclosure is there. So if someone is actually paid to do an ad for a political campaign, then that is like one of the most tracked, one of the most transparent forms of like donations that you can directly track because it's disclosed to the FEC. So, the very same FEC that also has some other pesky rules and regulations, like when they told Aiden Ross, or at least the Trump campaign, that the Aiden Ross presidential rollie that he gifted Donald Trump was obviously a clear-cut violation of the individual contribution clause that they have, considering that it was much more expensive than the $3,300 that you are allowed to give to a president as a gift or a donation. So yeah, I didn't make that rule, just like I didn't make the rule about this. Okay, they have to log all this stuff.
I thought about like making this video more lighthearted. Why would I bring back the clown? People don't even remember it. I've gained hundreds of thousands of followers.
Okay.
Right? So Biden was still president in that one. And then, so then after Biden drops out, I make this video where when I just realized that, like, you see the joke. Somebody commented, wasn't it like 50K? Well, at least you have your integrity. And it was not $50,000. But I thought that was so funny that I make this next video.
Me, if that super PAC had offered me to make the 50K Biden vid, dude, I'm not gonna lie, for 50 bands, dude, for 50 bills, I might, if you catch me hitting the nay with Kamala Harris, like, just know that I have been compromised. Okay. I mean, it's a lot of money. Okay. It's a lot of money. I've turned down a lot more money in the past, but times are changing. Okay. Just kidding. This community is entirely funded by the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. It's funded by you, the subscribers, which is why I say no to a shit ton of advertisers that want to advertise, even though the DNC's never actually come to me for an advertisement, I'll be honest. Or no Democratic Party official has ever come to me with an advertisement. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Lost People, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Qatari Dancer, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Goddamn, we got the Qatar emissaries in the chat. Okay, but yeah, if you no longer want to see those ads at the top of the hour, you can subscribe for $5 or $6 now. Brandon's America, or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. You can also get gifted a sub if you are lucky. Okay. By the many different people that just gifted subs. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Why are you hiding the jug of iced tea? I'm not. I always start my morning with the cold brew first. Come on, you should know better.
And then a while passes, I scroll a bit, but then I make this video about political ad disclosure, in which I talk about the fact that influencers don't have to disclose it. So no, I wasn't offered $50,000. I was offered money to both make fun of JD Vance and
bro, I'm doing this shit for free. What the fuck? Okay, like no memes. What's going on? Is it because I'm giving it away? I haven't stopped making fun of JD Vance. Like, what am I doing? What the hell? I haven't stopped making fun of JD Vance for free 99, bro. Like, obviously it's a little different if they're like, hey, can you talk about how great Kamala Harris is? Like, that's different. You know what I mean? But like, yeah, why buy the cow when you can get the milk for free? I feel a little played right now. I feel a little played. Okay. This is kind of fucked up. Now I'm also thinking like all these people that make JD Vance memes and stuff, like, are they getting paid? What else are they paying for? You know, who are they paying for? Is everything paid? Dems can't be seen to support billionaire multi-estate moguls like yourself. Yeah, that's right. The Democratic Party deep outside of the pockets of mega corporations such as myself, me individually, a megacorp.
Make Kamala Harris memes. I didn't take either of those monies, but even if I did, I guess I technically wouldn't have to tell you. I could be lying, but I'm not. I disclosed it all to you. I in this video, somewhere in here, I post the, where is it? I post, the email itself. So, I don't know what you're talking about, but I think maybe you're confused. And once again, I'm not trying to attack you or be mean or be condescending. I know what my voice sounds like and stuff like that. I just mean that, like, I was never offered $50,000. Because trust me, if I had been offered $50,000, yeah, I would have been on here sucking and slurping.
That goddamn, bro, he's putting out his price, dude. Smart. I see you.
You're right, Victoria.
I see you, Christian. I see what you just did. He was like, I've been offered $500. I didn't take those ads at all. But if I were to be offered $50,000, now that's a different set of circumstances. When this is a huge controversy on Fox News tomorrow with Laura Ingraham, you will partly have yourself to blame. Oh yeah, I forgot. You can't have fun in any circumstance whatsoever, and that also we can't even make jokes about this because dummies will take it seriously, but such is the nature of politics in general. Anyway, how do you take your coffee? You seem like a black coffee guy. Yes, I drink cold brew concentrate that I dilute with a little bit of water. Monkeypox, a global health alert now. Okay, we'll look at that in a little bit as well. Can these donations be acquired via Freedom of Information Act? That could be really fun to find out. Dude, you don't need a Freedom of Information Act. Just literally browse through FEC filings. Okay? Guys, every donation that an individual makes to a political campaign, myself included, is readily available on the fucking website. This is something that I have explained to you guys before. America has a lot of dark money, super PAC loopholes that you can engage in. It's a legalized form of bribery. But in terms of even like super PACs directly paying for an ad with a content creator, they still have to log that. Okay? That's it. Every individual donation is public information. It's not a secret at all. if you want a Twitter thread of all the tons of content like political announcements plus posts from today in one place, scroll through. One I made for my friends in Twitter community. Use it if it helps. Apologies for self-promotion. No one else I found has this. Okay, we'll look at all of that. We'll look at all the new polling. The good and the bad. Have you talked about the NBC guy about Cussy? No, dude, shut up. Shut up. Stop. I'm going to stop reading chat if you guys keep doing this. Okay? Did you miss the announcement? No, you didn't. You didn't miss the announcement. I'm going to look. They want the link for people to get tickets. Post a IG, TikTok, and Twitch as a collaborator. Man, what is this? What is this? Like, this is a little bit crazy, I feel like. They're asking too much, okay? Too damn much. What the fuck? This is a video. MP4 vertical. Okay, this is the regular one. All right, let me download this real quick. I have to download it, chat. I have to download the thing. Oh, no. Leaks. File cannot be virus scanned. Just download it, man. God damn it. Oh, yeah. Just fucking download it. Why can't I? Okay, this is annoying. Eyes and drop. File cannot be virus scanned, so it won't let me download it, and it's really annoying. Open in a new window? No. How do I? Okay, this is, bro, writing my thesis on hold for you. Give it to me now. Chat already found it. Oh, they already leaked it. I mean, I guess they kind of leaked it. They didn't fully leak it. Shut up. Shut up. Hold on. Right click. No, it doesn't work like that on the computer. I don't think. Yeah, it doesn't work like that. What the fuck? Why can't? I'm so annoyed with this. Okay, hold on. Oh, it worked. It did. It took like an hour to finally come through. Input cannot be opened. Close. Wait, what? Wait, maybe I actually have it downloaded earlier. Let me see if I have it downloaded in my documents. This is great. This is riveting content for the NBC, for NBC to be taking a look at. This is unfortunately a very commonplace issue with Twitch streaming is you just have to do like real. Oh, I got it. I downloaded it. Congratulations on your pregnancy. Yeah, thank you. I'm mpreg. Okay, I'm mpreg. That's the truth. It's God's honest truth. Now you guys know. That's it. I'm freaking mpreg, man. Hold on. What is this? Okay. Fuck, is that good? I don't even know if that worked or not. Okay. Where is it? Downloads. Boom. I think that's the correct one. Okay, that's gonna upload. And while that is uploading, let me show you. Without further ado, chat. Hold on. How do you full screen this shit? Is it F11? Okay, I think it's F11. Here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna get small over here in the corner. Without further ado.
Throughout history, man has intellectually sparred in the marketplace of ideas. Debate, a sport as old as time itself. Countless hours of moral grandstanding spent proving who's the smartest, the loudest, and the most attractive. And thus, civilization evolved, guided by the sweaty hands of its most worthy debate lords. Now, thanks to the internet, debate has reached its final form.
That's right, folks. At TwitchCon, what the fuck? Oh my god, I think I bricked my computer by doing this F10, F11 shit. At TwitchCon, in this upcoming TwitchCon, I will be doing a show called Debate Lords. Obviously, the entirety of it, like conceptually, it is not about like actual political debates or anything that is like super consequential. It kind of is a joke about how consequential people take debates. It's more so about the sport of it all. You can get your ticket at this link that I'm going to be posting on my Twitter as well. Okay, but yeah, here it is. Hassan Debate Lords, description of first ever special event hosted by Hassan, where some of your favorite political creators debate irreverent topics that have plagued the internet for too long. And it's going to be in the Twitch Rivals Arena presented by State Farm, apparently. Finally, some respect for the art of the debate. Is it scripted? No, it's not. It's unscripted. It's going to be in front of a live audience as well. So, yeah. I've been working on this. This is partially a contractual obligation as well for me in terms of my appearance at TwitchCon. Did you see your and Maya's panel is sponsored by Chevron? I think they sponsor everything. AT&T, Capcom, Chevron, and Samsung Galaxy sponsor everything for TwitchCon, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, I have a panel with Maya as well on fundraising and like community building and fundraising and doing like I can see this spiraling out of control pretty quickly, Lamau. No, dude, because we're not going to have fucking losers on, okay? We're going to have like normal people and not like weirdos on as guests, okay? The entire point of it is to make content and not to like be the most annoying person on the planet, which is usually what like real fucking debate lords want to do. Also, many of chat is currently doing that now. Yeah. Okay, gonna start banning chatters in here. Okay. It's always long-term community members that are becoming the very same things that they act like they despise. All right, hold on, I gotta sneeze. Oh my god. Yeah, this is Changemakers on Twitch with Maya and Hasanabi. That's on Saturday. Join Maya Higa and Hasanabi and explore the power of fundraising and activism on Twitch. That's another thing that I'm doing as well. Here, I'm posting the trailer on my Twitter as well. Here, if you want to go and like give it a rewatch, if you want to go and like download it, you know what I mean? Here you go. You can, here it is linked here as well. We're blasting off on this as well. Do you mean X? No, I don't mean X. What's the charity one for? No, this is not. Oh, this Debate Lords stream is also going to have like a donation component to it. Oh, I forgot. The Debate Lord stream is also going to have a donation component to it, a fundraising component to it, and that also will be, I don't know if I'm allowed to reveal the charity, but like the one I chose was one I obviously very much like, and it's a very good one. I'm allowed to disclose it? Okay, it's for Doctors Without Borders, as you guys know, which is a banger charity. As you guys know, they work in active combat zones, including in Gaza. So yeah, I'm very excited that we were allowed to, you know, put this together and have like an actual there's a lot of people working on this. Basically, just to be clear, TwitchCon tickets are the only tickets we need. The event itself is first come first serve, I assume. Okay, now we have officially arrived at the point of the broadcast that is my least favorite point of the broadcast, where I play the role of a customer support service person. I don't fucking know. I don't think so. I think it's just like every other event at TwitchCon. You buy a ticket for TwitchCon, and then you get to attend if you are first come, first serve. Yes. Okay, I don't know, but I believe it is first come, first serve. It's just you buy a ticket for fucking TwitchCon, and then you get to go, okay? Bro, chill. It's just, I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay. Instructions are here. Yeah, here. First ever special event hosted by Hassan, where some of your favorite creators debate irreverent topics that have plagued the internet for too long. Streamers will debate head to head, and the winners will be decided by Hassan and chat, with all the proceeds going directly to charity. Yeah. I will not be debating myself. I will actually be hosting the debates alongside Austin Show, and I've told Will this as well. But, you know, I have to, once again, reiterate that to him. But, you know, it's going to, some of the people that are, you know, some of your faves are going to be on here. Okay. But I will be the moderator. I will be the guy who is in charge of the assignment of points and things of that nature. But yeah, I'm very stoked on it. What? You're not going to be debating yourself live on stage? And what's the point if you're not debating yourself in front of thousands? Okay. All right. Are we done? Can I take this off now? Or are you... Oh, okay. So you won't. Oh, all right. All right. Are you streaming this? Yes, this will be live streamed as well, of course. If it's not on, you know, if you're not there in person, you will be able to watch on my channel as well, of course. That's usually how we do it. The goal is for fun and to raise money, not to actually pull apart issues. Yes, dude. Yes. The funniest part about this is that like calling this Debate Lords is going to probably incur the wrath and in the interest of some of the worst people online. Okay. And what I find personally hilarious about it is that like they are going to be like, why aren't you debating actual political stuff? You know, No, it's like the entire point of this is to have fun. It's for content, okay? But it is my fault. I did not realize that immediately the invocation of the name debate alone has brought forward some of the most annoying people that want to debate about the veracity of the term debate and why we must debate at the debate show. Stop, okay? We're not doing that. Missed opportunity could be a big show. Yeah, I apologize, chatter. Instead of doing this thing, I should have asked you first, like, what is a better way to go about this? Could have been a big show. It's not going to be one now, but it could have been. Okay. Hassan keeps asking to take the mic off so we can scream at chat like a cop turning off his body cam. 100%. Like, the moment that I take this microphone off of me, I am going to unleash one of the largest band waves you've ever seen, okay? I am going to say things that might get me banned off this platform because y'all are being so fucking annoying right now. It's crazy. Twitch streaming is all about back and forth communication with the chat, and sometimes chat can be very hostile, especially if there's things that are different. If they notice that there's additional eyeballs and additional attention to what's going on. This is one of those moments. So they're trying to fuck up the normal process in which we have, polite back and forth and fun conversations by, bringing forward their own personal motivations, their ambitions. Most of it revolves around wanting my attention. Anyway, you see the National Social Security League, every American Social Security number stolen? No, I did not see that. What the fuck? Our usual polite discourse? Yeah, exactly. All right. Another Trump presser happening in New Jersey. We're going to be talking about that. But let's get started. Representative Ilhan Omar projected to win the Democratic House primary. Let's take a look. Now, you have to remember that AIPAC and other groups had actually tried to AIPAC and other people had actually tried to cook Ilhan Omar and launch primary challengers against her and Rashida Tlaib far before this last midterm election cycle. Okay. This time around, they didn't even dump a lot of money into this one, into this race, I believe, because she had already been tested time and time again. So we are we're gonna be at least celebrating one W this primary season. They did that with Cori Bush. They successfully dismantled Cori Bush's campaign by dumping around $8 million. AIPAC subsidiaries dumping around $8 million. Not really talking about the issue of Israel either on the ads, obviously, because no one would give a shit in Missouri about that as a talking point, but more so just like separating her from the Democratic Party because it's the Democratic Party's primary, claiming that she was never around to vote for bills and really hammering in on her weaknesses. They did that also successfully with Jamal Bowman, as you guys know, in New York. But they didn't really dump a lot of money into the Ilhan Omar primary, and she handily won her race. So we are going to be watching now some updates from NBC News.
A congressional race.
I don't know why this guy looks like the dude from American History X. What's his name? I have no idea who that is, but doesn't he kind of look like him a little bit? Ed Norton.
We were watching this week. This is NBC News projecting that Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar is the winner in the Democratic primary in their 5th congressional district, defeating former Minneapolis City Council member Don Samuels in a primary rematch. Walk us through this win for Congresswoman Omar and for progressives generally.
There's a lot of attention on this race because Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush were two fellow members of the Progressive Squad in the U.S. House Democratic Caucus. And both of those members, they lost primary races this summer. And so the question was Ilhan Omar ultimately going to be able to hold onto her Minneapolis seat?
And she did. And I think this is part of the reason why she was able to do so. Okay.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States. May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
That's literally the only thing I could hear last night when I got the news that Ilhan Omar had won her primary. Inshallah, my friend. This meme will never not get me cackling. It is probably the best. It is probably the best possible meme. Okay.
And she faced an onslaught of criticism for being an outspoken critic of the Israeli government's war in Gaza.
My videos are louder. I know, chat. I know. I haven't been able to fucking fix my audio problems. Okay. I don't know what it is. Oh my God, I know.
She also voted against the bipartisan infrastructure package that was brought forward by the Biden administration. She wanted more social spending to go along with that infrastructure package. And her primary opponent was highly critical, saying that she was not focused on the issues that were important to her local congressional district there in the greater Minneapolis area. But as you saw, she narrowly pulling off a victory. She will, very likely, knowing that in the general election, this is all but a solid win, as you well know, Joe, she will be returning to Congress.
This was the real race.
Yeah, get fucked, okay? Get fucked, everybody that was preying on her downfall. I love Ilhan Omar, as you guys know. She's my uncompromising queen. Phenomenal politician. And you know, notice how the analysis changes dramatically, by the way, when she won, because when Cori Bush lost and when Jamal Bowman lost, immediately mainstream media, for the most part, started talking about how, oh, it was because of AIPAC, it was because of Israel, it's because of like Israel. It's like, that wasn't the main point of contention at all in these races. It was not even the major point of contention in New York, despite the fact that Jamal Bowman had been redistricted, okay? And there were some voters that might care about that a little bit more. Ultimately, the major point of contention in terms of like what AIPAC money was doing was to separate Jamal Bowman from the Democratic Party. It was to separate Cori Bush from the Democratic Party. However, when Ilhan Omar is presented in a similar light and still overcoming her primary challenges, partially as a consequence of not having as many funds dumped into that from outside groups, and partially because she is a resilient and relatively strong candidate that is well liked by her constituents, the dynamic changes, the analysis changes, and they go, oh yeah, well, you know, she was very strong about making sure that there was full commitment to the original Biden infrastructure bill, the Build Back Better bill. Ilhan Omar has also obviously withstood unimaginable amounts of racist attacks time and time again, and she has overcome all of that. Like, think about it this way. This is one of the congresspersons in this country that has had to deal with like people straight up openly saying on Tucker Carlson, at the time, the most popular news broadcast in the country, right? With millions of people tuning in, people were unironically investigating her trash and trying to do DNA tests to make this like incredibly racist claim that like she had married her brother and all this stuff. Like, just so incredibly creepy and so incredibly gross. And part of the only reason why that was permissible, that was allowed in the eyes of many of these fucking freaks in a way that you can't really get away with for any other candidate, is because she was a black woman, a refugee from Somalia, and also on top of that, Muslim, visibly Muslim. She wears a hijab. That made it so that she was a target-rich environment. And that like you could get away with saying whatever the fuck you want about her. And I have obviously never forgotten that. I've never let that go. And not only that, but also Republicans are doing exactly what is expected, gearing up for another January 6th style situation, because they just simply do not fucking understand how projections work. Most of the conversation surrounding this, most of the conspiracy theories surrounding this kind of thing, in terms of how elections and how votes are tabulated and how projections are made by news media before every single vote is counted, comes from a clear-cut lack of understanding of the process. Republicans do this on a daily basis. Here's Ryan Fournier, chair of Trump Students, executive director, and contributed to Today's America, big-time Trump guy, saying, how in the hell did Ilhan's district go from 5% reporting to 95% within an hour, giving her the win? Never saw this before. I don't know if you know this, but a general election is coming up, okay? They might have figured out how to tabulate results pretty fast. You know what I'm saying? That could be one of the reasons. Another reason is because like a lot of these channels actually operate on projections, right? There are many different mechanisms that the average person is unfamiliar with in an effort to get this information before the general public gets it. This is how a lot of news broadcasters operate. Okay. What about the heartbreaking Will Stancil laws? Oh my God, I don't even care. It's so fucking irrelevant. But yeah, overall, this is not new. It happens in Republican races as well. I know. But that doesn't stop Republicans from saying that there is a conspiracy, does it? One of my favorite cases on this was obviously Marjorie Taylor Greene. If you recall, Marjorie Taylor Greene was on the same fucking ballot as Donald Trump. And she kept on running with this narrative that Donald Trump actually had the election stolen from him. Except she was on the same ballot. The fuck do you mean? Like, how does that work? Marjorie Taylor Greene, it don't matter. It don't matter. Just like when Republicans talk about universal ballot registration, or when they talk about mail-in votes, when they talk about mail-in ballots, there are Republican states with mail-in ballots that have been around, that have had this process for a very long time, Utah being one of them. Trump himself in the state of Florida actually is a mail-in ballot voter, which is why it is ridiculous to run against this process. But the reason why they run against the process is so that they can gear up their fan base into claiming or disputing the results of the election and claiming that there was some kind of theft, some kind of thievery occurring, the 2,000 mules or whatever. Okay? Classic heads I win, tails you lose logic. Exactly. Exactly. So, wonderful stuff going on though. Love that. Definitely people should not, people probably shouldn't be worried about such a thing. You having this convo 4 years ago?
Isn't it a bit premature to announce Biden as the winner when the votes are still being counted? The media dunked on Trump for declaring himself the winner before vote counting stopped. Now they're all doing the same thing. Same shit, way not to be biased. My man, if you don't understand how projections are declared by the media historically, like throughout time, then that's not our fault. Yeah, you can't project someone to be the winner when swing states are still counting votes, when it's a close race. I didn't hear you crying when Kentucky went to Donald Trump immediately. Like, I didn't hear you go, wait a minute, all the votes haven't been counted in Kentucky. Like, what's going on? Bitch, because we know. We know which way Kentucky swings. We know which way Alabama swings. We know where Tennessee's going. I'm sorry. I can't believe they declared Joe Biden the winner before all the votes came in from Alaska. What the hell are they doing? What, do my votes not matter? Do the Alaskan votes don't matter? Is that what you're saying to me? Now, the one part that I'm worried about is that the silent majority, the can't shut the fuck up minority, will actually go silent, will actually go quiet after this. And I'm fearful. I'm fearful that they will take it too far and start getting violent. I'm fearful of that. But also,
by the way, this was before January 6th. Just saying, does he have the gift of sight? Does he have the vision? Lisan al-Gaib is what many people are saying. Turns out he does have the gift of foresight. Okay? He does. It's called pre-watch piker. At it again. That was before January 6th. I was like, listen, they're gearing up their fucking entire fandom to dispute the results. And one other thing that I probably mentioned in this video that I have talked about so many times over as well is that this is a false attribution to Donald Trump. If you single out Donald Trump as the only person responsible for January 6th, you're actually running cover for the rest of the Republican Party. Okay? I know I talk about this here, and I have talked about it many, many times over. Republicans have always run on disputing election results, even when they win, because one method for the Republican Party is to suppress voters, okay? And how do you suppress voters? You take voters off the ballots, okay? You purge the voter names off the registry. You shut down polling stations. How do you get to do all of this? You have to lie about there being massive electoral fraud, election fraud. So it's not necessarily just Donald Trump that has actually said that these elections are cooked and they're lying. He just took it to the logical conclusion, right? He just took it to the logical conclusion. Republicans, including beloved figures that are seen as like mainstream Republicans have also cast doubt on election results in the past, or have also said undocumented migrants are voting. They've alluded to that. They've pointed to that time and time again, including but not limited to the likes of Paul Ryan. Okay, so it's not just a Donald Trump thing. This has always been a Republican Party thing. They've always done it. Okay, they've always done it. So make no mistake, Kevin McCarthy himself has also cast doubt on certain results. So the notion that there is like an honest Republican out there, there's an honest Republican Party out there, no, bullshit. They've always cast doubt on it, and much like so many of the other Republican panics that the American population gets swept away with, it's born out of hysteria and nothing else. Okay, guess what? A lot of the American structure is fundamentally flawed. Our infrastructure is busted. We have a lot of problems. But if you want to be real, the American election process is pretty fucking solid. Okay, I hate to give America a dub on this, but real recognize real. The American votes are tabulated accurately, and there is very little there's very little voter fraud happening in the country. And there have been a million different studies on this from Republicans who want to prove that the American elections are always engineered and that the American elections are stolen by the Democrats every time they win, or stolen by the Democrats even when they lose, or I mean even when they do win the Electoral College. Like Trump literally also put together an election integrity committee after the 2016 election that he fucking won, by the way. Okay. And every single one of those committees comes back with the same exact answer, that no, voter fraud is not happening. One of the most famous examples of this is, I believe it's either the American Enterprise Institute or the Heritage Foundation. Which one is it, chat? You can correct me. One of those two major Republican think tanks conducted a massive study on this. Okay. It is the one that they use all the time. I believe it's the Heritage Foundation. Okay. I believe it is the Heritage Foundation. Also, here's Paul Ryan in 2018. Paul Ryan isn't saying there was voter fraud in California, but saying that the election system is just bizarre. It defies logic to me. We had a lot of wins that night, and 3 weeks later, we lost basically every contested California race. The election system they have, I can't begin to understand what ballot harvesting is. So here is the most comprehensive election fraud cases from across the United States by the Heritage Foundation. This is the database, okay? What is really funny about this is that they have found 1,546 proven instances of voter fraud over the course of 30 fucking years, bro. 30 years. Midterm elections, general elections, like local elections, every single election. They tabulated all of it, and they only found 1,546 proven instances of voter fraud with 1,313 criminal convictions for voter fraud. A lot of those guys are also Republican, by the way. This isn't just like Democrats. So that makes it even funnier. Let's split it 50-50. That is so marginal and so unlikely that you couldn't even swing like the fucking comptroller election in Los Angeles with, if that was all focused in one fucking race in a place like California, if all of those proven instances of voter fraud were over one fucking election, it still wouldn't be able to change the outcome. Okay? That is why this is all complete nonsense. And what's funny about it is that their own personal election integrity committees, including the one that George W. Bush ironically put forward, including the bipartisan voter election committees that are put forward, none of them have ever found anything beyond the margins, okay? Anything beyond the fucking margins. They've never been able to prove that like voter fraud is happening consistently. Part of that is because it's far too difficult to put together a comprehensive mechanism of voter fraud, okay? You would have to have so many people in on it. You would have to have like tens of thousands of people in on this massive conspiracy, okay? Which is precisely the reason why they've never been able to prove it. And it's just born out of pure panic and hysteria and like secret migrants somehow being able to vote on elections, and all of them are voting Democrat, okay? The 2022 LA comptroller election was decided by a 214,000 vote margin. He did get, a lot of votes, though, Kenneth Mejia. Anyway, so that's it. It's complete and utter nonsense, and yet they are obviously gearing up their fan base for this idiotic conspiracy. An idiotic conspiracy that I still suspect will not lead to another January 6th style situation, because January 6th obviously happened, and also ultimately, there were criminal consequences for it. For the first time ever, you got HVAC business owners who are white supremacists and the like, who have always been defended by the system, not be defended by the system unconditionally, which was obviously refreshing for us watchers of American politics from afar on the left. It was surprising, but it was also surprising for them. So I think that they won't put themselves out there once again because there's too much to lose. Once they actually saw repercussions, criminal repercussions, I feel like that, really just nip that shit in the bud forever. Anyway, didn't you say you're not going to make fun of HVAC business owners after experiencing the horrors of European AC? That's true. I apologize. You're right. I much love to the HVAC business owners. Much love to my HVAC specialists out there. I love you all. Without you, this would be communist Europe, and I would die in the heat. So yeah.
Right here, yeah. Thanks for watching. Stay updated.
That's my GOAT. NBC News right there. All right, moving on. We're going to be talking about Walz's solo dolo campaign stop, where he talked to municipality workers, state workers at a state workers union, and he had some really cool moments. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. Is good now? Okay, perfect. I'm gonna take this off so I can fucking chirp at my chat. Yeah, get ready, chat. I'm taking the fucking mic off. The cameras are off. Okay, yeah. Here you go. About to invent new slurs for chat. Why are you like this? Why? I mean, I just want to know, why are you like this? Why do you behave like this? Is there something that I've done? Okay. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? It's like we have guests, okay? We have guests. Why are you behaving like this? Luckily, I did not. This is the reason why we have to censor chat, okay? This is the reason why YouTube demonetizes all the videos where chat is prominently displayed, okay? I just want you to understand. Like, so many people. Chat reflects their streamer. I know. Maybe you should reflect me less, They're gone, yeah. They exposed your trailer drip.
Whoa. She actually came back.
We might just have a lobby.
Wait, who?
Go look in the Discord.
What? No. No. That was a jump scare. Dude, chat. We have a Discord for like friends and games and stuff. And she said, at here, anyone want a Valo in 15 minutes? And then freaking Hassan said me and posted a picture of him dressed like George Washington. And it was like the biggest jump scare of my life. I was like, there ain't no way. Here, I'll show you the pic.
So much. He played.
Dude, when he got addicted to Valo, he turned into a monster. He's like me when, you get too competitive, but you're not good enough.
It's true. I'm not good enough.
Okay, I'm the same way. So I can say that. Look, this was the pic.
The Valo monster, dude. People say, bring out the Valo monster again. It's just that, like, the Valo monster never left. I still got that dog in me. It's just that, I try to keep the dog on a leash. Speaking of dogs, Kaya, place. Good girl. She was just laying right outside the room. Fighting games to destroy your whole vibe. Yeah, I know. All right.
Vice President Harris's running mate, Governor Tim Walz, made his first solo campaign stop as Donald Trump gets back on the trail. Selena Wang's tracking it all from Washington. Good morning, Selena.
Good morning, George. J.D. Vance and other Republicans are attacking Governor Walz for retiring from military service before his unit was deployed to Iraq. Governor Walz is also under fire for saying in 2018 that he carried weapons in war even though he never saw active combat. The Harris campaign later saying that he misspoke. Governor Walz...
Dude, this is my favorite type of fucking media coverage when they just like take something that Republicans use as Oppo research and then say... And then instead of being like, yeah, nobody actually gives a shit about this, immediately going, well, there's controversy because he's under fire. A lot of people are saying this. And it's like it's a classic cheat, okay? Something that mainstream media does regularly. If they can't actually move the needle in a certain direction, then they'll turn around and be like, if there's no like there, you know what I mean? If it's like not a real fucking story, it's basically the Trump version of many people are saying, okay? Trump does that all the time when he'll just be like, who's saying it, motherfucker? You're saying it. What do you mean many people are saying it? And it's the same exact thing that mainstream media does all the time. Under fire for controversy. No, dude, there is no under fire for controversy, okay? It's like a chatter talking about your drama. Exactly. Like, this is not top of mind for people, okay? People are not like invested all that much in this, and you're the one who's invested in it, and you're the one who is now covering the investment that you have by saying, oh, many people is under, this person is under fire.
He is now hitting the campaign trail and defending his military record. Overnight, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz defending his military record after relentless attacks from Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, who've accused Walz of lying about his military record.
I'm going to say it again as clearly as I can. I am damn proud of my service to this country. And I firmly believe you should never denigrate another person's service record.
Walz retired from the National Guard after more than 2 decades of service to run for Congress. Hitting back at attacks from fellow...
I'm built different, you know what I'm saying? I'll denigrate your service record all day, baby. I don't give a fuck. Not for Walz, though, because he's cool.
Veteran Vance, who also never saw active combat.
Anyone brave enough to put on that uniform for our great country, including my opponent, I just have a few simple words. Thank you for your service and sacrifice.
And slamming Trump as out of touch with working class America.
Like, for me, it's like, yeah, he's doing a great job for... you know, running for office, right? He's doing a great job as VP. But if we're being for real, like, I don't give a shit, dude. What do you mean? Here's how I would rather, and I think this is how he has actually done a good job by veterans, okay? By advocating for their fucking health care. That's it. That's how I thank you for your service, okay? Like, I don't need to like suck you off for your for going into active duty, okay? But obviously he's not going to do that. And, you know, you can't do that in America in general. You can only... do you have any insight into why AIPAC did not invest in Omar's race? Because they have in the past, and it doesn't matter. Like, I think they probably have a finite amount of resources, and they wanted to go after, like, weaker candidates in general, and Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman were seemingly significantly weaker candidates than Ilhan Omar. Because they don't want to look like... they dumped a boatload of money and then lost, because like the entire point is to be scary and this ominous, like, ever-present figure, this shadowy, ominous, ever-present figure that is standing atop of like American politics. You know what I mean? They're not demigods, just lucky you guys that didn't bleed out in the desert. Nothing brave about eating an IED. Conventional wisdom is that Bowman and Bush were weaker because they came right into the House with no previous legislative experience and didn't emphasize their constituent services. Omar is popular in a district, has good services / availability, and was previously a state legislator. They don't think it's worth the investment as much as they dislike her. Yeah. No, you're right on the money, Megaphonics. You're absolutely correct on this. Plus, they also have tried and tested the Ilhan Omar waters already. They did before, and they failed, which is why they were like, it's fine. You know what I mean? Spent 8 years active duty. All I got was several disabilities and shitty knees. Yep. Yeah. Under the radar story. If Ilhan Omar wins tonight, chances look good. Omar, Rashida Tlaib, and Summer Lee were all state reps before getting elected to Congress. They had institutional support within their state parties to fend off AIPAC. Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush did not. They also have had better constituent services. True. But again, that comes from having a legislative at the state level, but still a legislative background, right? The only person who was able to withstand that was AOC. And I think part of that was because she was so charismatic and so dynamic and so telegenic and was able to withstand like the immediate challenges. And then once you're done with your first cycle, it's over. You know what I mean? Because if you go through your first cycle, then you actually have and are able to overcome contest, then you literally can just be like, yeah, I'm a fucking 2-term like congressperson. What are we talking about? Once you get to the second term, it's like people have now recognized that you are like obviously like you have a legislative background that you can point to, right? That you can be like, this is what I've done for my constituents. Absolutely wrong. Okay, you're right.
Can you simply picture Donald Trump working at a McDonald's trying to make a McFlurry or something? It's, oh, he knows us. He couldn't run that damn McFlurry machine if it cost him anything. So,
as the Harris campaign emphasizes its union ties,
Bowman got gerrymandered. The only one AIPAC actually bought out was Cori Bush's seat. No, Bowman got AIPAC too. Come on, dude. They fucking slammed $20 million into a fucking primary. Guys, this is not the general election. It was a fucking random primary, dude. Are you kidding me? Like, that's crazy.
The United Auto Workers Union.
It's a historic amount of money that they dumped into it. That's wild. That's wild shit. You can't cast that aside as nothing.
Filing complaints with the National Labor Relations Board against Trump and billionaire Elon Musk after their conversation on X, claiming they're threatening striking workers.
I look at what you do. You walk in and you just say, you want to quit? They go on strike. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike and you say, that's okay, you're all gone. You're all gone. So every one of you is gone.
Even Teamsters boss Sean O'Brien, who's...
Didn't you also say it was more performative to project strength? Yes, it is to project strength. They looked at weaker candidates and they dumped it. They looked at weaker candidates and dumped a shitload of funds against primary opponents. Weaker for a multitude of different reasons. Obviously, Jamal Bowman's redistricting played a significant role there, and wanted to make it seem as though like they got more juice than they actually do. But it worked. The media then also gave them free coverage on that matter. Although the campaign ads had nothing to do with Israel at all, and although the constituents were not voting because of Israel, Israel, of course, played a fucking role. Okay? Played a major role. AIPAC played a major role. $20 million in ads is incredibly important, dude. Like, you guys talk about the top of the hour ad break as though it's like significantly disruptive to this stream. And many of you don't even see it because you subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get one free Prime subscription a month, and you use it here on your favorite broadcaster. But like, think about it, $20 million worth of ads, like that's so much. You're flooding a market with like relatively lesser known figures.
Spoke at the Republican convention saying firing workers for organizing, striking, and exercising their rights as Americans is economic terrorism. This morning, Trump getting back on the campaign trail in swing states after a week and a half away. Speaking in North Carolina this afternoon as some Republicans push to keep their candidate focused on issues like inflation and immigration instead of insulting Vice President Kamala Harris. In response to the UAW charge, the Trump campaign is saying, quote, this frivolous lawsuit is a shameless political stunt intended to erode President Trump's overwhelming support among America's workers. Now, both Trump and Harris are claiming that they would do more to help working class Americans. Harris herself is also planning to roll out her economic vision later this week. George?
Okay, Selena, thanks. And of course, the context for the Trump campaign's attacks on military services that the former president himself avoided service in Vietnam, claiming bone spurs. Thanks very much.
So news, the United Auto Workers has filed.
Why is bro always yapping about nonsense but has no actual policy ideas? I mean, how dare you, dude? He came up with the no tax on tips. That was his. And Kamala Harris stole that from him, which is really fucked up. It's really fucked up. Kamala stole that from him. How dare you? That was a big one, okay? Oh.
Filed federal labor charges against both Donald Trump and Elon Musk. The charges are tied to particular comments made during Trump's X interview with Elon Musk yesterday.
I mean, I look at what you do. You walk in and you just say, you want to quit? They go on strike. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike and you say, that's okay, you're all gone. You're all gone. So every one of you is gone.
A senior advisor for the Trump campaign released a statement saying, in part, quote, this frivolous lawsuit is a shameless political stunt intended to erode President Trump's overwhelming support among America's workers. Elon Musk has not...
Bro, you can't... What do you mean? What do you mean overwhelming support among America's workers? Dog, you literally were talking to a billionaire union buster laughing about how funny it is to violate the fucking law and, like, fire workers for striking. Even the mere mention of that is a violation of the law, okay? Like, you cannot advocate to fire striking workers. It is illegal, okay? You can't fire striking workers. That is also illegal, but you can't even fucking advocate for it. And you did that in front of millions of people, like millions of fucking people.
Not yet responded. Well, let's talk to Shawn Fain, the president of the United Auto Workers Union. Shawn, good to have you here on America Decides. We've covered you a lot over the past year.
Hey, Bob, thanks for having us.
So tell me about the decision to do this. You're either watching or informed about...
Chairman Fain, stand up and salute. Chairman Fain, I will go into battle for you, sir. Chairman Fain, give me my orders. My goat.
About the comments made by Musk and Trump, and you decide to file these federal labor charges. What was behind the decision and to do it so quickly?
Look, because this is the problem.
Yeah. Once again, just like I snitched on Aiden Ross with the FEC situation, we're snitching on him again. I snitched on Trump as well when he did that illegal thing. And there it is, you know, classic.
Problem in America right now. The rich keep getting richer at the expense of the working class. And people like Donald Trump and Elon Musk, they sneer at labor law, but they don't care about labor law because they don't care about working class people. They believe in buying off the system and buying off politicians and being able to have their way with people. And, look, employers need to be held accountable in this country when they break the law. It is a federal right of workers to go on strike, and they cannot be fired for that. But, people like Donald Trump and Elon Musk, they laugh about firing people because they can care less about people and about their jobs and what they do to their careers. All they care about is the billionaire buddies and taking more wealth. And so this is a which side are you on election. And that's why working class people will vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, because they're one of us. And Donald Trump and Elon Musk represent everything that this nation stands against.
Shawn, give me your assessment, the real sense of things on the ground among workers, especially in the UAW. They had a Democratic candidate who was walking the picket lines with them, and they have an ally in Vice President Harris. But Joe Biden, as president, has this 50-plus years in public life, building the relationships with labor. How has the adjustment been among UAW members to the Harris campaign? I know she has been with you on stage. Governor Walz is speaking to labor people today in California. But what's the real sense you have about how labor is adjusting to this new dynamic and new candidate atop the ticket?
I think the adjustment's amazing. Look, our people, they're looking forward to this. There's so much energy around this campaign. And the biggest reason why I think that is because when people look at Kamala Harris, when they look at Tim Walz, they see themselves. They see people that started out at McDonald's. They see a person that's been a teacher as the teaching profession has been decimated over the last few decades by the Republican Party. And so, when you look at people and you see yourself, they're relatable. So working class people, and especially
the Democrats played a role in that too. Okay? The Democrats played a role in decimating the teachers' unions as well with the fucking charter school nonsense, okay? Since the 90s. We'll let this one slide. Chairman Fain, that's my goat. Why do you never talk about Biden taking down the railroad strike? I do. You're just fucking stupid. I have covered it extensively. You're just a fucking idiot who doesn't know anything about anything, okay? It's so stupid. You get your news from TikTok, okay? I get my news and disseminate news on motherfucking... Oh, you said they. I thought you meant me. Even then, it doesn't matter. Even then, it doesn't matter. Even then, it doesn't matter. Charter schools can be a good thing. No, it can't. Stop. They did. Mainstream media also talked about it as well. The major problem here is what came after Biden broke the strikes. Okay? Biden broke the strikes. Then what did he do? He went with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, and also I apologize for misreading what you said. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg and Biden went back to the actual fucking railroad companies and turned around and got them to meet the demands of the actual labor unions. So this is the part of the equation that rarely ever gets coverage in the media. This is what people don't know. Okay? This is what people are not familiar with. Like, I am always going to hold the Biden administration to account. Okay? And there's plenty that you can talk about. On the issue of labor, I think that Biden, and I've said this before, on the issue of labor, Biden is one of the most pro-labor presidents, perhaps of all time, but certainly in recent history. Okay? That's just true. That doesn't change the reality that he's also a genocidaire and has destroyed that. Oh, I didn't hear about that. I was confused on why they were saying he was so pro-union when he did that. Yes, because he went... No, I said perhaps of all time because it's a very low bar with only like FDR and a couple other presidents clearing that bar. Biden also is the only fucking president that has walked a picket line. Only sitting president. We need anti-war, not pro-labor. Come on, chat. No, we need both. And by the way, anti-war can only happen with pro-labor. You will never be able to cultivate pressure. You will never be able to generate real popular pressure that is noticed by those in positions of power without backing from labor. And yes, the UAW has supported the anti-war movement. The UAW itself has actually, alongside 12 other unions, have applied pressure to the Biden campaign to change course on Israel. They have literally been advocating nonstop. Should they do more? I think they should. Trump is speaking on the economy. Oh, he already started? Let's see what my goat is saying.
Thank you very much. Well, this is a very frisky group, I have to say.
I already ran the top of the hour ad break, chat.
And by the way, we have some very good polls coming out today, I just heard. Despite all of the fake publicity about this radical left person from San Francisco. How's San Francisco doing? Not like North Carolina. No, we have some very good polls coming out, so that's good. You know, considering the fact that what they do, what the fake news is able to do, and yet we're leading.
Bro, there's like two pollsters that show him doing well. Is Rasmussen and Trafalgar. Like, even Trafalgar doesn't show him doing well in key states. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
They took it away from him.
Something that I didn't see, or his internal polls actually show something different.
Terrible.
He's cooked.
And I'm not sure that they picked the right guy in him, but he got 14 million votes. He got 14 million votes. He got.
If chat, you can find me a YouTube stream where subtitles are working, I'll switch to that one.
They are a threat to democracy, right, as they say.
Didn't Biden break the railroad strikes? I'm gonna die. 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 I'm gonna die.
Members of Congress, Chuck Edwards and Virginia Fox.
Just Google it.
Warriors, thank you, wherever you may.
Here. Every single time someone says that, Google, okay, railroad unions on Biden, okay, railroad unions on Biden paid sick leave, okay? And then you can find, this is IBEV, we never stopped applying pressure, hard-fought success on rail sick days. After months of negotiations, the IBEV's railroad members at four of the largest U.S. freight carriers have finally have what they have sought out, but many working people take for granted, paid sick days, okay? Here, this one has subtitles. Thank you, Themasius. Okay. While President Joe Biden was calling on Congress in November to pass legislation to implement the agreement, he stressed that he would continue to encourage railroads to guarantee paid sick time for their employees. I share workers' concern about the inability to take leave to recover from illness or take care of a sick family member, Biden said. That pressure, plus the IBEV's ongoing efforts, is paying off at last. Do you understand? If you want to actually hear about it, go to the fucking unions directly. They never stopped applying pressure, even after Brandon broke the strike. Okay? He literally kept up the pressure as well. And they went directly to the fucking railroad companies and quietly got them to stand down. The major issue in this situation is that for some fucking weird reason, and I don't know, You rarely see this in mainstream media. The only places covering this is actually Union Papers, dude. That's why so many motherfuckers come in here after getting geared on TikTok to be like, Biden broke the labor union pressure on the railroads, on the railroad unions. Like, how dare you say he's pro-labor? It's like, I know, he's not the best. Actually, for modern presidents, he is literally the best. Low bar to clear. Biden never mentioned it too. Is he stupid? Bro, what are we talking about? He was, until we had to fucking claw him out of power, talking about NATO at every campaign stop. Yes, the answer is he is fucking stupid. Yes, the people surrounding him are fucking brain dead, okay? He would go to like North Carolina and be like, I expanded NATO. I Finlandized NATO, Jack. I was like, I'm Brian Kilmeade. I'm Brian Kilmeade. In a video game, I would like to jump off of a fucking cliff. Every time I heard him say he expanded NATO, I was like, it literally stabbed me directly in the fucking heart. What an idiotic way to run a fucking campaign. Yes, NBC left.
She has the greatest press. She went from being a totally disrespected person 6 weeks ago. Nobody thought she had a chance. Nobody, and I don't think she can possibly win. If she does, our country is finished. You want to know the truth. But
yeah.
She was totally disrespected. The most unpopular vice president in the history of our country. And then they decided to get politically correct. We have to put her in. They put her in. And now they're putting her on the covers of Time magazine with an artist sketch. They don't use a picture. They don't use a picture. They use an artist sketch. I want to use that artist. I want to find that artist. I like him very much. But we're going to beat her also, and they may then get a third candidate. Who knows? This is a little bit different than we're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to have a candidate. You know, we spent probably $100 million on beating him. Then we had a very good debate, and we beat him. And they said, well, instead of letting it go, who knows what happens, right? It's the world of politics. They say, we want him out. Joe, you're getting out now, Joe. Well, I don't want to get out. I have 14. You're getting out now, Joe. We can do it the nice way, or we can do it the hard way. And he's getting out. He's getting out. In fact, they're not even giving him a good spot to speak. You know, when he's speaking on Monday, Monday's not that's the worst day. But that's what they do, and it's their own form of, it's just another, I guess relatively, it's a minor form of cheating by comparison to what they really do, right? Everything Kamala Harris touches.
Dude, this is poison. This is literally poison for the election. Consistently fucking crying about Biden. Like, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? Oh, they really fucked him up. They really fucked him up big time. It's like, bro, you were running against him. And now you're running against someone else. You're just whining that, like, you have a stronger ticket to go against now.
We are going to save America.
Like, I don't think this works. Like, I think this is really fucking whiny.
Now, this is a little bit different day because this isn't around. This is, we're talking about a thing called the economy. They wanted to do a speech on the economy. A lot of people are very devastated by what's happened with inflation and all of the other things. So we're doing this as a intellectual speech. You're all intellectuals today. Today we're doing it, and we're doing it right now, and it's very important. They say it's the most important subject. I think crime
is right there. His fan base is whiny. His fan base is already voting for him, chat. Come on, you've met MAGA guys, okay? You've met Trump supporters. You know what they're like, okay? He could go up there and literally be like, I think every single one of you are disgusting little worms, and I hate you. And they would be like, hell yeah, Mr. President, you're right. You say it like it is. I'm a worm for you. Okay? Like, it doesn't matter. He's not going after his base. His base is super hardened already. He's going after new voters or people that are in the margins, people outside of his immediate base of support.
You don't hear about the American dream anymore. It's dead. Her radical liberal policies have caused horrific inflation, decimated the middle class, and gutted the finances of millions and millions of American families. Real incomes are down by over $2,000 a year per family. I mean, that's a lot of money. They're down by that, and it's actually much more if you figure it a certain way. If you add some other categories in, it's much more than that. But down by 2,000 since she took office, and it was just announced that real earnings were down once again at a record rate. The Harris price hikes have cost the typical household $28,000. Congratulations. Hope everyone's happy.
Boo!
Credit card debt has exploded, and it's exploded to the highest it's ever been, and the cost of a typical monthly mortgage has tripled, and probably more than that if you think about it. We were at about 2.4%, and now you're up to 10% and even 11%, but you're really not there because you can't get the money even if you want to pay it.
Do I agree
In
with
July
this?
alone,
Yes.
350,000 people were added
Yes.
to the unemployment rolls. Kamala.
I'm not gonna lie, you can thank Brandon for that. Okay, both by being like an old white guy, but also being like an old school politician who doesn't fuck with that in general. But like that is one of the two key things that the Kamala Harris campaign thus far has picked up from the Brandon camp, Brandon re-election, that is objectively good, is dropping like convoluted intersectionality arguments about like these just like academic speak. Okay. And yeah, the somewhat related, Harris has thus far wisely avoided all the identity politics excesses of Clinton 2016. No charts about intersectionality, obsessing over black women voters, etc. Waltz is particularly good at speaking without DEI consultant vibes or lingo. Now remember, there were moments where Biden did that when he talked about black voters in a way where he was like, and those were massive flubs, but in a way where he was basically like, if you don't vote for me, you literally aren't black, right? Like those were really, really bad moments. Those were not good moments for him. But beyond that, he never did like the intersectionality shit, right? He wasn't with the woke stuff because he's fucking old as dirt. That is good. That's not a bad thing. Like talk about the actual issues that matter. Don't just like leave it as a standalone to be like, we love diversity. Okay? Talk about how Republicans are using diversity as a way to like undermine black and brown people. Don't fucking be like, you know, if you ain't voting for me, you ain't black, Jack. But with that exception, Biden didn't do a lot of like DEI narratives in general or any sort of like identity politics stuff or academic speak, you know? And I think it's good that the Kamala Harris picked that up. The other thing that they picked up that I think is really good, okay? He literally said, if you don't vote for him, you ain't black, is a quote. I know. I already brought that up. Why are you bringing up something? Chat, I don't know if you're following from a mobile phone and you're just like, you know, you haven't gotten to the point where I already said that. But like, just, you know, hold that shit in the pocket for a second. Wait, maybe I will address it, okay? No charts about intersectionality, obsessing over black women voters, etc. Waltz is particularly good at speaking without DEI consultant vibes or lingo. Kamala is running a strangely Trumpy campaign while Trump is running a strangely Hillary-ish campaign. It's not just surface level stuff like this. I agree. That's why I said this is a 2016 reversal. I'm actually pretty glad that they're like sticking to the issues instead of doing like the classic Democratic, the classic Democratic operative instincts. Okay. Whereas the Republicans are doing that. Even Trump being like, Kamala is not really black. That's a misstep. That's a weird attempt to do the racialized politics though. Like he's trying to do identity politics, but from the right. No glass ceiling talk, none of that shit. Exactly. So the other good thing that the Biden campaign also did, was be uncompromising in terms of communicating economic progressive politics, progressive policies. Okay? Every single time, like Biden was the worst messenger for this, but the method was good. The message was good. The messenger was awful. So what I mean by this is anytime they were like, you're old as fuck, you're going to die, please leave. Biden would come out and be like, I'm doing rent caps, Jack. I don't give a fuck. And it was like, I mean, it's awesome. It's just that you have other unavoidable issues here. You know what I mean? But I'm glad that he was doing that. And I'm happy that the Kamala campaign, at least with the Tim Walz pick, has kind of done that too. They keep trying to be like, you're radical. And she's like, we're not radical. These are good policies. And that's a good thing. Okay? Look how many people showed up to J.D. Vance speech today. Yeah, I mean, he's Rizla's brother. He's so bad. Deborah is dying in the corner. So yeah, those are the two good things that those are two good instincts that the Democratic Party is like kind of moving on right now. Now, obviously, if they find themselves in more contested races, if the momentum starts dying down, post DNC, for example, like post delivering like some of the policies, and have the Republican Party address those as like communist policies or whatever the fuck, they might get scared away from defending some of these platform issues, and that would be really bad for them to do that. And then they start leaning on their worst instincts. They start running scared, and they start talking about how like they're not radical actually, and that they're moderate centrists or whatever the fuck. That was very deceptive of you. That photo was taken half an hour before the JD event started. Afterwards, at least 10 more people arrived to see Vance. You know what? You're right. You're right. That is double the amount. The Vance rally doubled, technically. That's how you lie with statistics, okay? Wow, the Vance rally doubled after that photo was taken. How dare you not talk about that?
And now the bombs are starting to drop in the Middle East. You see what's going on there, right? That would have never happened. Israel would have never happened. Ukraine would have never happened with Russia.
Based.
You wouldn't have ever had an embarrassment like
You say Israel would never happen. Like, it would not have existed if it were.
Inflation would have never happened. We would have never had it. It was caused by a very stupid energy policy. Then he went back to my policy because prices were going up so much. But it'll end. If they won this election on day one, all of that would end, and this country will go through hell. And it can never come back. Once it goes, it's pretty far down already. I'm going to have to work very hard. It's pretty far down. When you let 20 million people come into our country from places unknown, and from prisons, and from mental institutions, and terrorists, Kamala Harris won't end the economic crisis. She will only.
Good thing Trump's way of addressing the inflation crisis is by doing more tax cuts. Okay, doing more tax cuts, which he already did at a time when corporate profits were record high. That certainly is not an inflationary fiscal policy, you know. And also, obviously, even from like classical pro-capitalist economists will consistently claim about like flooding the market with more money, causing inflation. And it's like, he did that shit too. And he wants to further cut rates now too, which is like, I mean, he's just wrong on every front, dude.
But she'll never do them. She'll never do them. She'll say them for the election, but she'll never do them.
Hassan is
She
so
can't
clearly
solve the
biased,
problem
rarely ever
because she
criticize
is the
Harris.
problem. She really
You're
is.
wrong.
People like her.
Also, I am biased. I'm also biased against Kamala Harris too.
When I left
on many
office, I
issues.
handed Kamala and crooked Joe Biden a surging economy with no inflation. The 30-year mortgage rate was 2.4%. Gasoline had reached $1 and
Chatter, everyone is biased. The difference is I'm honest and I tell you what my biases are, okay?
7%. The Hispanic American poverty rate was down 8%. The biggest drops, the greatest drops that you've ever seen in this country. They've never had it so well. Nobody has. Every group, men, women, Hispanics, Asians, blacks, everybody was down.
One thing that is really funny about Trump's economic policies is that he wants to do like insane tariffs, like both on China and just like tariffs across the board, which will actually increase costs. He wants to also simultaneously cut rates and have control over cutting rates as the president, which again will literally play a role in inflation going up. Like he wants to tackle this issue from every end. Like he wants to make it so that if he gets a second term, that there will be a lot of growth in the short term, not with the tariffs, but with interest rates. But like whoever comes after is going to be sitting on complete economic collapse.
Liberal playbook, what they've done to
Which is,
San Francisco.
Again, not all that different from average Republicans, mind you.
Harris
That
and
is how the
Biden
Republicans
waged
operate.
war on American energy, threw open our borders, flooded the country with low-wage migrant workers, passed the Green New scam, racked up almost $10 trillion in debt, and buried our workers in job-killing regulations, costing $10,000 per family. That's a lot of money. You don't have to imagine what a Harris presidency would look like. You're living through the misery right now, except it will get worse, and you're paying the price, a price like nobody's ever paid.
Yeah, one of the worst parts for one of the worst aspects of this for Trump is that like the economic recovery has already happened, like inflation has already softened.
Kim Jong-un of North Korea respected us. We were respected by everybody in the world.
That goes
Today
back
we're
to the
being
same
laughed.
equation of like the Joe Biden did that stickers all over the gas pumps. Like when the prices actually normalize again, all of a sudden that becomes a way to like actually positively campaign for the current administration. So like this is a major issue for him.
We're not going to let
the further you move away from negative real wage growth that people did experience, that was a very real thing, the more people forget that they had negative real wage growth and don't attribute that to the administration as a negative at all.
You were a terrible attorney general. You were a terrible district attorney. You're the worst vice president in history.
Dude, inflation is a scam.
Kamala,
Inflation
you're
down, yet
fired.
prices
Get
never
out of here.
recover.
Go. Get out
What do you
of
mean?
here.
That's how it works, brother. The opposite of that would be deflation.
Get out. Boom. Thank you.
I think there are. This doesn't. For the record, there are absolutely areas
Thank you very much.
that need
that was
deflation.
Not a pleasant day.
I'll give you an example. This is like a very unpopular thing to say, but housing desperately in need of deflation. Like housing prices is completely fucking out of control. Okay? But in that circumstance, college prices, okay? The rental market, these are areas of the American economy, pharmaceutical prices, healthcare costs. These are areas that absolutely need deflation. Why is that unpopular to say? It's technically popular to say, but it's unpopular amongst voters. Why is it unpopular amongst voters? Because a lot of the fucking voters happen to be people that already own homes, people that may even own their second home, people that are renting out their homes. A lot of Americans still are homeowners. I would say that homeowners are more represented in the voting population than non-homeowners are.
That's great.
That's why it's unpopular.
That was one of the most successful shows ever done. I mean, that was a lot of people like him. I think they like me too, come to think of it. But he's great. And he gave us his full endorsement. He's a great guy. But he basically, he's a guy doesn't need this stuff. What he wants to do is see our country be great again. And he understands. And it's very hard for him to endorse the opposing party. It's not easy. It's very hard. But, he really cares about our country. And he knows the opposing party has destroyed, really will destroy and permanently destroy our country. And he can't watch that. But we had a great chat for 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours being grilled by Elon. And we had a good time, actually. We're talking about
was so nice
something
to you. What the
we
fuck?
love.
He's
our
such a
country.
fake
Much
friend.
easier
Fuck
when
you,
love
Trump.
something, right? She doesn't want anybody to know what she's really for, and that way she can change it. I mean, she'll tell you what she wants and change it the way she wants it, and ultimately it'll be the way she wants it. I mean, the clown that she picked as a vice president, this guy's a clown. He was so bad. When Minneapolis was burning down, he didn't want to call in the National Guard. I got him on the phone. You got to get the National Guard. Get it. I'm telling you, if I didn't force it upon him, you might not have the city. Remember CNN standing up? This is a season of love. This is a very peaceful protest, and the whole city is burning down behind him. You ever see anything? As far as the eye could see, the whole thing looked like World War II. Speaking of World War III, I'll keep you out of World War III. He's going to put you in World War III. We're very close. You're very close to being in a war, a big war, a world war. You're very close. We've never been this close. And we have incompetent people in the White House, grossly incompetent people. There was no reason for Russia and Ukraine to go at it. There was no reason for Israel to be attacked on October 7th. Would have never happened. But a politician will always go back to where they started, and on November 6th, she will be a San Francisco liberal, again, destroying everything in sight. I wonder what she does after this. Our country will never recover, especially when added to the destruction they've already caused over the last almost 4 years. Think of our country. Think of the border. Think of what happened. We had the best border. You know my all-time favorite graph, right? That is my all-time favorite graph, not only because it shows the best border, but for another reason. I tell you what, I'm glad I looked around to look at it. Go, wah, pew. That's my favorite of all time, even if it was.
You know what this is? You know what this is? It's like the fucking Staten Island New Yorkers yelling, crime, crime, crime. That's exactly what this is. He's doing it again.
Thank you. Thank you.
He's doing it again.
Thank you very much. Even if it were bad numbers, negative numbers, I still think it would be my favorite of all time.
He's just pointing.
If Harris wins this election, the result will be
openly demonstrating that he likes it. He likes that it's
a 1929
It's
style
not, but it doesn't even fucking matter.
1929. When I win the election, we will immediately begin a brand new Trump economic boom. It'll be a boom. We're going to turn this country around so fast. Many people say that the only reason the stock market is up is because people think I am going to win. Did you ever hear that? But there was one day, a couple of weeks ago, when they weren't thinking that, and you saw what happened. This will be a 1929 style crash. You know, I have one of the most brilliant men in Wall Street, I think here. I shook hands with him just a little while ago. Scott, where's Scott? Oh, stand up. This man, will you come up here, please? Just come up here for a moment. He is considered one of the most brilliant men on Wall Street, and he's
look. This is what Trump just did with the immigration thing.
Crime! 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 Crime!
They're so fucking stupid. They've like devolved, dude. They have literally devolved. Like they're not. This video makes it seem like these guys are actually fans of the crime because it's a mere talking point for them. Do you understand? It's simply a fucking talking point. This was in 2022, and this obviously failed. The crime panic basically got so out of hand, especially amongst the Republicans who wanted to use it as a weapon against the Democrats, that they would just not even talk about how like you're bringing up you're because of you like crime rates are high or whatever. They were just simply yelling crime, crime, crime. That's what Donald Trump is doing over there when he's talking about the immigration numbers. He's like, I love those numbers. They're so good to me.
Crime! 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 Crime!
It worked on Jank. Okay, let's not talk about that.
Everybody. On my first day back in the Oval Office, I will sign an executive order directing every cabinet secretary and agency head to use every tool and authority at their disposal to defeat inflation and to bring consumer prices rapidly down. We'll do it very rapidly.
What is this?
When you look at the costs of groceries, the cost of bacon, where it went up 4 and 5 times. Bacon. I don't order bacon anymore. It's too expensive.
Man, shut up.
It will be
we know you're
whole
rich as fuck,
of government
bro.
effort to raise the standard of living and make
I don't order
American life
bacon.
affordable.
Notice how when other politicians say shit like this, everybody makes fun of them and they're like, bro, shut the fuck up. You're out of touch. You're just fucking saying that. But when Trump says it, oh God, he definitely does. He definitely goes to the grocery store and fucking orders bacon.
50, 60, 70% in so many items. You look at car insurance. I couldn't believe when I looked at those numbers this morning. I was studying numbers and I looked at the car insurance numbers. It's incredible. And that's just one of many. You can go through many. But the groceries, just to put it in simple terms.
I'm not going to lie. This is one of the worst times.
Less than half a.
This is one of the perhaps worst, if not the worst time to bring up inflation, because the new numbers that just came out literally show that in like the used car market, for example, in the rental market, in the car market, there's deflation. In the used car market, there's deflation by 11 points. Not inflation, deflation.
It's the greatest commercial they ever had. But that's what happened. This is inflation. This is tic-tac. This is tic-tac. This is inflation. This is what's happened. I just happened to have, somebody gave me this one today. I said, I think we'll put it up as an example of inflation. But you know what? Inflation is destroying our country.
That's a good
it's
line, though.
Destroying our families. We will target everything from car affordability to housing affordability to insurance costs to supply chain issues We
What
have
does
the
he
worst
do?
supply chain we've ever had in the
Wait,
history of the country.
Is he gonna
to the price
fucking
of
institute
prescription
price controls?
drugs.
What is he
I will
saying?
instruct my cabinet that I expect results within the first 100 days or much sooner than that. I would say the
What
first
the
7
fuck?
days is. Car insurance is up 70 to 100%, and you can't get it. You can't even get it. Do you agree with that? You can't even get it, they tell me. Insurance is up 50% or higher. The whole industry is out of control. The insurance industry has never been anything we have never been in a situation with insurance like it is right now. You can't get it, no matter what you pay. But prices will come down. You just watch. They'll come down, and they'll come down fast, not only with insurance, with everything. At the center of our effort to bring the cost of living under control will be the all-out push to end the Biden-Harris war on a thing called American energy. American energy. We will drill, baby, drill. We're going to bring energy prices down. Thank you. And just so you know, they stopped it, and it was terrible what they did. That's what caused the whole problem in the country, even with supply chains. I mean, it just caused a problem. And then they said, oh, go back to the Trump plan now. Now they're drilling. But the day after the election, if they win this election, the drilling stops. They're only doing this for purposes of getting elected. They said, let's go back to what Trump was doing. But the prices are still way high. You see $5 a gallon now for gasoline, and much higher than that in some areas. And we will put ANWR back into service. You know, ANWR in Alaska, it could be the largest oil field in the world. It could be larger than Saudi Arabia. It could be larger than what Russia has. And Ronald Reagan tried to get it. Good man. He tried to get it, couldn't get it. Bush tried. Everybody tried to get it. I got it. And it was tough. And I got it in different times because they stop it on environmental. You know, they use the environment to stop everything, right? You know that. And we're all environmentalists. We want to see what's right. We want clean air. We want clean water. But we don't want to destroy our country. But they stopped it, and we got it going. We got it going. We got it going like never before. It was all set to go. And then think of this, the first week in office, they stopped it. They gave it back. They said, no, we're not going to do it. The greatest, not only great for Alaska, which is an incredible place and beautiful state. They wanted it so badly. Economic development for Alaska would have been so good. But worldwide, I mean, we would have been selling oil and gas all over the world.
Does he know our country is in the environment, you think? No, that's too long-term thinking, okay? So you know this speech was supposed to be a new speech on the economy, and instead it devolved into name-calling Kamala on CNN. So CNN cut away from the speech to fact-check it and have a panel about how bad Trump is doing. Also, this past week, the USA hit the highest level for oil production and export ever in history for our nation. Yeah, that don't matter. Republicans don't operate on facts. They operate on fucking feelings. So, like, he'll just... He does not care about this. Like, he does not care about oil production in the country and like what stage it's at. I mean, it's complete vibes based. Okay.
Under Kamala's extreme high-cost energy policy known as net zero, you know what net zero? They have no idea what it means, by the way.
My cousin is watching a YouTube video right now titled "Hassan is so stupid and should quit politics." Your cousin is about to become the most reactionary fucking loser of all time. You better get in there before it festers and he starts talking about like trans athletes doing sports and how fucking unacceptable that is. Okay, keep an eye out on your cousin. He's about to go on a right-wing journey.
Stuff that powers the plants. It's not wind that goes around and around. And darling, let's watch the president's State of the Union speech tonight. I'm sorry, we won't be able to do it. The wind isn't blowing, darling. We have no electricity. We have no electricity, darling. We won't be able to watch tonight. But perhaps sometime during the week it will be blowing and we'll be able to get our television on it. Upon taking office, Harris and Biden shut down the Keystone XL pipeline. They issued orders to close dozens and dozens of existing power plants. And Kamala has vowed that if elected, she will absolutely ban fracking. She said, I'll ban fracking just recently. I'll ban fracking. There will be no fracking. That means that she can't win the state of Pennsylvania because Pennsylvania is all about fracking. That's their biggest industry. And you know what, Pennsylvania, I hope you're watching because that's what she says and that's what she'll do and that's what she'll go back to. She wants to ban fracking and she's wanted it for her entire career. And we're not going to let her destroy our country like that. We're not going to let her.
So,
if Harris...
how does he square that hole? You know, how does he square that circle? Like inflation numbers are looking banger for the fucking Biden admin, and he's like, no, you don't understand. It's still very high. It's still so high. It's like, okay.
Is going to collapse under these lunatics. By contrast, she said it already has. Who said that, ma'am? Wow. You look healthy, though. You look very nice. You look very nice. By contrast, I'm announcing today that under my leadership, the United States will commit to the ambitious goal of slashing energy and electricity prices by half, at least half.
People don't care about the numbers, though. They care what they pay more at Publix. I know. I understand that.
We intend to slash prices by half.
As far as consumer goods goes, oh my God, he keeps saying he's going to slash prices by half. Hold on. I want to see what he's going to say.
I voted for him. I still got him down a lot, but we're looking to do it. We're looking to cut him in half, and we think we'll be able to do better. And every single thing that I promised, I produced. Every single thing. You will never have had energy so low as you will under a certain gentleman known as Donald J. Trump. Have you heard of him? So we think your energy bills will be down by 50 to 70%. How good would that be for a thing called inflation? How good will that be? You know, energy is such a big topic, such a big cost, so powerful, so big, that if you have a donut shop, you have the ovens, you have a truck that delivers the donuts, if you have whatever you do, your heating, your cooling, everything is about that. That's where they really blew it. They blew it with too much borrowing. They blew it with wasting $9 and $10 trillion on the scam, the great scam in history. There are a lot of scams that they worked on. Where's the laptop from hell? Is it around by any chance? But they did it by doing a lot of things. But with the energy, it's such a big topic. No matter what business you're in, you have to heat your business, cool your business. You need cars, trucks to get there and to take the product. It's so energy dominated. My administration will issue rapid approvals for new energy infrastructure, unlock new lands for drilling, and achieve energy independence and energy dominance. So we want energy dominance almost immediately. We were energy independent 4 years ago. Think of it. Today we're getting energy from Venezuela in the form of tar. We're getting it from Venezuela, tar. You ever see what it is to make oil out of tar? They have tar. They have a lot of tar. It's not good. You know where they make it? In Houston, Texas. It's the only plant in the world that can take this material and turn it into gasoline and oil. But no, it's tar, and they're doing very well. You know, speaking of that just for a second, so Venezuela crime is down 72% because they're taking all of their criminals out of Caracas, out of the different places. Their mental institutions are literally closing up. They're taking the people from mental institutions, people from prisons and jails, terrorists. They have terrorists all over the place. And you know where they're bringing them? Welcome to the United States of America. Murderers, drug dealers. And Venezuelan crime is down 72%, but that's only one. All over the world, crime is down because they're taking their criminals and their people from mental institutions and they're putting them into our country because we have stupid people like Kamala.
Every time he talks about this, I'm more convinced that he thinks asylum means insane asylum. Like asylum seekers are actually seeking an insane asylum.
Look at a couple of, remember I said migrant
so
crime will be a
by
big
this
subject.
now.
I said that a year ago. Everyone said, oh, no, he's so wrong. Do you see what's happening with migrant crime? They make our criminals look like nice people. They do. These are the toughest. These are the toughest people in the world. The toughest people. We built 571 miles of wall, as an example. They could have, and it's more than I said I was going to build, but then I was going to add 200 miles. We had it built, and they didn't put it up. Would have taken 3 weeks to erect. It was all there, ready to put up. Would have taken 3 weeks to put up. And that's when I said they actually want open borders. And Kamala wants open borders. And she said it for 15 years. She wants open borders.
The most famous line of Kamala is "Do not come." Like she flew to Guatemala to tell the migrants to not come to America.
Where people can flow into our country to further combat inflation. I will terminate Kamala Harris's Green New Scam
right-wing,
and rescind all
the
of
right-wing
the
sentiment that the Democrats
funds.
express in terms of immigration. That's
Give
also
all of
fucking
the
ridiculous.
Spent funds back to building roads, bridges, and give it back to the government. And we won't. It's like throwing What she did, what they did was like throwing billions of dollars out the window. We will stop wasteful spending and big government special interest giveaways and finally stand up for the American taxpayer, which hasn't happened since I was president. We stood up. We stood up. We stood up. I mean, prior to COVID coming in history, there's never been an economy like we had. Then when COVID came in, you know, we rebuilt the military. We defeated ISIS. Everybody said it would take 10 years to defeat. I did it in 8 months. We rebuilt that whole, we did so many things, and we created the greatest economy. I got a lot of credit on everything, including the economy. When COVID came in, we had to do certain things. We had to make certain moves. And if we didn't make those moves, Scott, and if we didn't help businesses survive for that little period of time, you would have had that 1929 style depression. That's what you would have had. We did a great job. Then when we handed it to them, the stock market was higher than it was previous to COVID coming in. Think of that. It was actually higher. And we handed them something that was a jewel. By the way, more people died from COVID in the Biden administration than the Trump administration, and he got it when it was ending all over the world. It was pretty much ending. So we never really got the credit we deserved for that with the ventilators and all of the different things that we did, the outfits, a lot of things. We were producing in New Hampshire and different places masks. We had mask factories opening up. We had everything, and we did a good job. And then it came back, and should have come roaring back, but they really blew it. They spent so much money. They didn't have to spend any more money. What they had to do is let our economy take over. But we had some great Republican governors that did a fantastic job. The Democrat governors, not so much. Out of the top 25, as an example, crime-ridden cities, virtually every single one of them is run by Democrats. Think of that. To make both new and used cars more affordable, I will end the Biden-Harris electric vehicle mandate on day one.
What?
Doesn't make sense. And by the way, there's a great place for electric cars. They're going to do great. I think they're going to do great. And Elon's heard me say that many times. He still endorsed me. I mean, I wouldn't be able to change. It's a question of how far do they go and how much do they cost and all of the different things, factors. But electric cars have a great place in our country, but you have to be able to really get gasoline-powered cars, hybrids, many different types, diesel. You want diesel with trucks. You know, they want to make trucks all electric. Going to California, you have 6 stops. With diesel, you have no stops. That's hard to beat, right? If they're too heavy, common sense. We're the party of common sense. An electric truck weighs more than twice, 2.5 times what a gasoline-propelled truck weighs, right? That would mean you would have to rebuild every bridge and tunnel in the United States. Oh, that sounds reasonable. It would cost so much money. The United States doesn't have, every country together doesn't have what it would cost. But there's a great place for electric, but there's a place for every.
Famously, we had this exact same smoke for when trucks became the size of fucking tanks, dude.
To further reduce consumer prices.
This is one of the dumbest angles to hit EVs on. Like, he's not wrong. EVs are heavier, but it is hilarious that, like, cafe standards and loopholes surrounding cafe standards have caused trucks to be ginormous. Number one selling fucking vehicles in the country, by the way.
In my first term, our regulation cuts saved
it's so stupid. Like, that was not a consideration at all back then.
In my next term, the Trump dividend will be even larger. It'll be a dividend. By repealing the Biden-Harris regulatory onslaught, we can save an estimated $20,000, and you're talking about a tremendous amount, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 a year just in savings. So to get to economic relief to workers and families, we will make additional tax cuts. That's what gave us the great economy. We'll make tax cuts additionally, will make them permanent because, you know, we have a thing where they want to terminate at the end of the period when they expire. The Trump tax cuts.
He wants $1 billion from the oil and gas industry. That's why I keep saying drill, baby, drill.
4 times. You'll be paying 4 times much. And we will do something else which was copied, I mean, viciously, ruthlessly copied. No tax on tips, okay? No tax on tips. You know, if they wanted to do that, why didn't they do it 3.5 years ago? They didn't want it. It was actually the opposite. They hired 88,000 IRS agents to go after these people.
Yeah, they're going after Coca-Cola, man. Shut the fuck up. And also some much wealthier individuals.
All of these positions 3 weeks ago, the real Kamala said.
That's the best counter to that is like they're fucking pummeling
With me, you will
Coca-Cola.
always
But
have
of course,
a
you would
president
want to
who
make
tells
sure
it
that
like it is.
Coca-Cola
You will
keeps
always
all the
have
fucking
somebody where I let you know where I
taxes that they've
stand,
avoided
and you
paying.
can vote for me or not, but
This motherfucker
you
loves
need that,
avoiders,
and you
dude,
need
more than I do at the
consistency.
top of the hour when you
And
can
you need-
avoid seeing the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour by subscribing. That's the most I love the avoiders, okay? At the top of the motherfucking hour when there's a 3-minute ad break, and I want you to avoid seeing those ads by subscribing for $6 or for free. Okay? Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Blam. I know the VP debate was announced. I'm
to
excited.
help seniors on fixed incomes who are suffering the ravages of inflation, there will be no tax on Social Security. We're going to stop it. No tax on Social Security. This cruel double taxation of Social Security benefits, and this has been talked about for a long time. She'll probably announce this on Friday, too. Oh, look, they have a spy in the audience right over there. He's spying. Let's see, Kamala, I think we should do no tax on Social Security. But it only came into existence in 1984, and at that time it only affected a very small number of recipients. But now, nearly half of all seniors are forced to pay income tax on Social Security, and thanks to inflation under Harris, she is horrible. This tax hits more seniors every year, more and more, and they can't make it. They're not making it. They're failing. You know, the people that did it right, they saved, they worked, they saved and saved. Those are the people that were hurt most by this kind of thinking and this economy. With your vote, I will end this injustice, and I will always protect Social Security and Medicare for our great seniors, just as I did for 4 incredible years. There was never any talk about doing anything. By contrast, Kamala Harris has a 3-step plan to destroy Medicare and to destroy Social Security. First, she has thrown open our borders. You know what that's going to do. They're all signing up. Oh, congratulations. They'll be all signing up right next to you. But she's opened up our borders. Think of it. Again, I believe it's 20 million people, but I think it's probably much more with the gotaways. And you know what a gotaway is, right? Remember I had remain in Mexico policy. You think that was easy to get from Mexico? What I had to do to them. And I had remain in Mexico. They ended it immediately. They thought it was unfair to Mexico. Can you believe that? Mexico's like it's like a railroad track coming into our country. They thought it was unfair. It's not unfair. But Mexico agreed to it. Remain in Mexico, and they ended it very early. They ended it almost immediately. Second, she's flooding our country with millions and millions of low-wage migrants and giving them welfare, free health care, food stamps, public benefits. And third, she's giving them what our military vets don't get. They're sleeping on a street in freezing or very hot weather. And illegal immigrants that came in so illegally and don't speak a word of English are living in some of the most luxurious hotels in the world. It's incredible. You see that. You've been seeing the stories. They're living in hotels. They're taking, right, front row Joes. They're taking some of the best hotels because the government pays more than they can get from wealthy customers. So they say, well, I don't know about this. I think we'll take the illegal immigrant. We're going to get more money from the U.S. government than some rich guy coming in from Argentina. And third, she wants to make them all citizens, dumping them into Medicare and Social Security until those programs buckle and collapse. And that's what's going to happen. Under them, Social Security, Medicare, and other programs will collapse. No country can sustain what's happening right now. The millions of illegal aliens pouring into our country under border czar Harris are coming from all sorts of places, from countries unknown, literally from countries unknown. And they, as I said, they're coming in from prisons and from mental institutions, and they're coming in as terrorists. We have more terrorists living in our country right now, and nothing good is going to happen from this. And now it's getting more and more violent. Just pick up the newspapers, turn on your television. People stabbed. A woman yesterday raped in New York, raped viciously. And when they said she was raped, you know what she said? They weren't trying to rape me. They were trying to kill me. They were trying to kill her. And he was a gentleman from a certain country I won't mention, happened to be in South America. But it's not South America. It's all over the world that they're coming in. It's not South America.
Bro, he's doing it again. Anytime
Just
there's
this
a
week
new
in
crime
Coney
committed
Island,
by an undocumented
Kamala
migrant,
had 2, think of this one, migrants. They came
Immediately
in.
you hear about
we
it.
call them the Kamala migrants, and they were arrested for rape of a 46-year-old woman, and it was a rough situation. There were 4 or 5 other situations over the last couple of days. Rape and murder, rape and beating, rape and something else, and sometimes just immediate killing. These people are brutal. These are people that came out of the toughest jails anywhere in the world, from all over the world. And we can't take them. No country can sustain it. No country. They all said I was wrong when I said that migrant crime will reach epidemic proportions. And now it's much worse than that. It's a lot worse than epidemic proportions. It's beyond control. We have a new category of crime.
No,
It's
we don't.
called migrant crime. And I think it's going to end up being the worst category of all. These people are tough. They're tough. They're mean, they're angry, and they shouldn't be in our country, and it's not going to work out well. The migrants that Harris let in are raping our women and hurting our children, and now Kamala wants to let them pillage Social Security and Medicare. That's what's going to happen. It will never happen. It will never even get close to happening
Hitler.
if I'm in office, and I think you're going to
This
have
is
to
like
put me in office.
welcome back Hitler, dude. That's what
This
this
has
is.
never been anything
100%.
like this. If Kamala wins, you will have mass amnesty and citizenship for all of the Biden-Harris illegals that poured into our country. If I win, you will have the largest deportation operation in American history, starting at noon on Inauguration Day 2025. And, you know, I don't say that happily because it's not an easy situation with so many people. It's not sustainable. But Dwight Eisenhower, General Eisenhower, President Eisenhower, he was very strong on borders. He felt that you cannot do this. The largest
Now he's talking about the
deportation
Bracero
operation
program.
we ever had was under
Operation
Dwight Eisenhower, President.
Dry
and he
Front.
understood that it was not sustainable
opposite
to have
of dry
millions
front.
of people coming in. But what he went through is peanuts compared to what we're going through. Nobody's ever gone, no country, no border has ever gone through what we're going through, and they're destroying our country. The Kamala migrant invasion is also a major factor in crushing your wages and driving up the cost of health care and the cost of all of your goods. Millions of uninsured illegal aliens are getting billions and billions of dollars in free health care paid for by American citizens on your medical bills. It's right on your medical bills. You know, when you hear this, you get angry because it shouldn't happen. But what happens to them, they come up in caravans. I think I came up with that name. But they have caravans of thousands and thousands of people, many, many criminals in those caravans. Very dangerous, unbelievably dangerous for women. The women in those caravans are just absolutely, it's horrible what happens. I'm not going to tell you now. It's horrible. It's horrible what happens in those caravans coming up. It's a rough journey. But they come up because we have very stupid people here that say, if you come up, we will give you health care, Social Security, medical, school. You know, our schools in a lot of places are not, you can't even go anymore. They've taken the place of our students. They have people sitting in chairs that don't speak a word of English, and they're taking the place of our young children. The hospitals, a person told me the other day from San Diego, they said they can't get into a hospital anymore. The hospitals are being occupied by the illegal aliens. Somebody's got to take care. They're being occupied. And the reason they're coming is because people like Gavin Newsom and people like Kamala are saying, come, it's the American dream, come. They're destroying our country. We can't do it. We can't let it continue. You're not going to have a country anymore. People like Scott, brilliant Wall Street people, they're right about what they say.
Bro, this is
And that's also
like
common
this is
sense, I'll tell
so
you. It's
this is
all
so
about common
fucking
sense.
Hitlerian.
The
I don't know
Republican
what else to
Party is the
say.
party.
We already know that undocumented migrants are not responsible for a larger share of crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens. Okay, natural-born U.S. citizens do more crime per capita than undocumented migrants do. Undocumented migrants also are a much smaller percentage in comparison to natural-born U.S. citizens. So in totality, those numbers are like even more ridiculous. The per capita argument is the obvious argument to make in terms of like their contribution to the crime rate, right? But like the totality argument makes it even more insane. Donald Trump says undocumented migrants kill hundreds of thousands of Americans every year. The real number in the last fiscal year was 26. Okay, 26 undocumented migrants killed 26 people. Now, obviously, every death is still completely a fucking tragedy, completely unacceptable. But the idea that you tackle crime by shutting off immigration is insane. It's just born out of the hallucinations of the right. The idea that these guys are actually responsible for crimes, hundreds of thousands, is an abject lie. And it blows my fucking mind that the Democratic Party does not push back on this narrative. He has gone above and beyond. No more dog whistles. He just keeps saying migrants are coming in and they're all fucking rapists and they're drug dealers and they're murderers and they're murdering all the time. And the numbers keep going up and up and up. If the Democrats do not nip this shit in the bud, if they do not counter message against this fucking narrative panic, we are headed down a very scary path. Okay? Very scary path. We're already there. The Republican Party is primed on this issue. Okay? Can you please explain the less educated things such as social benefits, crime, and criminal status that share about migrants? Because the only thing I know is that the immigrant population is only 2/3 of the population. No, we're not even talking about the immigrant population. We're talking about undocumented migrants. Okay? Some say there's 15. Some say there's 20 million. Some say there's 12. Okay? And the 12 million total. Okay? Living on U.S. soil across the board for over, multiple years and whatnot. Now, the thing is, this kind of rhetoric is incredibly dangerous. It is exactly what led to the riots in the UK, the race riots, where they were just trying to burn mosques and trying to stab random fucking people that they suspect of being migrants. Wait, what did he say? Did I miss him saying we'll keep the Affordable Care Act?
And you saw that having to do with Social Security. For 4 years I was there, and for 4 years I never raised the age. They're going to end up raising your age by 5 years. I never raised your age. I never did anything. I left your plan the way it was. Never touched it. I was there 4 years. Same thing with Russia. They said, oh, he's going to go and, start a war or something. Well, you know what? For 4 years, Russia never went in to Ukraine. They waited till I got out, and then the army started to form. But, if you go back with Russia, Bush let them have a lot of land. You know that. Obama, President Barack Hussein Obama, have you heard of him? Barack Hussein Obama let them have a lot of land. Now you have Biden. He's letting them have the whole thing, okay? The whole thing. But you had President Trump. What did Putin take under Trump? Nothing. Nothing. Took nothing. He took nothing under Trump, but he took under Bush. He took under Obama. Big, big stuff. He took it in Ukraine, in and around Ukraine, but he took nothing under Trump. But now he's going for the big one, isn't he? Huh? We're going to deliver lower prices, lower drug costs, new options that will dramatically reduce the crushing burden of American patients. Kamala and Joe tried to take credit for $35 insulin. You know that. You know who did that? I did that. I did the insulin, and it kicked in. And I remember when I did it, it had to be a statute. It was a certain statute that took a certain period of time. I said, I hope I'm elected because somebody's going to get a lot of credit for doing what I got done. I got it done. $35 insulin. And now they take credit for it. It's terrible. Terrible. They take credit for a lot of things they shouldn't be taking credit for. If they said, congratulations, you did a good job on insulin, that would be nice. Nobody's going to go crazy about that. Congratulations, because insulin was impossible for people to afford. They were dying. They didn't get it. The expense was, I got it for $35. Nobody thinks it's even possible. But they could say you did a great job, thank you very much. Or you did a good job. But instead, they say, we brought insulin in at $35. It's a lie. Kamala is fighting for health care for illegal aliens and fighting for health care and think of this, he's fighting for health care for people that are destroying our country. I'm fighting for health care for the American people, the people that are supposed to have the health care. The colossal influx of migrants into our cities is driving rent absolutely through the roof. That's why, and who's paying the rent? The government. Our government is paying rent. We're paying numbers that were not obtainable. In fact, if I ever went back into business, I'd buy some buildings in certain areas and I'll charge the government the highest rents you've ever seen. That's what they're doing. Some very smart landlords are getting a lot of money. That's why some of the luxury hotels are going into migrants. They can make much more money renting to a migrant than to wealthy people. But that's why, as president, I will seal the border. I will send them all back to their countries where they belong. Prices will come down and come down dramatically and come down fast.
Yeah, this is...
To further address the housing affordability crisis, we will work with states like Nevada, a great state. We're leading big in the poll there, by the way. Thank you very much. Good governor. To open up large tracts of federal land for housing constructions, and similar to opportunity zones that I did with Senator Tim Scott, a great guy from South Carolina, senator from South Carolina. Came in, he said, I have this idea. He's had it for a long time.
If Trump said he would do Bernie-style universal health care, would I vote for him? No, I don't believe him. What do you mean?
Things that we've done in terms of economic development. I give him
like he also personally
these areas
he also
will have low taxes,
personally
low
acted like he was going to institute price checks for like half of this fucking conversation. He's not going to do any of that shit either.
Of a thing called, which I always come back to, the American dream, because we've lost the American dream. We will bring back our supply chains. You know, supply chains were basically not even talked. It was automatic. You have a thing, it's delivered from here to here. When this lunatic became president, with her, remember, she was there at every step of the way, but she was like silent because she was, I don't know, nobody respected her until she was the only choice left. They couldn't get anybody else. Did you see where they had the 12 most likely
He also keeps fucking talking about how every migrant is a rapist criminal. Are you fucking insane?
And she was the one that was
like,
she was ranked. She was ranked.
Like,
below
what is
Tim.
this
He was
fucking
second,
Faustian bargain, dude? It's like, hey, you get
we will bring back our
maybe
supply
you get the
chain.
promise of health care, but then we kill every fucking brown person. Like, what are we doing?
And other foreign countries, ending costly supply chain. Those are supply chain disruptions. We're going to bring them back. We're going to bring them back fast as we reduce burdens on domestic manufacturers. American workers will make our critical goods better and cheaper. We're going to make them in our country, right here in the USA.
Illegal
right
migrant, man, shut the fuck up. No human being is illegal. Like, that's not just a talking point. You know what I mean? What do you mean? If the only thing stopping you from being like, if the only thing stopping you from getting this designation is a piece of paper, then fucking make them like citizens. What kind of stupid shit is this? You can say illegal migrant all day, every day, but it doesn't change the reality. You know what I mean? These are people with dreams. These are people who contribute. These are people who work every fucking day. Like, it is such an idiotic argument to make. Oh man, illegal migrants. Oh shit. Okay, dude, let's fucking start killing people who are jaywalking too.
Biden's been unable to take those tariffs off China because it's so much money coming in, they don't know what to do. How do you replace it? Our current, he's on the take. Yeah, you're right. Do you come from North Carolina, sir? Where is the guy that said that? He's on the take. It's pretty good. I would say.
I think you're a really smart guy, but your opinion on illegal immigration is really dumb.
Deficits will be reduced to practically nothing. Our country will be powered by growth.
If you think I'm a really smart guy, then try to understand what I'm talking about with respect to illegal immigration and how it's just hysteria. Okay? I'm not going to immediately attack you. If you think I'm a nice person or a smart person on other issues, then just think a little bit. Okay? Chad, stop yelling at him.
The return of economic stability. We're going to have economic stability. You know, we have.
I mean, there is no positive argument. There is no positive argument for like mass deportation in general. Obviously, it would destroy the American economy. That's number one. If you don't care about the humanity of all these people, mass deportations is a uniquely ruthless, uniquely cruel policy in general. It's also openly fucking racist. That's why he has no issues with Elon Musk also at a certain point being an undocumented immigrant.
Trump gets reelected president, and you're not going to have any more wars. You're not going to have
But
any
beyond
more
that, the economic, I mean, it would never happen regardless. Like, it would be putting the cart before the fucking horse. The American agricultural production genuinely relies on undocumented migrants. The solution in this process is to document them and allow them to also benefit from unionization.
The whole thing is crazy.
This would also obviously drive up prices, but in the long run, it would make this country a much more habitable place to live in. It would also greatly improve the wages for the documented workforce. The only difference between an undocumented migrant and a documented U.S. citizen is documentation. But that is the reason why companies can take these desperate people and use them as a cudgel against the documented labor force. Okay?
Together we will deliver low taxes, low regulations, low energy costs, low interest rates, low inflation, so that everyone can afford groceries, a car,
And taxes would
and a home.
skyrocket? Come on, man. What are you talking about?
We will stop
Taxes would
the
skyrocket.
invasion, end the migrant
Yeah, you mean tax collection was skyrocket? If that's what you mean, then you're right. Yeah, we would collect even more taxes. It's great.
Social security, which is under siege. We will strengthen our military, build a missile defense shield, keep critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools, and keep men out of women's sports. We will defend the Second Amendment, restore free speech, and we will secure our elections.
Yeah, a lot of people think that it's also like regular border crossers, but the majority of undocumented immigrants in this country now that are coming in are actually visa overstayers. They're flying in with visas and staying. It's not actually the Guatemalan migrant that you're thinking of.
Country destroying liberal agenda. She destroyed San Francisco. She's not going to destroy our country. So get your friends, get your family, register, volunteer, and get
My
the
tia
hell
works
out
80 hours a
and
week. She
vote.
didn't
You
get her
gotta vote.
papers in the 80s before coming. She just didn't get her papers in the 80s before coming. She's a bit of a loony Catholic, but she's not a criminal. She works at a factory making car mats. That's the type of person who's getting deported under this
On
idiot.
November
That's what I'm
5th, We
saying.
will save our economy.
Exactly.
We will rescue our middle class. We will put America first, and we will make America great again. Thank you very much. North Carolina, God bless you. God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Undocumented immigration, like immigration in this country historically, has always been talked about on the boundaries of its economic impact. They've lied about that as well. They've obviously lied about it quite a bit on that front too. Oh, immigrants are taking your jobs. They're taking your jobs. The real solution in that circumstance was always to document them, okay, and bring up wages across the board, because this never-ending hyper-exploited population that's constantly cycling in and out of the country is always going to be used and abused by business owners. That's why, you know, in your immediate life, whether you're cognizant of this reality or not, at least one Trump-supporting business owner that absolutely hires undocumented migrants. Okay? Like, that's a consistent reality. Okay? One thing you have to consider in this situation is that this is a relatively new phenomena. The conversation moving away from immigrants are taking your jobs to immigrants are actually raping your daughters is a relatively new phenomena in American discourse. It's obviously always existed, but it used to be simply just like the most rugged white supremacist Republicans that used to say this stuff, not like the top of the ticket aggressively. We're talking about a country that Ronald Reagan ran and literally gave amnesty to hundreds of thousands of undocumented immigrants. So, you know, this is like things have changed dramatically since then. Okay. Things have changed dramatically since then. The entire legality of the migrant process, not new. It's just very, very old, friend. I mean, there was a period of time when Americans didn't talk about the American Republican Party did not fucking talk about migration as like as a average Euro fascist, but instead simply said this is an economic problem. Okay, it's very, very old in the sense that, yeah, it's Hitlerian. What is this? How do you create an easier process of documenting immigrants? What stops violent offenders from abusing the open system? First and foremost, if we have such an open system right now, why the fuck are undocumented migrants responsible for less crime than documented U.S. citizens, natural-born U.S. citizens? Like, what are we talking about? You're literally arguing with a hypothetical as though that hypothetical is real. You know what I mean? Oh, dude, if we have an open border process, then like every rapist is going to come into the country. Trump is saying that already. It's a lie. It has not happened. I mean, this is not like a new process. It's just objective fact. Immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than U.S. born Americans. There are multiple studies on the matter. And in terms of like the number of undocumented migrants, obviously there's also less undocumented migrants than there are natural born U.S. citizens in the country. So when you look at the actual totality, when you look at the actual numbers, it's like insane. It's like 20. Okay. Trump says 100,000. The reality is 26. Like, think about that disparity. Trump says hundreds of thousands of Americans are being killed by undocumented migrants. The real number is 26, chat. That means that every single time an undocumented immigrant is causing a heinous crime, is doing a homicide, not 26 per day, 26 per year. Okay? It's not complicated. Of course they commit less crime because they have much more to lose versus citizen. Exactly. 26 in 23 so far in 2024. 26 in 2023. Okay? I'd like to have a source of that 26 number because I know I'm going to be challenged if I ever mention it. It's called the Customs and Border Patrol.gov, cbp.gov. Customs and Border Patrol stats. Okay? Here it is. Criminal non-citizen statistics. The following is a summary of U.S. Border Patrol enforcement actions. Total criminal convictions by type. The overwhelming majority of apprehensions come due to illegal entry and re-entry. Okay? There are some that also are about illegal drug possession and trafficking. Most of it is illegal drug possession, though, not trafficking drugs. Because, as we know, once again, and this bears repeating, according to the Department of Homeland Security statistics, 90+% of all drugs that come into the United States of America are apprehended at regular points of entry. Okay? And almost 90% of all of those who are apprehended at the regular points of entry for trafficking drugs are American citizens. Homicide manslaughter is 23. I was wrong. It's not 26. It's 29. Okay? 29. You don't need sources in a face-to-face argument. You just have to make it obvious that your opponent is dumb. I'm just saying, if you want to fucking ask, if people ask you for sources on this shit, no, not 29 per capita, 29 in totality. 29 in totality. Okay? That also includes manslaughter, not just like direct intentional homicide. It could be like a fucking vehicular manslaughter type shit. Okay? Regardless, this chart literally proves that Republican policies limit and restrict crime and are better on the crime side. Wait, what? This data literally shows us how much better Trump was in regulating antisocial and dangerous behavior. What? Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? It does? Dog, obviously an entire group of people are not monolithic unless you are the most racist person on the fucking planet. Okay? But you do have to understand something pretty significant here, right? You just saw numbers go from 3 to 60 and you went, wow, this shit is out of control. In that, if you look at the actual crime rate across the board in that same time frame, we're talking tens of thousands in comparison to 23. Okay? Do you understand? Tens of thousands. Undocumented migrants are not a fucking monolithic force, dumbass. But even if they were, they are responsible for less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens, dumbass. It's the exact opposite of what you think, dumbass. If you want to lower the fucking crime rate, you have to literally let in a flood of undocumented migrants, technically. If you want to talk about it with a baby brain, the actual argument, because it doesn't benefit your purpose, would be to lower the American crime rate. We have to ensure that there are more undocumented migrants because they are responsible for less fucking crime than natural-born U.S. citizens. We have to flood the market. We have to deport Americans and bring in undocumented migrants. Obviously, that would be silly to make an argument such as that one, but that's what the data would show. The data doesn't show what you think it shows. Yeah. All homicides in fucking 2022 was 24,849. 62 of them were caused by undocumented migrants. 60 fucking 2. And the numbers are the same across the board for everything. Of course the numbers are the same across the board for everything. Undocumented migrants are, one, smaller in terms of the percentage of the population than natural-born U.S. citizens. They're responsible for less than 1% of the murder. It's so fucking stupid. There is no way to make the math work in your favor in this situation because a lot of this argument is born out of pure panic, pure hysteria. It's just made up. Okay? 24K homicides as crazy as the US. Okay? No, we are not okay. Also, we are a very, very violent nation, but also we have a lot of people too. Oh, I feel like I feel like I'm repeating myself quite a bit on this stuff, but this is an issue that I think is important to repeat because unfortunately, I do not see a lot of the Democratic Party repeating this false, fabricated notion that undocumented migrants are responsible for an unimaginable number of fucking crimes. It's completely made up. It sounds insane. It sounds insane when you think about it. I get it. You're like hearing from one side that they're just doing crimes all the time, left and right. They're never stopping with their ceaseless crimes. But then when you actually look at the number, you're like, oh my God, they're just lying. Like the Republicans are just lying. It's that simple. That's it. The quicker that you recognize that, okay, the quicker you recognize that, the faster things will start making sense for you. Okay? No, they're just racist, Hassan. Yes, but racism is learned behavior, dude. You can't just like let it fucking hang like that, okay? There's plenty of people who have this predisposition with an interest in becoming more racist because fear is a very big motivator in this conversation, fear of the unknown. And if all of the outlets that you pay attention to are constantly fucking drumming up this crime panic narrative and no one is actually going, hold on, let's look at the facts for a fucking second, like the way I'm doing it, then you're just basically letting that, you're basically allowing this country to turn into Israel in terms of like how fucking unimaginably racist Israel is. How do you think that happened? It's not like Israeli Jews have a different bone in their brain or something that causes them to be fucking anti-Palestinian. They learned it. They learned it through the ceaseless cycle of fear-mongering. Why is there a ceaseless cycle of fear-mongering and dehumanization of Palestinians? Because that's the only way that you can justify the incredibly cruel shit that you're doing to the Palestinians. You just have to have you just have to have this stuff constantly pummeled into your goddamn brain until it's just a reality that you take for granted. Okay? And that's where we're at right now with this undocumented migrant crime shit. That's where we're at with the crime panic shit too. How would you go about explaining it to them if they counter the Biden administration lying about the statistics? That is, unfortunately, next level hoggery, okay? The moment that someone starts saying that the government websites of the Department of Homeland Security and the government websites of the Customs and Border Patrol are lying, I don't know what to tell you at that point, because like you just have to ask them, like, do you think the Customs and Border Patrol is good or do you think they're bad? Like, why would they lie at the behest of the Biden administration? And also, were they lying at the behest of the Trump administration when the crime numbers were super low under the Trump administration, if not lower? Like those sites, these are not institutions that Republicans think are bad institutions. They love these institutions, you know? Democrats can barely balance a checkbook. Republicans are too harsh with enforcing police. Wish there was a happy medium. What do you mean Democrats can barely balance a checkbook? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what? Democrats are the only party that's like serious. I hate the balance the checkbook shit already, but the Democrats are the only party who are at least like serious about actually deficit hawking. That is some real fucking boomer shit right there, though. Respect to that one boomer. Yeah, Donald Trump was a real deficit hawk. That's why I want to vote for him. You know, when he fucking unleashed massive permanent taxes for corporations and the mega wealthy in this country.
Especially in the UAW, are extremely excited about this campaign. We're ready to go to work to ensure they get elected because we know, looking at Donald Trump, people like him, no one relates to that. I mean, the man was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Daddy gave him millions to start out, and Daddy bailed him out of, service to this country, and that's been his story in life. He serves no one but himself. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, they've spent their lives serving others, and that's what this election's about, is working class people taking their lives back.
Sean, last time we caught up, we were in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and you've been working to unionize different automobile plants in Tennessee and elsewhere. And you look at the political map, a lot of the political map and some of these emerging battlegrounds in the Deep South and the South overlap with your targets as a labor leader. Is the South a changing place politically? Is labor getting more of a foothold, not just in terms of union efforts, but in terms of political strength?
I think, this all comes down. You go back to our Big Three campaign. 75% of Americans, union or not, supported us in that fight because the issues we're talking about, having a living wage, not a minimum wage, a living wage where you can have one job and make a decent living, having adequate health care, having retirement security, and getting your time back, not having to work 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, or not having to work 2 or 3 jobs just to scrape to get by paycheck to paycheck. That's what matters to American people, whether they live in the South, the North, or East, or West, or wherever they live. And that's why 75% of Americans supported us. And that's why workers are understanding now the reason why they need to organize. And I believe that's what this election's about. When you look at these two candidates, you can't see a more stark contrast. You have working class people on one side with Kamala Harris and Governor Tim Walz, and you have billionaires and people that represent the billionaire interest on the other side, and Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. And so it's a very clear picture for us. And I believe you're going to continue to see a shift over time with where people stand in this country.
You mentioned billionaires a lot in your public remarks here in our conversation as well, but there is a push by the Trump campaign to connect with labor, especially on the issue of immigration, talking about the border, framing that as an economic argument for workers across the country as a reason to go with Republicans. And Republicans hosted the Teamsters at the Republican National Convention. When you are encountering a UAW member who says, and I've met some of them covering the UAW, who says, look, I'm a traditional Democratic voter, but I like what Trump's saying on immigration. That's pushing my vote toward him. What do you say?
Well, I say, first off, Donald Trump is all talk, and that's all he's ever been. He's no action. You look at workers when Donald Trump was president in the UAW, they were left behind. Plants were closing in this country. Workers at Lordstown in Ohio, their plant closed under Donald Trump. He told those workers, don't sell your houses. And then he did nothing to help save that situation. Those workers were sent all over the country to work at other plants. And under Kamala Harris, under Joe Biden, those workers are now returning back to Lordstown because they put a battery plant in that town. So, look, when Trump and them talk about immigration,
Dude, why do so many people keep saying kick video, kick video, kick video in this chat? Like, I said I would get to it if I have time. Obviously, it's not, I don't know why the fuck people are so adamant about it. Like, yeah, dude, I will get to it when I have time. Like, what the fuck? Some other shit is happening in the world right now. And as a fucking political commentator, my job is to cover that shit. Okay? Like, I know. More pedophiles have been uncovered on Kick. I know. Not shocking revelation,
That's how the billionaire class makes their living. They want to keep working class people divided. It's divide and conquer. It's the oldest trick in the book. They want to point a finger at the frustration for working class people in this country and why your life sucks right now. And the reason your life sucks is they want you to blame it on a black person, an LGBTQ plus person, or they want you to blame it on some destitute and desperate person trying to find a better life by crossing the border. And it's a shame, but that's what these people are. They play divide and conquer and hoping that works. But, they think we're stupid. They think working class people are stupid, and we're not. We know this game. We know better than that. And at the end of the day, it's what we bring home every day, why we work. We work to have a decent standard of living and a decent quality of life. And again, I go back to that. That's what this is all about. And Donald Trump doesn't care at all about that. All he cares about is extracting more wealth for him and his billionaire buddies while working class people continue to get left behind.
Sean, final thing here. When I spoke to President Biden last week, he said he's going to work with Governor Shapiro and spend a lot of time in Pennsylvania. That's a battleground. We know union members are important there for a Democrat to win Pennsylvania. So put Pennsylvania to the side. Where else do you believe President Biden should be utilized to make sure labor support is stoked in the coming weeks?
There's a lot of, battleground states we're looking at, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona, Georgia. But, ultimately it's just this. I believe it's just talking about the successes of the Biden-Harris administration and what they've done to bring jobs to America, something Donald Trump didn't do. Donald Trump likes to talk about the auto industry and how he's going to save it. First off, he had an opportunity to save it, and he didn't do a damn thing. So, I just believe that we got to speak truth to what's happened and, talk about inflation, the real cause of inflation.
How much was this guy paid? What do you mean, brother? He was paid by fucking Joe Biden showing up to a goddamn UAW picket in the midst of one of the most important labor organizing events of all in recent American history. Yeah, that's how he was fucking paid.
Inflation, corporate greed, and consumer price gouging, not policy. And and that's what Donald Trump represents. And I just think, when we go to those battleground states, I think that's the winning message, is that working class people, the people have to come first in this country, not the billionaire and corporate class that already are doing.
Oh my God, my goat, my queen, my queen, my queen, my queen, my queen, my queen. I love her. I love her. I love her. I love her. No, that's it. Nancy Pelosi is a perma goat. That's from 4 months ago. Wait, what? Pelosi joins call for Biden to stop transfer U.S. weapons to Israel. That's from 4 months ago. Where's she been? Where's she been for the past 4 months? Nancy, please bring this back up. Nancy, please bring this back up. Nancy, come on. You're the best. Come on, Nancy. Come on, Nancy. Pushes across the finish line. Nancy Pelosi, please. Oh my Lord. Where is it? I saw the Quincy Institute post. Hold on. Nearly 60 Democrats in Congress, including former Speaker Pelosi, are urging the White House to withhold arms from Israel. But just this week, the U.S. agreed to give $23.5 billion in new military aid to Israel. Does VP ask these cries to end America's support for the slaughter in Gaza? Obviously didn't mean much if she hasn't said anything since then. I think people need to put some respect on her name, okay? People need to put some respect on Nancy Pelosi's name. And by people, I mean the chatters in this community that do not respect the GOAT, okay? What? Dr. Disrespect tweet? Vacation is just too good right now. We'll be back soon, though, champs. We have lots to talk about. Yeah. He also deleted the fucking tweet where he admitted to doing pedo shit. So there's that. Anyway, what's up, guys? NBC's back. Biden harbors lingering frustration at Pelosi, Obama, and Schumer. Yeah. Deleted the tweet means it never happened. I know. We'll talk about Dr. Disrespect in a little bit. All right. Let's move on.
It's so funny.
The Harris stuff.
Amy, I think when you were here before, it was July.
Look at how happy they are, by the way. Look at how happy Morning Joe is. Like, they were the last bastion of the Biden dead enders. And look at how excited they are at these poll numbers. What happened, Joe? I thought, maybe I'm wrong, that polls didn't matter. Polls certainly didn't matter when he was trying to make an argument about how polls don't matter because Joe Biden was doing worse in the polls. Fake friends. Now they're laughing. They're farting on Biden. They're laughing on him. Fake friends.
Why? We were probably talking about Joe Biden. The Trump people were talking about how...
What is the audio? Is someone pissing?
They were going to win. They were measuring the curtains, et cetera, et cetera. I think we all said it's only July. Now we can say it's only August. So it's still early. But again, quoting Churchill for the 18th time, at least it's now sort of the end of the beginning. We're about to get into the full swing of the campaign. You've got new numbers from swing states. What are you finding?
Yeah, you're right. This race has been reset, certainly since May, but even since July when President Biden dropped out. Look, back in May, we saw Biden trailing.
The DNC have been firebombing my home in Palestine every time I vote for them. Switch to Republican, not because I think they will do better, but because I don't want to reward DNC bullshit. Tim Walz's going to level my entire neighborhood. At least with Trump, we get funny clips. Bro, that is an insane bargain, dude. Like, good luck with that, man, my man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. No, I get wanting to punish the Democratic Party, and you should definitely be very outspoken about that. You should even turn around and say that you're not only not voting for the Democratic Party, but the Republican Party as well, when you're communicating your desires for the Democratic Party to change their trajectory on this. Okay? But if you think for a moment that like Donald Trump's going to be better for Gaza, dude, if you ask me to check your chat log one more fucking time, I'm going to tell you right now, I am putting you on a Boeing spaceship to the International Space Station where your 8-day trip is going to turn into an 8-month trip. Do you understand me? You are becoming a fucking astronaut. Take a week off. Literally has not. That chatter has been trying to get me to watch a Majority Report clip and has not stopped. I know. I see it. He ats me every fucking time. Okay? I see it. If I don't fucking check your logs, that means I saw it and I moved on. Okay? I saw it and I moved on. You should too.
In all of the swing states, or at best tied. Right now, Harris is either leading or tied with Trump in those swing states.
What's up?
There's one state, Nevada, which she's still trailing in. But overall, if you look at those 7 swing states, Harris is up, again, within the margin, but up 48-47. Biden was down by 3 points. So it's a reset. What's, to me, the most remarkable piece of this poll, and it's what we've been seeing in surveys now that have been coming out in the last week or so, is how little she has been burdened, shall we say, by her association with the administration. She's the sitting vice president, and yet 59% of voters in these.
Listen, I've been saying this, and I'm glad that it's getting picked up. It's getting picked up on Twitter. Reverse 2016 is a theory like gravity's a theory. I'm so glad that other people are also noticing this. Okay, it's good. It's good. I'm glad that other people are also picking this shit up. Reverse 2016, baby. Hillary gonna snatch that presidency, so watch out. She's a girl gone wild. Year of Hasanabi vindication. Oh yeah. What's the reverse 2016 theory? The reverse 2016 theory is one that I've been slushing around in my mind for quite some time. First, I said it was actually just like 2016, where Biden, who is like deeply unpopular, was refusing to drop out of the race despite obvious calls for it, in the same way that Hillary Clinton is, and that it was going to be a potential victory for Donald Trump, just like in 2016. Okay. Having said that, however, since the swap out happened with Kamala Harris becoming the leader on the ticket and Tim Walz, the momentum has swung wildly in the other direction, where now Donald Trump is operating like Hillary Clinton against Kamala Harris, that is not operating like Hillary Clinton, but I would dare I say even almost Trumpian ways. Here's what they posted. Look at this fucking cringe ass nonsense.
Well, you can tell by the way I use my walk. I'm a woman, no time to talk. Music loud, women walk, being kicked around since I was born. Never talk.
He posted this. This is what he posted on his True Social, bro. He is so cooked. Anyway, I can't even fucking play it. Elon posted it. We won. Haters will say this is AI. 800,000 likes. Oh my God. Shoot me into the fucking sun on a rocket ship. Oh my God. Oh my God. 800,000 likes for this. Oh my fucking Lord, dude. People are so stupid. The boomer base is eating that up. I promise you. It's gotta be botted. It's gotta be. I hope. It's so incredibly fucking cringe. It was cringe when Hillary Clinton did it. It was cringe when other celebrities did it in the 2016 in the 2016 cycle, and it is still very much cringe when the Trump administration is doing it. Ugh. What? Shots at Barron? I literally saw Barron slap the fuck out of his nanny in Central Park after school. Wait, really? Anyway, let's get back to this.
These swing states think that she is basically the change candidate. She's turning the page from Trump and Biden. She is a generational change, obviously, but they believe that too. And even though Trump is ahead on issues like immigration and the economy, on inflation, obviously the number one issue for so many voters, she's only trailing Trump by 6 points. I think if Biden were in, Biden were in this race, it would be a much bigger margin.
Amy, when you were here last with those polls that showed so much of this race had swung toward Donald Trump, there was, as you know, among Democrats,
Big slime emoji. Trump isn't cringe. Stop talking crazy. If I was talking crazy right now, I'd be telling you there is no 3-minute ad break coming for you at the top of the hour. But I'm talking sane, okay? Because at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, then all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $6 or for free with Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Sense of almost resignation midsummer of the debate was a disaster. Joe Biden, we love the guy, but he's too old. I'm not going to go vote for Donald Trump, but I think I'm sitting this one out. Is that what this is about?
I think that's exactly what we're seeing, is those voters who were parking themselves in I'm going to vote for RFK Jr. maybe, or I'm undecided, have now all come back to Democrats. What's interesting, too, is RFK Jr. now is more of a problem for Trump than he is for Harris. Again, many of her voters now coming back to her, but the RFK voter is just by profile is somebody who should be or would be more would be more interested in voting for Donald Trump.
So, Amy, is it over?
Can you explain why RFK Jr. is a bad choice? No, I'm done. I'm done explaining it. I've explained it far too many times. Okay? Like, if I'm going to vote for RFK, I'm going to vote Democrat. Like, why the fuck would I vote for a Democrat who is just as pro-Israel as the rest of the Democratic Party is, but then also is, like, anti-medicine? No, man. I'm good on that. Like, my major issue isn't just, like, it's not even just vaccines. It's just medication in general. Okay? My major issue with the Democratic Party is not that, like, I want a guy who is basically a regular ass Democrat with, like, 2 exceptions. Okay? Medication, medicine, anti-medicine.
Stating it to indicate that the movement of voters back toward the vice president who are sitting on the fence or just not thinking about things. Is it a combination of relief and gratitude among voters? Gratitude toward the president for withdrawing, and relief that, as you point out, a sitting vice president of the United States is now someone new?
She's new. And I do think, I do wonder if she weren't a woman, if this weren't as historic as it is, if you would have that level of movement and intensity. Because she literally is, even if you don't know much about.
No, it's just because she's not Joe Biden. That's it. That's the only thing she's not that has been the most helpful thing. Okay? That's it.
Politics. You're not following this day to day. You've been hearing and seeing from 2 older white guys for a long time.
She is just not Joe Biden. She is not a carcass. The people do not have a problem with the Democratic Party's platform. That's why a generic Democrat, according to the New York Times poll that I keep reiterating over and over again, a couple months ago showed a generic Democrat winning 25 points, like a generic Democrat up 25 points over Joe Biden. Okay? Kamala Harris is simply not a carcass. That's it. It's not because she's a woman. It's not because she's a black woman. It's not because she's a black Indian woman. None of that matters all that much in the grand scheme of things, especially for the Democratic Party voters. It's because she's a generic Democrat who is much younger.
Long time now, and being very uninspired by it. And then all of a sudden, here comes this woman who doesn't look or act or sound like anything you've seen before in politics, and suddenly it's like, I'm gonna listen in. So she's getting a benefit of the doubt that
this is just delusion overall. It's not like Kamala Harris is like a uniquely charismatic figure. As a matter of fact, all the coconut memes come from, or like the wheels on the bus, or all the laughing memes literally come from the fact that she's kind of goofy and not super charismatic. It's okay. You don't have to be, okay? Especially when people are geared towards voting for the not a carcass vote, okay? That's it. Like, this is just delusional, in my opinion.
Is quite remarkable for a sitting vice president.
So, Jamar, what we're seeing here are trends that it's not that Donald Trump is losing support, but rather that Kamala Harris has gained support, reconsolidating, as Amy just said. And I think it's particularly of note as you talk to Democrats, how they feel younger voters coming home. And certainly.
Serious question, why do you watch random MSM pundits? I tune in here so I can avoid them. How about you avoid the top of the hour ad break, which I ran already? Okay? I watch mainstream media pundits so that I can do commentary over it.
Voters of color. And that's just a coalition that she has to build, particularly in the suburbs and the big cities in these battleground states.
Yeah, it feels like folks coming home rather than her moving undecided voters to the Democratic column. And there's obviously a huge difference. Now, in an era of polarization, getting Democrats to come home, getting them motivated is crucial because mobilization matters. I don't think it matters as much as persuasion, but mobilization matters a lot. The key for her is going to be the next phase, which is persuasion, which is moving undecided voters to the Democratic column.
down. Those numbers you guys flashed on the screen for the VP are positive vis-a-vis where Biden was, but they're still challenging for a Democratic candidate for president. Look, it's not ideal to be losing narrowly in Nevada and to basically be tied in Pennsylvania right now, because if you lose those two states, the path to the White House gets really complicated for a Democrat. But obviously, this is a lot better than where they were a few months ago. And also, guys, it's important to point out what she's also done. She stabilized down ballot. Because speaking of Democrats coming home, there were so many House and Senate Democratic candidates who were worried that they were now toast because Biden was so weak on top of the ticket. At the very least now, she's helped stabilize candidates who were looking for volunteers, who were looking for support, looking for contributions, and all that was drying up over the summer. Now, at least, I think a lot of folks down ballot feel better about their chances.
Yeah. In a race like this, a rising tide really does lift all boats. Democrats don't like
Y'all didn't want this, Joe. Joe, you hated that, Joe. You were advocating against it, Joe. You kept saying these people are crazy, Joe. The fuck happened? The fuck happened? You didn't put respect on Nancy Pelosi's name. That's what fucking happened.
But it really does, and it's exactly what's happening here. Donnie,
yeah, these guys are the worst instincts, bro. They were also on Team Shapiro as well. Like they just lucked into so many sequential W's from the Democratic Party, responding to pressure in a way that they never have. There's also one other W that I got to give to Joe Biden. New conversations coming out from the chaos and confusion that was happening has basically, one, vindicated AOC about the chaos and the confusion behind the scenes that she was warning about, and two, kind of gave Joe a little bit of a W. It turns out that Joe Biden's dropping and also simultaneous endorsement of Kamala Harris came as a bit of a shock, because it seems like Nancy Pelosi was actually interested in doing the thing that I thought was very devastating, an open primary. I think that was Joe's last, like, fuck you, but it actually worked in favor for the Democratic Party and its chances come November. As I said before, it would have been it would have been great for content. I'm going to the DNC regardless, right? It would have been great for content, but it would have been horrible for the Democratic Party if they were doing an open primary right now, like coming up to an open primary, people fucking petitioning, trying to put their name out there. It would have been a tornado. Loki AOC was very right. I did not think so at the time. AOC was the one who said that was what was going on behind closed doors. It made me think that maybe she's lying to save face a little bit because of how unimaginably insane that is in terms of like how Democrats still could not see how much chaos that would create. Imagine a Walz ticket, brother. There is no world where first of all, Tim Walz is great. You should thank Kamala Harris for that. Okay, you should thank Nancy Pelosi for that as well, but you should thank Kamala Harris for that. Walz never had fucking presidential ambitions. What are we talking about? It would have been Gavin Newsom, okay? It would have been Gavin Newsom going up against like all these other like random fucking Democrats, with Nancy Pelosi most likely pushing for Gavin Newsom, Josh Shapiro as well, potentially. So the reality is that the party would have been in utter panic. A lot more people would pay attention, but it would have looked so chaotic and so disordered. Why are we assuming AOC calling out the machinations against Kamala didn't help corner donors into jumping on board following Biden's baton pass? Yeah, this was luck after luck after luck. One thing it wasn't was true party competence, it seems. I don't know why Nancy Pelosi personally also openly revealed that she was open for an open primary. I said open like 8 times, but it would have been a horrible, horrible idea.
I was saying that the evidence that young voters were coming home to Democrats was anecdotal before. Now we see the numbers that is happening. I suspect it will continue to happen. But, you know, that was Joe Biden's biggest challenge. As has been pointed out here, it's not that Donald Trump is losing voters. It's that Kamala Harris is picking up voters that were staying away, but younger voters coming home, people of color voters coming home, women, more women moving to Kamala Harris in her direction. I think especially important, though, even though they don't vote as much as older voters, younger voters, the energy that is now behind Kamala Harris is just so striking. And I say that mainly anecdotally, but there's so many younger voters that were going to sit it out or just had no connection to Joe Biden that now want to volunteer, that want to go to rallies, that want to make phone calls. It's pretty striking, just the difference a month makes.
Two words, and you guys have talked about it: hope and change. If you look back the last 30 years, when the Democrats have had that enthusiasm, that kind of wave that we're feeling with Bill Clinton. I worked on Bill Clinton's campaign in 1992, did advertising, and of course with Barack Obama, you had that hope and change. Hillary Clinton, you couldn't.
That high-pitched noise that you hear is a staple for Morning Joe, because the average age of Morning Joe watchers are like 86. No one fucking hears it. It's so goddamn annoying. Every clip I watch from them has that high-pitched noise in the background. I try to not bring it up because now you're going to hear it too and not be able to unhear it. But that is the reason, because most people that watch Morning Joe are not in this community. They're 85 years old. So obviously they don't hear the high pitch. It's really goddamn annoying, though.
Didn't sell that, and she lost. Joe Biden, he won, he squeaked it out, but there wasn't that enthusiasm. Why? Because you couldn't sell hope and change. When you have that, you're almost unbeatable. That's kind of what you mentioned. Every constituency, young people, people of color, they want hope, they want change. Pretty much everybody wants that. Even if you're happy in your life, you say hope. You want more hope? Yeah. You want more change? Yeah. So that's the thing. That's the wave that's happening, and that's what the Cook Report is saying. That's what all the anecdotal things are saying. So when you have that, as I said, those magical two words, and Donald Trump can stand on his head. There's one thing he can't give you is change, and he certainly can't give you hope. He's going in the opposite direction. So once again, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, Kamala Harris, hope and change.
And the word you keep hearing at these rallies is joy. People are happy to be there. They're enthusiastic. And contrast that with Donald Trump on X for 2 hours, with Elon Musk just laying out his grievances. A very different picture there. A number inside your report, Amy, that will hearten the Harris campaign is this independent number, which 3 months ago, Donald Trump, in your analysis, +3, now Harris +8. That's a huge number.
It is a big movement, and it's a lot of independent women that are coming over and right now supporting Harris. I think, to Jonathan's point, when you look at who those undecided voters are, or people who are.
Kamala's malleability as a politician is her best trait. I think it is not the worst thing in this situation. It's just entirely dependent on how she moves going forward, like I said. And they're basically, I think, in a holding pattern in terms of her policies. They're like doing a slow drip release of the policies. They obviously can't avoid it once the DNC comes around. But like, part of that is because when you have no policies, when you don't have the white paper out, they're not going to be able to attack them and be like, this is a devastatingly bad idea, whatever. It's like reverse Project 2025, right? Like, Republicans are not able to tackle any of the ideas because she's currently just riding the momentum wave. I would like to also see her policies. Some of the stuff that they've mentioned so far are pretty good, pretty progressive. The Tim Walz pick basically locks her into more radical, quote unquote, radical progressive policies in general. We'll see.
Are still saying maybe I'll vote third party. They are very cross-pressured on the following. They feel very anxious about the economy. They do feel like inflation is getting worse at a higher level than the overall electorate. They don't like Donald Trump personally. I mean, I feel like we're just we've been rerunning this same playbook now for a long time of voters who say, well, I mean, I kind of liked his policies when he was president. Oh, I don't really like how he acts. And so those voters, how Harris talks to those voters, how she's able to, as Jonathan pointed out, persuade them that she's going to be able to deliver for them. And more important, if Trump can stay on the message about the economy, But again, I feel like we had this conversation over and over again. If only he would stick to a message on the thing that he's actually winning on.
Yeah, that's a lot of people inside the campaign and the Republican Party
It gets worse every time Joe speaks. Oh my God.
would like him to do the same thing.
I think it's because they just don't want anyone under the age of like 80 to hear what he has to say.
He's not. Jay Mort, I want to underline something that you said. I think it's so important for people watching. Yes, these numbers have shifted. Where we are right now, though, if you look at all these numbers, kind of where we were a month ago as far as this race being close. This is still tied. This race is tied right now. Now, it's tied with a slight lean to Harris. A month ago, it was tied and with a slight lean, except in Nevada and North.
Wait a minute. I thought those polls were insignificant, inconsequential, irrelevant, utterly irrelevant. Joe, I've been tuning into your goddamn broadcast every fucking day for the past couple of months, Joe. I've heard you personally say on numerous occasions that those polls are just inconsequential. It's hokum. No one should read into them at all. It's a conspiracy to dethrone the GOAT, your GOAT.
North Carolina, if you look at those numbers.
Joe Fraud Burrow.
With a slight lean and all the states that really make a huge difference. It was, so it's Harris +2. Now in Arizona, it was Trump +1. Tied in Georgia, it was Trump +3. You go down this list, everything except for Nevada and North Carolina, those are all within the margin of error. This race is tied.
Yeah, Joe, we're in an era of political trench warfare. This is World War I in American politics. Amy mentioned the same conversation that we've all been having for 9 years. Well, yeah, because we're a 51-49 country and Democrats have an advantage. But obviously we have an electoral college, not a popular vote. So it's a toss-up country, and it has been now for the last 3 presidential elections. But Joe, 2 things. First of all, if you look at Georgia and North Carolina in that graphic you just showed, this is important to focus on, too. And it does show the possibility that Kamala Harris could galvanize black voters in a way that we haven't seen since 2012 in American politics. Look at that number there where she obviously has moved numbers in Georgia and North Carolina, both states with significant black populations. Boy, if she can win Georgia and North Carolina, that really, really changes the equation, because obviously it creates less pressure on her to carry all 3 of those states in the Great Lakes.
We do have Donald
Trump. It was Iran fire comments after leaving voting location.
Trump speaking right now. Let's listen on Live Now.
We just had a poll that shows we're doing very well, and we have an interesting.
Here we got a couple different things. Okay, when he left, Trump speaks after casting ballot in the Florida primary. They had a couple moments here. One of them was really cool. He said, where they asked him about the Harris AI crowd shit.
And you said Harris's crowd sizes were AI and that there weren't people there. There's all kinds of video evidence and people who were there who have proven that false. Can you tell us about why you made that claim?
Well, I can't say what was there, who was there. I can only tell you about ours. We have the biggest crowds ever in the history of politics. We have crowds that nobody's ever seen before, and we continue to have that. We have a level of enthusiasm that nobody's seen before. They want to make America great again. That's what's happening. We're going to make it great again. Right now, we have a failing nation. We're in a failing nation.
Bro, he sounds like AI. If my eyes were closed and I heard this, I'd be like, that's AI Trump. That's not real Trump.
And become in many ways a third world nation. And we're not going to let that happen. Thank you.
Bro's never answered a serious question straight. Also, here's some interesting news. Arizona court, fetus can be referred to as unborn human being in an abortion measure voter pamphlet. Arizona voters will decide in November whether to add the right to an abortion to the state constitution, which obviously is a big deal for any state, not Florida, because this is in the Florida ballot as well, except it will not have any sort of, it will not have a single, like even a little bit of positive benefits for the Democratic Party, because Florida is the most fucked state on the planet, where they routinely vote for some of the most progressive ballot measures and then go and vote for like reincarnated Hitler on a regular basis. So That's not going to really move the needle in Florida, but it will move the needle in places like Arizona. Also, speaking of people being unhinged, more JD Vance audio has resurfaced. New Vance audio in an interview from 2020. JD Vance agrees with a podcast host who says having grandmothers help raise children is the whole purpose of the post-menopausal female.
And you can sort of see the effect it has on him to be around them. Like, they spoil him. There's sort of all the classic stuff that grandparents do to grandchildren. But it makes him a much better human being to have exposure to his grandparents.
Well, I don't know.
And the evidence on this, by the way, is like super clear.
That's the whole purpose of the postmenopausal
Yes.
female in theory. Did your in-laws, and particularly your mother...
Bro, too much internet, man. Too much internet. Too much fucking internet. That's it. You're doing it. You're doing too much internet. He did it. He went on these fucking random loser podcasts and he talked about postmenopausal females. How the fuck did the Trump camp not look at this immediately after Donald Trump Jr. was the one who said we should have JD Vance? That's the first thing I would have done. Oh, my fucking loser son, who's really invested in memes, is telling me that this is a good pick. Let me go search like any podcast appearances that he's made, because I know he's made podcast appearances because my dumbass son loves making podcast appearances because he's a fucking loser. And so is JD Vance, the exact same kind of fucking loser.
in-law show up in some huge way?
She lived with us for a year.
Right.
So,
So I didn't know the answer to that.
Right. No,
Because
Like, he can't talk about something so normal, right? Like, he has personal experiences with being raised by his grandparents. This is something that we know about his background. He could just be normal about it and be like, I was very fortunate that my grandmother and my grandfather was in my life. I loved coming from a large family like that. You know, I saw the benefits of that. No, he has to fucking say, like, postmenopausal females have a natural predisposition to take care of the children of the family. It's like, dude, you're so fucking weird. Why? Like, it blows my mind that he mathematically figures out the grossest way to talk about shit in a way that, like, is both parts nerdy and part, like, dehumanizing of, like, normal people, that, like, nobody in Ohio that hears this is gonna go, yeah, that's my guy. Okay.
So that's this weird unadvertised feature of marrying an Indian woman.
No, it's in some ways the most transgressive thing I've.
What?
Huge way.
She lived with
her in-law. Did your in-laws, and particularly your mother-in-law, show up in some huge way?
She lived with us for a year.
Right.
So, you know.
So I didn't know the answer to that.
Right. No,
because that's this weird unadvertised feature of marrying an Indian woman.
No, it's in some.
Bro, these dudes need lobotomies to be normal. I swear to God. Like, the words that you're using could not be grosser. Okay? I don't know. They just can't help themselves. I think it's just like a charisma problem. You know what I mean? It's just a charisma problem. He could just be like, bro, I married into an Indian family. They really love family values. Okay? My mother-in-law is like very invested in my life. Okay? But no, he has to do it with Eric Weinstein, who just has to be a weird fucking racist loser about it. You know what I mean? Like,
in some ways the most transgressive thing I've ever done against sort of the hyper neoliberal approach to work and family. My wife had this baby 7 weeks before she started the clerkship. He was still not sleeping any more than an hour.
Are you even listening to what he's saying? Yes, I am. And I'm also filtering it to make it appear normal, because what he's saying, both of those things that he just mentioned, both the podcast host and JD Vance, both of what they said is not that weird to say. Like, the actual statement of, like, grandparents taking care of your children is actually not a bad thing. It's actually a really good thing, is a perfectly normal thing to say. Okay? Postmenopausal females have a natural predisposition towards taking care of the born child is an insanely weird way to say it. Okay? And the on the other side, the podcast host being like, well, this is an unadvertised feature of the Indian race, is also fucking insane. Like, what? Why? Like, what? Why can't these guys just talk normal? And whenever he tries to talk normal, he keeps saying, mama, mama, my mama, my mama. And it's like, bro, that's also weird. Like you're not, like, I want to shake him and be like, be fucking normal, dumbass. What's wrong with you? Yeah, I come from Nepal and it made sense, but every chatter was shitting on it, so I just didn't say anything in chat. No, like, it's not a weird thing to say in general. It's just how he's saying it is fucking weird, okay? Do you understand what I mean? Like, he could just be like, listen, I'm a fucking white boy from Ohio. I had no idea what, like, Indian families were like. You know what I mean? I had no fucking idea that my, like, Indian mother-in-law was going to be so, like, all over the child raising process. Like, it's awesome. It's great. You know? It's wonderful. Like, my wife's family cares a lot about, you know, being a part of my kid's life. It's the absolute worst way. It's the absolute worst way to say, like, a relatively normal thing, okay? Because you just automatically hit it from, like, the weird scientific breeder fetish angle.
The clerkship, still not sleeping, work and family. My wife had this baby 7 weeks before she started the clerkship. Still not sleeping any more than an hour and a half in a given interval. And her mom just took a sabbatical. She's a biology professor in California.
Yeah, describing your wife as having features like she's the new iPhone. It's just, you just hear what you want to hear in general. You have a clear disposition. Yeah, I do. I actually yell at fucking chatters all the time for being weird too. I don't know if you know this. There's plenty of fucking leftists in this community that are objectively not normal, and I yell at them all the time, and they almost always turn around and fucking double down on the weirdness and be like, I'm not normal. It's not normal. I'm not going to be normal. Shut the fuck up. You're being ableist or whatever the fuck. And then I ban them. Okay? So no, this is a equal opportunity smoke moment.
Just took a sabbatical for a year and came and lived with us and took care of our kid for a year.
Okay, so
and it was just one of these things where it's like, this is what you do.
So a biology professor, PhD,
yes,
drops what they're doing,
yeah,
to immediately tend to the needs of a new mother with her infant.
Painfully economically inefficient. Right?
Can I just propose?
Like why didn't she just keep her job, give us part of the wages to pay somebody else to do it, right? Because that is the thing that the hyper liberalized economics wants you to do. The economic logic of always prioritizing paid wage labor over other forms of contributing to a society is to me, it's actually a consequence of a sort of fundamental liberalism that is ultimately going to unwind and collapse upon itself. I think it's the abandonment of a sort of Aristotelian.
This is such a white conversation. It's like when your chatters ask you why you live with your parents. I know, but it's like I get what he's trying to say. Okay, I get what he's trying to say. Once again, what he's trying to say is actually sound. Okay, what he's trying to say is that capitalism causes people to operate in a way that is not beneficial. It makes people alienate from one another, not only just alienate from their labor, but alienate from one another, and it destroys the family unit. It is not, everyone is constantly talking about productive labor. Everyone is constantly focused on productive labor. Everyone is constantly focused on like what their contribution to the economy would look like. And that creates this vacuum where women that want to have children, women that want to actually take care of their children, it causes them to move away from doing things like that. Okay, that's what he is basically trying to fucking say. But he's doing a really bad job at saying those things. He doesn't believe it's capitalism. He won't say all that. All he does is uses liberalism as a scapegoat to point fingers at the left. Yeah, because he's also like a Silicon Valley tech loser. Of course he's not going to say it's capitalism.
Virtue politics for a hyper market-oriented way of thinking about what's good and what's desirable. If people are paying for it and it contributes to GDP and it makes the economic consumption numbers rise, then it's good, and if it doesn't, it's bad. I think that entire sort of, to me, that's sort of the root of our political problem.
In an interview from
you
2020,
can sort of
JD Vance agrees with the podcast host who says having grandmothers help raise children is the whole purpose of postmenopausal female. He also agrees with the host grandparents helping raise children is a weird, unadvertised feature of marrying an Indian woman. That's awesome. What is this? Why were you hiding the true Ludwig from us? What does this even mean? I think there's a tendency for a lot of these guys who want to sound super smart to like hyper intellectualize certain subjects, and it comes across as like boring and dare I say sociopathic. It might come across as like super intelligent to like people who are desperate for some kind of pseudo intellectual drivel, right? But like when you're running for president, all of a sudden, no, don't say Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro has his moments like that. But I don't think Ben Shapiro would talk about fucking like postmenopausal females, okay? For all of his faults, Ben Shapiro at least like is still a better room reader than JD Vance is. Okay? You give Ben too much credit. Like, look, I think Ben Shapiro is a bad person, okay? But I think Ben Shapiro also legitimately loves his family. Okay? Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm crazy for saying that. But I've never gotten the attitude, like, I don't think I could see Ben Shapiro being like, my stupid son or daughter asked me about Pokemon and I told him to shut the fuck up for a second. Like, that's like a very specific type of person. I don't think Ben Shapiro would say that. Okay? Why are you so racially motivated when you talk? What the fuck are you saying?
A couple of months ahead of us. I'm going to North Carolina right now. We're going to speak on the economy. It's basically a speech on what
Matt Walsh would say that, though. Yes, the old women thing is something Matt Walsh would say. Yes, you are abso-fucking-lutely right. Matt Walsh would 100% say some shit like that, some weird ass shit like that. Okay? Yes.
what's going on with our economy. It's gone very bad under this group of people with inflation, with the economy itself, and so many other things. The other thing we're going to talk a little bit on is crime. If you look at the migrant crime in New York, it's been out of control, and it is everywhere, as I predicted a long time ago. And we'll be talking a little bit about crime and all of the people that have come into our country illegally, millions and millions. I think it's close to 20 million, maybe it's more than 20 million. And they shouldn't have been allowed to come here. It's causing a tremendous problem. It's causing death. And just it's been a horror show. Nobody's seen anything like it. And it's only going to get worse. They should not have allowed this to happen to our country. With that being said, I'm leaving for right now North Carolina. Do you have a question?
Yes, sir. What has the FBI told you about the hack on your campaign?
Well, they're looking at it, and they're doing it very professionally, and it looks like it's Iran doing it, because Iran is no friend of mine, and, you know, a lot of bad signals get sent. But it looks like it's Iran doing it, and the reason is because I was strong on Iran, and I was protecting people in the Middle East that maybe they aren't so happy about that. So that's what it seems to be, Iran.
Is that what the FBI told you specifically, that it was Iran?
I don't want to say exactly, but it was Iran.
And you said Harris's crowd sizes were AI and that there weren't people there. There's all kinds of video evidence and people who were there who have proven that false. Can you tell us about why you made that claim?
Well, I can't say what was there, who was there. I can only tell you about ours. We have the biggest crowds ever in the history of politics. We have crowds that nobody's ever seen before, and we continue to have that. We have a level of enthusiasm that nobody's seen before. They want to make America great again. That's what's happening. We're going to make it great again. Right now, we have a failing nation. We're in a failing nation, and become in many ways a third world nation, and we're not going to let that happen. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
All right, Donald Trump speaking as he participates in early voting in Florida ahead of him leaving for North Carolina. Again, that rally happening at 4 p.m. Eastern right here on Live Now from Fox. We're also keeping an eye out in Michigan where J.D. Vance will be.
You all understand that you have an obligation to record what you think is true and say what you think is true. But we've kind of divided into.
I just want to say once again that I was right and I was always right and I will never be wrong. Oh my fucking God. Fox has Trump +1 in the head-to-head nationwide. That is his best poll result in a while. But here's some other information that came out from it. Walz is the only candidate with a net positive rating as 41% view him favorably and 39% unfavorably. while 16% say they've never heard of him. Vance is underwater by 13 points, and 9% are unfamiliar with him. Twice as many Republicans have a negative view of Vance than Democrats have of Walz. Just saying. What a fucking solid pick that was, huh? Now remember all the people that were like, no. It's got to be Shapiro. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. I need to know who Trump's makeup artist is, that they can get him under the wig. I don't know. That's a random thing to care about. My food is almost here, chat. I'm just getting ready. Anyway, let's continue. I'm looking for a job, Biden jokes with influencers of the White House conference. Yeah, he is.
Competing camps is. Now I know I only look like I'm 40. You can smile. Okay. But I've been around a long time, and it's never been this bad before. I don't mean the press. I mean the way we treat each other in politics. And it's literally getting incredibly difficult to count the number of lies people hear. They don't know what to believe. They don't know what to count on. But you break through. You break through in ways that I think are going to change the entire dynamic of the way in which we communicate. And that's why I invited you to the White House. Because
why the fuck wasn't I invited, bro? I'm a goddamn influencer. I cover fucking politics. How come I wasn't invited? Who was invited to this? I mean, I don't think I would go, but still. What the hell is this about? The future is now? Oh, that would be so sick. Yeah, they brought up Brooklyn Dad Defiant. Is he literally talking to random YouTube, Twitch, and TikTokers right now? That's kind of cool. Yeah, I don't know. You wouldn't go to the White House if invited? Fucking cap. It depends. People have brought it up before. People have brought that up before, and I would much rather talk to like Sean Fain or someone from the NLRB than someone like Joseph Robin and Brandon. Bro, you were? Check your email. Shut up.
I'm looking for a job.
Thanks for watching. Stay.
Got a lot more to get to, including a new look at the state of the nation's economy. Key data on inflation was just released this morning, and it was better than expected, showing a slight cooling in the month of July. Here to break down the numbers and what it means for your money, NBC's senior business correspondent, Christine Romans. Hey, Christine, morning.
Annual inflation of 2.9%. That is the coolest in 3 years. And when you strip out volatile food and energy, also the coolest, the lowest inflation reading in about 3 years. This is good news. It shows you in food categories, about half the food categories actually fell from June to July. Half of them went up a little bit, but overall, you're seeing that price pain of a couple of years ago has certainly faded. And that could allow the Fed, the Federal Reserve, to go ahead and start cutting interest rates later this fall. That would be a real sea change for American family finances. Those lower interest rates would mean lower borrowing costs for a mortgage, for a new home, on credit card debt. So we're entering kind of a new period of the inflation fight. After 3 years of price pain, you're starting to see some relief here, 2.9%. When you look inside some of these categories, energy prices basically moving sideways, food at home prices moving sideways. You can also see what we've been calling the summer of value in these numbers. A lot of companies have been cutting their prices on food to try to get you to come back, and it looks like it worked. You can see those in these numbers. So again, a cool inflation reading allows the Fed maybe to start cutting rates soon, guys.
Thank you, Christine.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every weekday at 11 a.m.
I want to bring in MSNBC.
Harris's future economic policies need enough meat on the bones for voters before the DNC, says Tim Miller.
The political analyst Tim Miller, who's worked on Jeb Bush's 2016 campaign and hosts the Bulwark podcast, and Robbie Mook, Hillary Clinton's former campaign manager and currently president of the House Majority PAC. Robbie, how tricky will it be for Vice President Harris to remain part of this administration and appear with the president and then try to split with him and his policies literally the next day?
Well, I don't think it's quite as black and white as that. I mean, she is her own person. She worked with the president, but she has her own plan for the future. And I think at the end of the day, the contest in this race is about which candidate has a plan for the future, which candidate do voters feel can bring us into a better future. And the problem that Donald Trump has had all along is he has a pretty icky past. His time in the White House was full of instability, recklessness, We all remember him talking about drinking bleach to cure COVID. And so Harris has this incredible opportunity to have all the advantages of incumbency, right? She walked into a campaign with a big bank account, staff, people out in states, all the things ready to go. But I think the voters are willing to hear her out and let her chart her own course. And that's both an opportunity, but it's also a challenge. She's got to go get that done. I think the time to do that is running out, but this is the perfect time to unveil those policies as she goes into the convention.
Tim, I want to read for you part of what the New York Times said today about Vice President Harris's plan going forward. The Times reports she will lay out an approach relatively light on details. It will shift emphasis from Mr. Biden's focus on job creation and made in America manufacturing and toward efforts to rein in the cost of living. But it will rarely break from Mr. Biden on substance. That strategy reflects the advice economic aides have given Ms. Harris to be clear and bold in talking about the economy, but not overly specific. Tim, what do you make of that strategy? And is this the kind of plan you think she can ride for another 12 weeks?
It's only 12 weeks, right? And so I do think that's an opportunity for her.
Tim shouted you out the other day, said people should suggest someone like you to their brain-broken incel friends or family falling down the right-wing hysteria path. Wait, really? Not Tim Pool. He's talking about
her, in addition to being a challenge, right? There's fewer time for, having to deal with having different challengers. Had she gone through a primary, other Democratic challengers trying to poke holes in plans, et cetera. I think a lot of times Democrats traditionally have gotten a little too bogged down in plans and white papers, and Republican campaigns have been a little bit better about being breezier on details and focusing on thematics. Whether that's right or wrong, it is something that tends to help in a campaign setting. And so I think that she can. I think that the challenge, just listen to Robbie talk, is she's got to talk about the future. There has to be enough meat on the bones for what is the plan for the future? How are we going to reduce costs, either at the grocery store, in housing? I noticed in her first ad, she mentioned reducing housing costs, which I think is really smart. That's an issue that a lot of people are dealing with right now. And then Donald Trump on the other side, he's going to wants her to carry all the baggage that was keeping Biden's numbers down on this. And so I think that will be the push and pull between the campaigns, with her talking about how she's not going back and Trump doing his best in between his weird tangents to try to, make her carry the Biden baggage on economic issues, particularly inflation.
Guys, stay with me. NBC's Dasha Burns is joining us in Asheville, North Carolina, the site of Trump's afternoon rally. And so, Dasha, what's Trump going to say today? What's his economic message to the country?
Well, look, Anna, you could see his visit to a state like North Carolina as playing a bit of defense, given this has been a Republican stronghold for the last few elections. He won here in both 2016 and in 2020. But as Harris is trying to open the aperture, widen the map for Democrats in states like North Carolina, in states like Georgia, that were seen as kind of out of play for Democrats when President Biden was at the top of the ticket, the Trump campaign will say they're not taking any states.
The fuck?
In states like Georgia that were seen as kind of out of play for Democrats, but last few as. Well, look, Anna, you could see his visit to a state like North Carolina as playing a bit of defense, given this has been a Republican stronghold for the last few elections. He won here in both 2016 and in 2020. But as Harris is trying to open the aperture, widen the map for Democrats in states like North Carolina, in states like Georgia that were seen as kind of out of play for Democrats when President Biden was at the top of the ticket, the Trump.
It was the video. The fuck was that?
Campaign will say they're not taking any states, any votes for granted, and he's here to deliver a message on the economy. This is a state that has had a Republican legislature as well, mostly Republican-held positions across the state, with the exception of Governor Roy Cooper, who is a Democrat. But the Trump campaign will say, look, a lot of businesses in North Carolina are booming in places like Raleigh and places like Charlotte, and he will say that that is a result of Republican policies. He knows that right now, for now, he's still polling better than Democrats, than Harris, than certainly better than Biden on the economy. Harris trying to chip away at that, but he's going to try to deliver that message and contrast what he could do on the economy versus his opponent. The question is, this is what the campaign wants him to do, what he theoretically wants to do, but what the plan is for the message today and what the actual execution looks like with former President Trump, you never know how aligned those will be. Just this morning, he was asked about some of the talking points lately that his campaign is not so thrilled about, him questioning the size of Kamala Harris's crowds, for example, other conspiracies around a coup of President Biden. Take a listen to what he said as he was voting early in West Palm Beach this morning.
We have the biggest crowds ever in the history of politics. We have crowds that nobody's ever seen before, and we continue to have that. We have a level of enthusiasm that nobody's seen before. They want to make America great again. That's what's happening. We're going to make it great again. Right now, we have a failing nation. We're in a failing nation and become in many ways a third world nation, and we're not going to let that happen.
And Anna, you've heard his allies, people like Kellyanne Conway, like Vivek Ramaswamy, like Nikki Haley, who of course was an opponent but now has endorsed him, go on television in the last few days and say you are not going to win if you're talking about crowd sizes, if you're talking about race, if you're launching these personal attacks on Harris. Talk about her record, tie her to President Biden. That is the more successful path forward. The question,
dude, Nikki Haley, once again, the underrated star that Republicans are too silly to actually vote for. She's just right. Like I said this in the primary too. She was right when she was like, yo, the Republicans need to chill the fuck out about this like abortion shit. What are you doing? It's so funny. It's so funny that people just like simply don't consider her at all because, you know, she's just not exactly charismatic. She's, you know, she's a fucking loser in the Republican sense. But her instincts are sound.
Question is, how much will that message resonate with the guy that is control of the message, is in control of the message, former President Trump, on it?
Dasha Burns reporting for us. Thank you. So President Biden made some news just a few minutes ago when he dropped.
Yeah, she said whichever party drops their 80-year-old candidate first would win. That's what she said. I mean, obviously it was self-serving, but.
By the White House Creator Economy Conference and was asked about inflation. Here's what he said.
Has the U.S. beat inflation, Mr. President?
Yes. I told you we're going to have a soft landing. We're going to have a soft landing. My policies are working. Start right in that way, okay?
And Mr. President,
anyway, thank you
so much. Thank you so much. We got to move this way. Mr. President, did you know your son reached out to you?
Robbie, what do you make of the president essentially declaring victory here?
Well, the number, I'm not an economist, obviously. The numbers speak for themselves, and they are good. But I think the election is going to be very divorced from economic figures. Obviously, the stock market doesn't represent the economy. And although inflation is coming down, the pain of inflation is still going to be very present in people's lives. You know, when I'm out talking to people, or you can look at it in a focus group, people talk about how things are just a lot more expensive than they used to be 5 years ago. And what's really encouraging to me is to see that Harris is actively going to take that on. It's hard for a president to go out and immediately lower prices. That's not how our country works. That's not how our economy works. But I do believe both candidates need to present a credible plan for a way that they could try to get prices lower. And I think this is actually, I totally agree with Tim's point that I think Democrats tend to get in the weeds and want to do our fancy white papers. But I think this is actually a place where Trump's flippant attitude and his lack of detail is probably to his detriment, because when he says, you know, by tomorrow I'll make everything, you know, 10% cheaper, it's just not credible. And so I'm interested to see what he says today and, you know, see how these dueling plans match.
What do you mean? No, it's literally, it is actually the best way to talk about it. Because it causes people to hear what they want to hear. Like, if I liked Donald Trump even a little bit, and I heard him talk about prices and I was going to cut him in half, I'd be like, oh, sick. Even I was like, is he saying he's going to institute price controls? Like, it sounded like it. He ain't going to do that, obviously, but still, it didn't stop him from sounding like he was going to do that.
Match up.
And again, the numbers just this morning, 2.9% inflation, the lowest we've seen in the last 3 years, 3.6% wage growth. So people are earning more than they're having to pay for some of these items. Tim, is it enough for Trump to just channel Ronald Reagan and ask voters if they're better off than they were 4 years ago?
Not really, because we were all locked in our rooms 4 years ago. So, you know, are you better off than you were 5 years ago? Doesn't have quite the same ring to it. So I don't think so. He has offered some specificity on his plan, and that is a hugely inflationary
Don't worry, chatters. It's coming. And you're going to complain about how my mic is peaking. I never want to hear from motherfuckers ever again about how my mic is peaking, because it's going to peak. It's going to peak, and I don't care. Sorry, you asked for it. You're going to get it. Okay? That's it.
Tariff on everything. So, and that's what I'm going to be looking at today. Is he going to continue with his protectionist tariff policy? And I think that would give an opportunity to the Harris campaign on Friday to talk about how he actually would increase prices with his plans, and potentially have an olive branch out to my people, kind of the free market Republicans who don't like former Republicans who don't like Donald Trump, who are going to be key swing voters in North Carolina and in Georgia. So I think that's something to watch for on the economic side as well.
Tim Miller and Robbie Mook, please stay with us.
I don't want to disrespect Tim Miller because he was like saying nice things about me apparently, but like I wouldn't consider Jeb Bush's guy nor Robbie Mook to be two people that understand how to win elections. I'm just saying.
With Elon Musk, and in that conversation, he accused Vice President Harris of running a, quote, completely fraudulent campaign, and that she has flip-flopped on many of the major issues. Karl Rove, of course, knows a thing or two.
Brother, he called you a Putin apologist. He ain't a friend. Wait, why do you guys know so much about Tim Miller? He said I'm a Putin apologist? Why does he know who the fuck I am? That's number one. Like, that I don't understand. I just searched his name and yours on Google. So he has said nice things about you. First thing that pops up. His kids probably watches you, my guess. No, isn't he like dumb chatter gossip? He called me a Putin apologist. He's fucking brain broken. Actually brain broken. He's frequently on Brian Taylor Cohen's channel. Let me tell you, Brian Taylor Cohen's never called me a fucking Putin apologist. I thought, yeah, he's in the Pod Save universe. That's so funny.
About making an opponent pay
Biden
for
claims Harris isn't as
flip-flops.
far left as some people believe. Oh, God. Oh, my God. The demons are back. Okay. Also called you a 30-year-old smoke show socialist gamer who once complimented the Mujahideen warriors for fucking Dan Crenshaw. Okay, that one is not, like, he's not the worst for that one. That one is, like, it's fine. He literally looks like Kyle Rittenhouse aged. Oh, God. Here's Joe Rogan on Kamala Harris.
Crushed it.
Yeah.
That's a problem. That's a problem. And I don't think they thought she was going to be able to do that. That's the thing.
Yeah.
You can fucking coach somebody, bro. It ain't hard. I mean, maybe she just practiced.
Who are these coaches? Just public speakers and stuff?
Oh, yeah, public speaking coaches. Yeah, there's political speech analysts. There's people that
Imagine if there's
teach
comedians.
people how
What
to
if David
teach.
Lucas gets hired to give her like some one-liners?
Listen.
I mean, there's a crazy world where there's shit like that, where there's somebody goes, you need a couple zingers in your back pocket. I don't know.
100%.
Because if that's not your world and your brain doesn't operate like that, Trump's does. Trump is looking at like, to make a little put down or he's just quick in that way.
Listen,
So
he is quick in that way. Also, it would behoove him to hire a few great comics to just tour with him and just write one-liners about all these different fucking people.
I mean,
if he could remember them, I mean, I know he likes to go off his own head, but
Sure.
if he could remember a few Hinchcliffe bangers, if he hires Hinchcliffe to take him on the road, do you know how fucking insane that would be?
Yeah, dude.
Hinchcliffe writing bangers for Trump to shit on people with?
comedy cures, and it also is like sometimes what kind of just pushes.
I'm not kidding when I say this. Donald Trump is organically funnier than Tony Hinchcliffe. Please forgive me, but the other day I made a fatal mistake and told me that the cheapest ticket to the Kamala fundraiser at the Fairmont San Francisco was $500,000. Unfortunately, I was wrong, and that was the most expensive, and the cheapest was $3,300. Please forgive me and don't make me dress up as a cop so you can suck my dick. Okay, first of all, we know that that's not the case because Megaphonics was actually in the chat because he attended the Kamala Harris Fairmont, the Kamala Harris Fairmont fundraiser. He attended by giving $500,000 to Kamala Harris's campaign individually, personally. That is the truth. You have a 10-hour flight. Where are you sitting? I got put up on the Joe Rogan subreddit. Oh God, I don't want to even see it. Yeah, Megaphonics did that, by the way. He did. He attended the fundraiser because he's that fucking libbed up with 500 fucking bands. Okay, 500 bands. That's how libbed up this man is, dude. Think about that. And then he tried to silence me. He tried to silence me by gifting subs at the top of the hour. The amount of subs he gifted was 5. Only 5 people were allowed to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Thinking that that's going to be enough to buy my silence, dude. Get out of here. Yeah, Libophonics, dude. Blue Megaphonics. Here's a 3-minute ad break now, by the way, for all of you, because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Felix is going to be here soon, I think. He just texted me. Oh, he is here. He's not just going to be here soon. He is here. Shit, I'm still eating. Anyway, did you listen to the new Chaba with Jeff Stein on sanctions?
This thing's over the top,
The
dude.
thing you're getting from him is no one is coaching him. Right? He's going off the cuff.
Yeah.
Nobody gets to tell him what to do. When he goes out there and he talks about things, it's like he's just off the cuff. And that's why it gets sideways sometimes.
Yeah.
It gets a little fumbly sometimes. But what I'm saying is that what she did was like a pro. She did that like a pro.
Yeah.
That's where it gets dangerous. Because
You don't think that was calculated? You think that was off the cuff, like just responding to what was? Yeah.
No, that was a 100% planned out thing.
Yeah.
100% and well executed.
Yeah.
Like she fucking nailed it.
Yeah.
Tony Hinchcliffe is not funny. Okay? Donald Trump is significantly funnier than Tony Hinchcliffe. That's crazy. Quick, fun TikTok drama.
Sarah?
What? Yeah, we're going to do Grok AI filter having no... we're going to do Grok AI having no filter now that Felix is here. But I got to finish my food first before I bring Felix on. So... Biden claims Harris isn't as far left as some people believe. Let's hear what...
Long-held issues. President George W. Bush called Rove the architect of his campaign against John Kerry. First to senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy reporting live from the North Lawn. Hello, Peter.
Martha, good afternoon. We had a chance to check in with President Biden on his way down to New Orleans, and he is now claiming that Vice President Harris is not nearly as far to the left as her own personal platform in 2020 would suggest. How much more progressive is Vice President Harris than you as a candidate in the general?
The issues we've worked on together have made great progress economically. No one calls what we did on infrastructure progressive. It's a good policy.
And we have reached out to the campaign today.
That's my goat. That's my goat. He's a genocide heir, but that's my goat on econ. Why is he throwing? No, he's right, Chad. Shut the fuck up. That's a good-ass answer. I told you, this is like one of the few places where like Brandon has been uncompromising. He's just like, shut the fuck up. Yeah, no, you're going to get infrastructure spending and you're going to like it. Like, suck my dick. He literally did that shit all the time. Every time. Yo, Felix, let me finish this real quick. I'm about to finish the food. And what? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm saying I'm eating right now. I'm about to be done. Okay. And then I'll receive you. Good response, Joe, but douchey slanted is so bad. Who gives a fuck? Fuck douchey.
They clarified that on Medicare for All, for example, she no longer supports it, even though she did back in 2020. But it doesn't seem like Harris aides think she needs to explain herself anytime soon, which means that tape about her talking healthcare or the border and defending ICE, and the list goes on, is all old as opposed to something that could advance her campaign in 2024.
Just because she doesn't have an interview scheduled on her public schedule doesn't mean that she's not taking her message directly to voters.
There is 0% chance it would ever happen, but can you imagine if Kamala Harris ran on expanding Medicare? Like, there's no way. If she just somehow flipped it and was like, I'm actually pro Medicare for all again, I don't know what would happen. I would lose my fucking mind. Do you think talking to no media is a mistake or no? I mean, she's going to keep holding out for as long as she can. You want to fucking get in. Felix is like standing in the corner. Oh, this is like the most. Oh yeah, there is one. This is the least chair from the standpoint of chair this place has ever had, for sure. Yeah. No, that one. That one.
Strategic chair reserve. I've never said it's never been this vacant. They're usually like 8 chairs.
Well, because we were filming stuff. Sorry to eat in front of you, but I'm almost done.
All good.
Yeah, we're watching douchey. Biden actually did that classic Biden moment. Remember when they'd be like, Biden, you're so old. Like, you know, your bitch is not bad. Your smoke is not loud. Like, you're going to die.
They're not trying to kill you.
They're not trying to kill you. And then Biden would be like, oh, yeah, well, I'm going to make it so that it's illegal to be a landlord. Like, he would just like come out and just be like, it's, you know, $5 rent increase maximum. Yeah, NBC's still here, Chad. Stop asking. Anyway, yeah. Remember how we do that? He had a kind of a moment like that again when they like asked him about Kamala Harris being more progressive than him. And he was just like, it's not progressive. It's just, you know, it's infrastructure spending. What the fuck do you mean? Which I think is a really good way to deal with that kind of message in general.
This is like the only time he's cogent is when it's like a spite thing.
Yeah.
Like that is the most coherent he gets.
Even with the fact that he endorsed Kamala Harris, which apparently was unexpected.
Well, yeah, it is. The entire thing was weird. Like, he did it from a fucking tweet, which he never does. Like, he does not, like, obviously, like, he has people running that Twitter account, but he doesn't, like, anything important. He does it exactly how you would do it in, like, 1977. You, like, call a bunch of reporters over.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think he did it that way to fuck with Obama.
No, I think so, too. Yeah, no, I think he was, like, resentful. I think he was resentful towards Obama. I think he was resentful towards Nancy Pelosi, who, like, has been doing interviews now, and it seems like she was actually legitimately down for, like, an open primary, where I think she would have absolutely pushed for Gavin Newsom.
I don't know about that. I feel like what Pelosi is doing now, I feel like it's her taking the heat off of Kamala. It's her making it seem like I was the mastermind of all this. I caused all this. I don't give a fuck about Joe. Like, I wish him the best, but I haven't even spoken to him. Maybe he has Parkinson's. And then that way, like, her calculus is something like, you know, I don't want voters to think that Kamala did this, that she was, like, scheming in back rooms, which, you know, she wasn't.
Yeah, you think? Yeah, I don't think it was. I think it was my goat, Nancy Pelosi.
No, yeah, it was 100% her. I don't think she was like that hard up to make Newsom the guy. I think she knows at least that that's not a guaranteed thing, that Newsom would have a little bit of the DeSantis effect, where just because he is, you know, reasonably successful in his own state, that doesn't carry over nationally and would in fact freak everyone out.
Yeah,
if they saw him.
The campaign ads would have written themselves like, "Don't California my Texas." You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's that, like, Newsom had that spate of, like, executive orders and vetoes earlier this year where it was just like, it was DeSantis-like, against rent control, against all this shit, like a very open rightward tilt. And it's like, it doesn't matter how much of that shit you do. Republicans are just going to say California, California, people shitting in the streets of San Francisco. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Is this Steve Doocy's son?
Yeah, Peter Doocy.
I thought he was younger than that.
No, they just all get that way. Where, like, Republicans just look like they're 14 and 44 at the same time.
Steve and Peter are like the same age now. If you have your son young enough, he'll eventually exceed you. He'll get older than you. That's what happened with John McCain and his mom.
But yeah, here, this is what he said.
Best. How much more progressive is Vice President Harris than you as a candidate in the general?
The issues we've worked on together have made great progress economically. No one calls what we did on infrastructure progressive. It's a good policy.
And we have reached out to the campaign today. They clarified that on Medicare for All, for example, she no longer supports it, even though she did.
Great. I'm so glad.
People would yell at you so much in 2019 if you're like, I don't think any of these people, besides like Bernie, are sincere about pushing for Medicare for All. Pete even said, do you remember when Pete said, goodness gracious, Peter Paul Buttigieg, I support Medicare for All and will never go back on it.
Dude, people would yell at me because they would bring up Kamala's, like, you know, the vote trackers, like, where they'll be like, this person is 99% progressive. Like,
yeah,
like it's like an AFL-CIO scorecard, but like not for labor. So they would constantly bring that up to be like, Kamala is more progressive than Bernie. You just hate a black woman.
Yeah, and the score, how they score those things is so weird.
Yeah,
because if you vote against, like, I don't know, a bill that Rick Scott put out, where it's like, if you die in a job site, a company should be able to, like, have an option to buy your kids. GE should be able to make its own janissaries out of people who die.
Okay, that sounds pretty sick, though. Like, I mean,
would you trust them to do janissaries, though? They don't have any. There's no religious or.
There's no Turks involved, and no, I'm out.
Yeah, Jack Welch could not create a good janissary. It's too bloodless. But if you vote against that, if you vote against, like, whatever crazy Republican thing, yeah,
JD Vance and Blake Masters is like the closest you can get to having a janissary created by like a Silicon Valley billionaire, and it's objectively bad.
Yeah, Yeah,
JD Vance could not be able to defeat winged hussars. Like, no shot.
Yeah, you can't. You have to start the Janissary program like early.
Yeah,
like 5 fucking years old. I think it could work in America, but you can't. Like, he started the Janissary program at 19. That is like, that's embarrassing. That's like going to a Taekwondo class when you're like a grown adult. All the kids are there. What Nas said about Jay-Z.
Yeah.
For all the other older millennials in chat.
No, you're absolutely right on that. But I do think that like the Democratic Party, for some weird reason, like especially with the Tim Walz pick as well, has like accidentally arrived at really solid positions overall, with one obvious, glaringly obvious weakness, which is Israel, which is just like standing there waiting to be the October surprise. That is not even a fucking surprise. It's like everybody knows that Benjamin Netanyahu is in the tank for Donald Trump and is getting increasingly more unhinged every single fucking day, and like not trying to put forward like weapons transfers as a condition in an effort to curb Israel back, like in an effort to rein Israel in, is basically just allowing them to run the table.
Yeah. Like their calculus is, if we say like, you know, weapons will never be conditioned, maybe they won't try to fuck us in October. And it's like, they're probably going to do that anyway, I would assume. I don't know if they'll be able to. I don't even know what they could do. If they tried to do like a Reagan hostages thing, no American would care.
No.
If they were like,
no, that's what they're doing.
Kill.
That's what they're doing. No, I think that they're doing like the Ronald Reagan play. Like, I genuinely think that, like, I don't even think Donald Trump thinks about these things all that much. But ultimately, he's just like, yeah, I don't really like this fucking guy, but he hates Joe Biden. So it's whatever. Yeah, I'll do whatever you want if you know.
But like, how could they do, like, the only way they could do that at this point, because they've like killed most of the hostages pretty deliberately with airstrikes, they would just have to, they would like get an actor and be like, hey, this is the guy who got kidnapped, Gorb. We rescued Yorm.
Yeah,
we rescued all your favorite hostages, remember?
Yeah, they would. No, I'm saying that like some kind of cessation of hostilities will only happen under the Trump administration. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, Benjamin Netanyahu, without like any sort of extra pressure from the Democratic Party, is not gonna fucking move in that direction.
But I don't.
He hasn't.
I don't even think like that would be possible under Trump. Like, Trump could maybe get a deal with like, you know, the PA, but especially with Sinwar in charge now, I don't think he's achieving that. There's just, he may think he can, but like, what is he gonna send Jared there again? Jared negotiating with Sinwar? How is that gonna go?
That'd be sick.
Yeah.
Who is this guy and why is he anti-Semitic?
A lot of good reasons.
Oh God.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, NBC's watching, bro. Come on.
I'm medically Jewish. For anyone who wants to know, when I was born, I was diagnosed with the highest level of Judaism. I should post my 23andMe again. That never stopped people from yelling at me, but it's unimpeachable. Like, me and Ben Shapiro have the same one.
Well, 99% Ashkenazi?
Yeah, we're in the 99 club.
Damn. That's like lactose intolerance, easy lock.
Yeah, and you know what? I like dairy anyway. I just accept the consequences.
I respect that.
You're
strong. You're strong. I won't talk about, with NBC here, I won't talk about Helva taking we're not going to get into that. But yeah, let's continue on Harris flip-flopping on major issues. I personally think the Democratic Party, if I'm going to put my, election watcher hat on, which I enjoy the role of every time, like every 4 years when this sort of stuff happens, it doesn't make any sense for them to not lean into the progressive policies, which it kind of feels like Harris is doing by picking Tim Walz. She's like locked in on that.
Yeah.
And also the anti-Semitism, of course. The anti-Semitism ticket.
I love the idea that Tim Walz is like, he was ride or die with like PLO. He did not leave fucking White Bear Lake until he was probably 39.
Bro, I love that because like Joe Rogan called him a secret Somali.
What?
Oh, dude, you didn't hear about this. He did this like democratic like flag contest or whatever, and like the people in Minnesota democratically designed like a new flag for the state because the old one was like Native American guy on with a spear and like, you know, white man plowing the land type shit. It was like pretty basic, regular racist stuff, right? So he made this contest and people chose this new flag. And one of the first things that the Republicans did was call it like the flag of Somalia.
Well, yeah, that's it has similar colors, but the problem with the Minnesota flag is not that it's the Somalian flag, it's that it looks like the flag for like a Zoom competitor. It looks like the logo for a Zoom competitor or like a tertiary EU members public transit system. It's really bad. It's really just very boring. And if they had just straight up taken Somalia's flag, that would have been better. That would have been way better.
Somalia's flag is great. So the Minnesota flag is not my favorite, but I don't give a shit because I'm not a flag nerd, right?
Right.
But Republicans, like, of course, in their, you know, endless expertise in how to do normal political campaigning, were like, oh, he's like secretly Somali.
Yeah.
Like, because there's a lot of Somalis in Minnesota. By the way, a lot of Somalis it's 1.2% of the population.
They act like there are no more white people there.
Yeah.
They got rid of them.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there was that like study or poll that came out that like Trump leaning voters who live in like major metropolitan areas, and those are like, you know, those are the people who are like strongest for Trump, are conservatives in urban enclaves. They would overestimate immigrant populations by a factor of like 100. Like Americans are like that with everything. Like if you go by asking Americans, a group of like 2,000 randomly selected Americans, what they think the population of anyone is. According to them, 1/3 of Americans are Jewish, 1/2 of those people are trans, then 2/3 somehow are black.
Crime is literally such a constant that they do crimes to you if you're not doing crimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're doing crimes to the criminals in the process of it in every neighborhood except for their own.
Yeah.
Consistently. Poll Americans on crime numbers, they think there is literally nonstop homosexual Marxist trans people that are doing crimes in every neighborhood, and they're all Somali, but their neighborhood's fine.
Yeah, it's Americans are not good with numbers. I don't know if it's because of the imperial system versus metric, but like people greatly overestimate these things. And I think like, yeah, just sight unseen, they're like, oh, Minnesota, the state, just the entire state is like 2/3 Somali now. And Tim Walz did it in the last like 4 years.
Yeah. Oh, here. This is like the YouGov poll data on what Felix is talking about. Yeah. From millionaires to Muslims, small subgroups of the population seem much larger than many Americans. Yeah, we're just very bad at math. There's also this other side of it too. Like, let me see if I can find it. I think this is also a fascinating phenomena. Like, obviously with immigrant crime, they're like completely lost the plot. Like routinely, Donald Trump says hundreds of thousands of Americans are being murdered every year by undocumented migrants. The number's like 23. But this guy, Iraq veteran 8888, Eric Blanford, gun owners GA state director, and I think like a gun tuber, actually came out with this like pretty reasonable take. If an illegal immigrant has been here for 10 plus years and hasn't committed a crime, go ahead and give them amnesty. Someone's grandma or someone like that who is harmless. If someone is productive, by all means, let them stay and contribute. That's what he said. And I suspect people are going to get very mad at him for this. Which, by the way, one of my favorite things about American politics is that almost every single person that has that opinion is also in for mass deportations.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's
like 1-to-1.
It's very similar to what you see with abortion, where I actually think that things are even more pro-choice sided than polls suggest, even though polls suggest that is, by far the majority position. When you ask some Republicans who call themselves like pro-life or anti-abortion, okay, what conditions? They go, yeah, I think abortion's terrible. I don't think anyone should do it unless, there's a medical issue or there's incest or something, or the mom is too young to have it, or they're poor, and the list goes on until they're just describing the average physician.
Before they're describing 9 months abortion.
Yeah.
Before they're like, no, actually, you should be able to kill a baby after it's born, like the Democrats want.
Yeah, and there's just such a deluge media environment that it's the same thing with fucking immigration. Where there will be tons of people who support mass deportations, but their actual program for pathway to citizenship or amnesty is kind of to the left of what we have now. Yeah,
that's the craziest part. It's like we live in a country where there is a 90% we have a 90% approval rating for amnesty for all DACA recipients.
Yeah.
Obviously that's the peak of the conversation. These are people who literally don't have a criminal background. You know what I mean? They don't have a criminal record or whatever. They're going to college, they have jobs. But those two things are at odds with one another. That doesn't cause anyone to go, this seems a little weird. Why the fuck are Americans seemingly saying, let's do Hitlerian politics and do mass deportations to 15 million people living on U.S. soil, but then also simultaneously they're like, but yeah, we should also fucking allow them to stay here.
Yeah, I think there's a current in American politics that maybe it's always been here, maybe it's a product of the last 40 years of the state willfully shedding a lot of its power. But I think there is a current in American politics where both voters and politicians love looking busy. And this is a great example of something where someone is just mindlessly picking something that makes them look busy. And it's horrible because, it's this vast dragnet and these horrible abuses are happening. But I really think they're considering it as much as a blue state mayor who bans vapes. It's all the same impulse. Let's look busy. Let's look like we're doing something.
Yeah, it's just that, I think we are getting to did you see this? We're getting to Euro-fascist levels of anti-immigrant sentiment at an alarming rate. Did you see the Trump campaign posting that meme yesterday that Elon Musk reposted as well? Let me see if I can find it real quick. It was, what was it, Chad? Do you remember? It was import the third world, get the third world or whatever. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, no, I saw that people were posting that because they were they were saying that Ilhan Omar her election was fixed, which there is an anti-Israel conspiracy.
Yeah,
in all parties in America.
God damn, they post shit so much here. This is what no, this is the one. Import the third world, become the third world. This is before Ilhan Omar's race. This is yesterday. This in and of itself, in my opinion, is the most European racist. This is pure European style racism.
Yeah.
America is obviously very anti-black, but we have our own sauce, right? We have our own way of being anti-black and anti-brown. It's actually kind of shocking that we have so quickly arrived at French style race or the Reform Party in the UK.
Yeah, this is weird because in 2016 you saw a lot of this from Trump surrogates. Trump surrogates, especially aligned with the Bannon and Daily Caller and Breitbart side of things, were itching for exactly that, a Euro style, Garrett Wilder's right wing populist party. Trump himself and people very close to Trump and officially part of the campaign would kind of try to avoid that because, of course, the thing that no one likes to acknowledge, Trump's success in 2016 was being seen as more moderate than Hillary. Wait, that is not a value judgment. That is how voters saw him. And so there was a conscious effort to avoid stuff like that directly from him, even though it was useful for surrogates to do it to rile up the base. The difference is now is that him and the campaign, they're directly saying this stuff, I mean, possibly going for broke. Possibly they don't know what they're doing. Possibly they don't know why they even won in the first place. They don't know what why they were successful in 2016, why they were almost successful in 2020. They have no idea. Possibly.
I don't think it was this. I think it was in spite of this, especially in 2020. Like, I just don't think, like, this is like average Israeli mindset shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, this is not, you're absolutely right when you talk about how, like, American understandings of immigration are actually quite progressive in comparison to the average European mind, right? Like, let's be real, in Europe, you can have like a fucking diehard like guy who calls themselves a fucking communist turn around and be like, no, you don't understand. We do have to stop the boats.
Yeah.
Like, you don't get it. Like, we just don't have enough space. Like, this is not how this works. Like, we have to make sure that the Polish cannot step foot on our beautiful island. And that's like the only kind of xenophobia that I agree with as far. I mean, they are Polish. That's fine. But like, you know, in moderation. Okay.
I think the Polish create beautiful cities. Chicago, Illinois.
Well, I will be there.
We both
we're both are going to be there.
We're both going to be there.
Yeah, I just talked to Chris about potentially doing something with you guys at your show.
That'd be wonderful.
Yeah, I'd love to do that. But
that would be wonderful.
Not in front of NBC. Oh yeah, anti-Polish jokes in front of NBC. That's fucked up. I was just kidding. Please don't get mad.
I'll
NBC
say something
watchers.
worse. Don't worry. I'll get you out of this one.
Yeah, but so the reason why I was pointing to this is because like I just don't understand why Democrats are not counter messaging against the immigration stuff at all, and they've just like leaned into it. So on that front, they're like being very old school Democratic Party, running scared, running the center, but also simultaneously like the Tim Walz pick is like I think a sign for things to be different within the Democratic Party. So I don't know. I just I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do about Israel. I guess that's what it comes down to at the end of the day for me, and also for like a lot of these radically progressive policies that the Republicans keep lasering on and saying is like socialism and communism.
Right. We have no earthly way of knowing. I mean, if I had to guess with domestic policy, I would assume that we'll see, we'll continue to see some sort of like Biden-esque, infrastructure, deficit spending, that type of thing. Nothing too crazy or exciting, but generally what we've seen before. Certainly like an improvement of the Obama stimulus, but nothing that is transformational to the American economy or anything. Israel, I think it's unfortunately a safe bet, path of least resistance.
But like, I don't even fully agree with that. I just think that, yeah, sure, you got AIPAC, you got big donors, and you got the media, which will like come up your asshole the moment that you like even retriangulate by like 3% on America's foreign policy, right? But like, there is broad momentum on the ground in terms of like you stand to lose no voters because not a single person is like running on the I need Israel to continue doing genocide or else I will never vote for you. There are people like that. They're just voting for the Republican Party anyway. Right? Like, you don't have a Democratic, a potential Democratic voter slanted Dem or like might vote for the Dems. But you do have a lot of people who say they won't vote for the Democratic Party because of the Israel stuff. So I don't know. I don't understand how they can't like why Kamala Harris. I mean, obviously she has zero personal ideological convictions, but like it seems like she's done the right thing so far to win. Because it looks like she wants to win. Like, she doesn't care. She doesn't have like a big Hillary-style presence where she's like, I don't want anyone to outshine me, so I'm going to go with fucking Tim Kaine. She literally went with Tim Walz, a person who was objectively going to outshine her and has so far. Only person on either side of the ticket that has a positive approval rating.
Yeah. Trump is running the Hillary 2016 campaign.
Yes. It is become a reversal, like 2016 reversal, where he's just like refusing to listen to reason and just like running on random weird shit, even with like the racial animus. Like, the Kamala Harris is not really a black person, Like that's like a weird type of identity politics that he's trying to do.
Right. Yeah. No. They're mere images of themselves. Like his version of weird idpol that like only plays for a certain like postgraduate degree holder, like Republican think tank creature, and just sort of bricks everywhere else. That's his version of that. They have their own version of that Madonna and Hillary dancing cartoon.
Yeah.
But for come on, Israel, like I absolutely like agree that the more popular position, right, and the more like the one with more upside, if we were just going to talk in purely cynical electoral language here, is doing anything to restrict or hopefully end weapon shipments to Israel. It would be the bare minimum. By what I mean by like path of least resistance is that in her calculus and the calculus of any Democrat that you would get in there, their calculation is like that there is no upside to this. That maybe some people are happy, but ultimately they would do this, and they think that like either, I don't know, there is a massive attack on Israel. They're afraid of Afghanistan type
that's what I think
media
too.
Environment.
Yeah.
That like the moment they would do that like, let's I will temper this. Let's say
that's what I've been saying too. Like, because Afghanistan was a massive, like, that was when the Biden honeymoon was over,
right?
Like where media started like lasering him, which happened under the Obama administration as well. Even though Obama was already like pretty fucking conservative, and so was Joe Biden. But like the media regularly, constantly outflanked them from the right in a way that is like so obvious. Obvious in terms of like a reversal from the Trump era, where they would literally talk like they're the most. You had like abolish ICE ass people on fucking CNN and shit back in the day when Trump was the president, and the moment Biden comes in, they're like immigrant caravans. Like they just have this attitude where they have to be like contentious towards the right no matter what.
They rant, like people love forgetting this. They ranted on kids in cages. And like one of the reasons that I think like their pivot to the right, their pivot to like a sort of like second Bill Clinton term style or first Bill Clinton term style policy on immigration, it's very similar to what he put out there, is that for as bad as people's memories are or as little as they know, people do remember that. People remember seeing the Democratic Party doing that.
Yeah.
And just turning around fully. I don't give a shit whether it polls right or not, whatever like David Shore argument there is for it. You can't just totally reverse like that and expect people not to notice.
Yeah, Greg Butfeld of all people was bringing up that point where he's like, you guys were calling Trump a Nazi.
Yeah.
Like 4 years ago, and now you want to build the wall. Like, and I know that like obviously Fox News can't really hammer on that point too much because they don't want to even want to leak a little bit of their voter base into the Democratic Party, because if they like recognize that the Democrats are just as reactionary on immigration stuff, like they're worried that Trump's hemorrhaging base will diminish even further. But like that is such an easy opening for the Dems, for them to just turn around and be like, really? You want to build the wall now? I thought that was racist. What the fuck happened? Oh, maybe because you recognize that 12 million Guatemalan migrants are doing rapes all the time and also murdering millions of Americans on a daily basis, like Trump is saying.
Yeah, like just like Israel, kind of, there is one American policy on immigration, and it changes around the margins, but the policy is the same, and that is every American president and Congress try to find the sweet spot, and that sweet spot is letting in the exact amount of like cheap exploitable labor while also the minimum amount that is going to like make people like freak out and get mad over, whatever, press 1 for English or whatever shit like that. Yeah. That is the single American immigration policy. And it has been that way, 40, 50 years, whatever. The changes around the margins are, how codified that system of cheap labor is, whether and how we extend that to like, tech jobs and things like that, and very specific types of visas for skilled labor, how widespread the enforcement side is around the margin, but it's the same thing. It's the same thing no matter what.
Yeah. I don't even understand like if there is a new wave of like Democrats trying to actually win, which I'm not entirely certain that there is, but if there is that, going off of like the Kamala swap and also the Tim Walz choice, and like them leaning on, like them running on basically like abolishing captive audience anti-labor meetings and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah.
Things that are actually somewhat unconscionable in like the older Democratic Party. It doesn't make sense if they're not going to try to at least do the Democratic Party thing, which is to say, oh, you want to deport every migrant? How does that work?
Right.
Like it's such a gimme. It's right there for them to just be like, even if they're not going to completely counter message on it and be like, this is right-wing panic, this is hysteria. 23 migrant murders happened in 2024, not 100,000. Like,
yeah,
it makes up 0.3% of all homicides on U.S. soil. Like, that's not how you fucking, that's not how you like solve the issue of crime. Even though crime itself is also fucking lower, historically low, and all of this stuff was just like right-wing panics. Even if they're not gonna do that, they can still fucking turn around and just be like, oh, you want to do concentration camps at the border? Like you are doing Hitler. You are doing Hitlerian politics. At least we want to do like lighter versions of Hitler. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's incoherent. It's incoherent because like this is the problem with like trying to match the right on something like this. They're always going to up the ante. It's the same reason why they eventually why the right wing eventually like had to fucking kill Roe. Because you can't like you can use these things to like rile up the base and, you know, provide amazing electoral dividends in certain specific locations, and you can hold on to them for a very long time without actually doing anything. But eventually you kind of have to. You kind of have to, or you will face an insurgency within your party. And you know, linking your policy to whatever the Republican one is, just going, oh, we're doing that, but it's, you know, more competent in X or Y way. You are now pegged to that. You're now pegged to that and all the other insane things that will be added onto it at the mercy of a base that, you know, their party is captive to. You have let people in the villages dictate the future of your party's positions.
Yeah.
On this thing for no fucking reason. Why did you do that?
All right. Well, let's get back to Fox
in
News.
2020.
Trying to dagger Kamala on how radical her policies are.
They have daggering on Fox News now?
Yeah, they're daggering.
Yeah. But it doesn't seem like
Five-star
Harris
colors
aides
out.
think she needs to explain herself anytime soon, which means that tape about her talking healthcare or the border and defending ICE, and the list goes on, is all old as opposed to something that could advance her campaign in 2024.
Just because she doesn't have an interview scheduled on her public schedule doesn't mean that she's not taking her message directly to voters.
KamalaHarris.com has lots of places to donate to the Democratic ticket. It has nowhere to click to find out her position on any of the key issues, at least not yet. Mark.
Fred Willard,
Okay,
that's who he looks like.
Peter, thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
He was a beloved comedic character actor. You would recognize him if you saw him.
Have you seen this, by the way? It's from 4 months ago. Pelosi joins call for Biden to stop transfer U.S. weapons to Israel.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's...
I saw the Quincy Institute post about it saying that, like, 60 Democrats, including Nancy Pelosi, want to stop weapons transfers to Israel. That was actually apparently right after the World Central Kitchen. Like, Israel has given so many openings to the Democratic Party to be like, oh, we want to hit this from a partisan angle.
Yeah.
Like, so many, whether it be the pro-rape riots,
right,
insane. Whether it be the new report that just came out where like Haaretz reporting that Israel was purely projecting whenever they say like Hamas is using human shields. They do use Palestinians that they detain that are not even suspected of being terrorists, mind you, just like random Palestinians that they nab and put in Israeli gear and handcuff and then just like fucking push into the front lines and send them down like the tunnel systems and stuff. Hope, you know, if they explode, they explode in an effort to like save the lives of their own soldiers, you know, that aren't eating halva or smoking fucking cigarettes out in the open. Did you see that one?
Wait, was it
the dude who was just like smoking a bogue in a fucking window?
Oh yeah. And then the Al Ghul just fucking
yeah. Dude, that was so crazy because it was like he was in the corner of the apartment, so he wasn't even compromised from one angle, but two. Like he could have been shot from either window.
They love windows.
I don't know what
they're like cats. You cannot keep them away from windows.
Yeah, it was just so crazy. Anyway, but yeah, outside of those situations, like they just don't want their combatants to die, so they're using like fucking Palestinians. You got Itamar Ben-Gvir storming Al-Aqsa again, right?
Yeah.
Like that was so aggressive that even Benjamin Netanyahu was like, yeah, you can't do that. Like only he tweeted out that only he gets to do that. I don't know if you saw that tweet.
Dude, yeah, he's Homelander.
Yeah, he was like, only I get to, you do not get to subordinate, like, you do not get to overstep your boundaries and do something so racially motivated to cause a pogrom. Only I get to do that.
That's my move.
Yeah. So all this stuff is out. Just did some research on your guest. Haven't found a single Israel Ha post, and even worse, 0 tweets where he condemns Hamas. I hate to see you go down this radical road.
Let me be clear. I think it's horrible that there is not a Hamas module in Digital Combat Simulator.
Yeah. What is this? A Majority Report today was talking about how 108 journalists that have been killed, only 16 have been not the IDF. What? Israel's killed more than 100. They've killed 200 at this point.
Yeah, easily.
Yeah.
But yeah, there were so many fucking opportunities. I mean, you are saying this is local to Twitter. This is not electorally important. But I have seen a lot of like hated villains of Twitter, of liberal Twitter, from years and years ago. People who were very big into Russiagate. They read the Mueller report and they were like, "Holy shit, there's a lot of fucking Israelis in here." And somehow, some way, a lot of these people, the calf cramp lady, for one, they have been like pretty clear-headed on this. But that would, for the party, that was an opportunity to go, hey, they're doing fucking Russia election interference shit.
And they don't
for Republicans.
And they don't ever. That's the thing. Yeah, they don't ever do it. They don't ever do it to the Republican Party to like put, I don't know, like a fucking based progressive in a fucking primary.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They only put literally the worst, like right-wing Democrats in primaries. They literally fucking they constantly are manipulating American politics to swing rightward, which is against the Democratic Party at the end of the day. Like they're running against the Democratic Party, and God forbid you say anything. You know what I mean? Holy shit.
Yeah.
Very frustrating.
Yeah, it's like they're not even. I mean, for most of them, I really do think it is like ideological alignment, at least like towards the top. Like I do think that like Joe Biden earnestly believes this absolutely fucking insane shit. For others, I think it's, cowardice. They are operating on like an older calculus where they think this is the path of least resistance and there's no upside for anything else. But I don't know. Yeah, the common thread is they don't give a shit. This does not animate them. Fucking entire families being reduced to charred mounds of flesh does not animate them.
No, I've given up on trying to convince liberals on this issue from the perspective of like the morality angle on genocide. They don't care, right? Like I've given up on that front. But it also presents an electoral disadvantage, a massive opening. Like that's the reason why I try to hit it from like a partisan angle, where I talk about it where it's like Benjamin Netanyahu is Trump, is Israeli Trump, right? So like the notion that some Democrats would be like, oh yeah, we can't believe how how many humans how many civilians are being killed is like really fucked up. which is why we wrote off another $18 billion weapons package.
Yeah.
Is insane.
Kamala going, we can't look away. We have to bear witness to the thing that I'm doing and will never stop doing. Weapons are never going to be on the table. That will never be something we take away.
Maybe she's maybe she's saying that to be like, yeah, you have to see what I'm doing. Okay.
Yeah.
I love this shit.
Yeah, it's like she shadow captured it.
Yeah. It's just, I don't know. Gilad Erdan went nutty mode. Oh, did you see him fucking yell at the Palestinian?
No.
This dog. Look, this isn't even
Israel to stop killing
this
civilians.
Is Riyad Mansour, Palestine's UN representative. You demand Israel to stop killing civilians.
As a Security Council. But it targets them in their shelters and tents. You demand Israel to allow food and medicine in, but it ensures that famine and diseases spread. You demand Israel to treat Palestinian prisoners humanely, but it tortures them and allows the Israeli jailers to rape and abuse their Palestinian hostages. You call on it to stop its settlements, but it rapidly accelerates its colonization of Palestinian land. Israel...
That's so crazy because, like, the ICJ basically said Israel's an apartheid state, like, a month ago. And I didn't see one singular Western media outlet cover that.
Yeah.
They literally declared all Israeli settlements in accordance to international human rights law to be illegal, which we've known for a very long time, and demanded that Israel actually remove themselves from all territory it currently occupies beyond the 67 boundaries. Not a single fucking peep from CNN or any of these like outlets. It's an afterthought. Maybe like one NPR hit. That's it.
Yeah. I thought it was insane. Like, I wouldn't say it surprised me because this is, you very much come to expect these things in American media, but that no one asked Kamala after she ascended to her candidacy, hey, what do you think about the pro-rape riots sweeping this country that you said we will never stop giving weapons to?
Yeah.
How is that not a fucking question?
Yeah.
It boggles the mind.
Here's Gilad Erdan.
Like, even just on a cynical angle of like, oh shit, it might be a bad idea to give our most advanced weapon systems and planes and everything to this country that does not seem that fucking stable. Even just that, not even from that angle, much less any angle of morality.
Yeah. And also, once again, I don't think Democrats understand that, like, when you, maybe I'm wrong on this, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but there was a poll that was conducted recently, like a week ago, that showed that the majority of Americans do not want U.S. soldiers to be deployed to defend Israel. Okay? Of course, we don't give a shit. There's 40,000 soldiers in the Middle Eastern region total. 4,000 more Marines are like fucking shipped around the Arabian Peninsula, right?
Yeah, we
have like 6 aircraft carriers, all these like strikers.
Half our like F-22s are now over that airspace.
Yeah. And we've been bouldering towards like we've basically been dancing to the tune of whatever fucking Israel wants to do in the region. I don't understand why the Democratic Party, like, at all, like someone in Biden's orbit or someone in Kamala's orbit, someone in a position of power with like a semblance of sanity doesn't recognize that, like, if, and we will find out soon what happens after August 15th, which is tomorrow, when the last round of, ceasefire negotiations happen. If Iran retaliates, or when Iran retaliates, rather, in the aftermath of these negotiations, if Israel chooses to like do full-blown multiple front end siege style warfare against Iran and against Lebanon, Hezbollah, American troops are going to be deployed.
Yeah.
Like they're going to have to be deployed. Why doesn't anyone understand in the Democratic Party that like that is going to cost them this election?
Well, again, like they are operating on like partially an old calculus and partially they got singed by Biden in Afghanistan. Their fear, I think, is that, okay, if this happens and like Israel enters this war that like, who knows, who can predict the future, but just my personal appraisal I don't think they would really survive without American support, without American F-22 securing air superiority, without like American Marines, without any of this shit. I think it would be a horrible fucking deadly war everywhere, but I think just long term they don't survive it. If that happens and it happens before the election, the calculus among Democrats is probably that, like, if we let them just get, like, I don't think they'll, like, it's the end of Israel overnight, but, like, really take it on the fucking chin worse than they ever have ever, that it's Afghanistan all over again. That they get painted with that brush. Again, this is not a value judgment.
I also personally think it won't get there. I just don't think it'll get there. I think if America says no more weapons going forward, I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu goes, I'm still going to wage this war. Fuck you.
Absolutely. I totally agree. I totally agree. I think that's the easiest way to solve it.
Bro,
that's the actual path of least resistance. I totally agree. But they don't think
their
that.
economy's in the shitter. One of their entire ports is done. Okay. It's like bankrupt. One fucking whole ass port is bankrupt. Economy is tanking. You got fucking reservists that are supposed to be working on marketing campaigns and inventing the worst kind of techno you've ever seen. You've ever heard of, like, too busy killing fucking children in the front lines. Yeah. Like the Israeli economy is in the shitter. They got downgraded again. They could have got downgraded like 2 days ago.
They can no longer keep Tel Aviv safe. That people don't realize how big that Houthi loitering munition was. The fact that they can no longer guarantee safe skies over Tel Aviv in perpetuity, that means massive fucking brain drain, and that means that they have to run fucking combat air patrols, and they have to keep their jets in the sky way more than they can afford to now, with fuel being as expensive as it is, especially after they picked up a ton of like modified F-35s that per flight hour are far more fucking expensive than the Barak or any of their other older generation 4 aircraft. We have all the fucking leverage in the world.
Yeah, Israel relies on 300,000 liberal Zionists who increasingly want to leave. Their population numbers are shrinking too. Like, they're like, oh, we have to keep maintaining a demographic majority Jewish ethno state. But it's like, bro, you're literally hemorrhaging people because, yeah, guess what, dude? Maybe it's not the safest place for Jewish people. Turns out, you know, when you got a fucking suicidal government.
That was always so fucking funny that, like, we have this place has to exist. There has to be a safe place for Jews, and also it's constantly under attack. We need more weapons at cost or just for free than anyone has ever received. We need more help per capita. I don't think any nation gets more help from everyone than Israel does. But it's safe. And it has to exist because of how safe it is.
And Biden comes out and is like, if it wasn't for Israel, not a single Jew would be safe. It's like, bro, you are literally the president of America. That's like a threat. When you say that, you're being like, no, we're gonna kick them out.
Yeah,
like I'm gonna be crazy to the Jews if it wasn't for Israel. Like, we have more Jews here than Israel, bro. What are you talking about? Like, why would you ever say that?
And the thing, like, people know this. American Zionists know this, and you know how I know they know this? Because they don't want to live, they don't go and fucking live in Israel. Barry Weiss, Jerry Seinfeld, any of these people, Bill Ackman. Bill Ackman has billions of fucking dollars despite being so stupid he lost to Herbalife. He could build, think about the house he could get in Israel.
Ben Shapiro.
None of them want to live there because it sucks.
Yeah, it's like,
they know it sucks. Is it the eternal homeland or the only place that anyone is safe? Or does it suck?
Yeah, no, none of them have the smoke that Eric Adams has, who obviously will, once he retires, move to the Golan Heights.
Yeah. He will do that. I mean, he will do that.
He'll do that. Golan Heights, John Kirby, that's another one. I feel like he would live in Israel. Like, Israel's greatest allies in America are always going to be evangelical Zionists, like more than liberal Zionists, more than Jewish Zionists in general. It's going to be the Richie Torres.
I don't know.
Not even Richie Torres, but
I don't know. There are, like, look, evidence suggests that, let's say hypothetically someone directed the X-Men movies.
Oh,
let's say hypothetically,
oh god,
they committed horrible crimes. that is a situation in which an American Zionist will go live there. If you are a Hollywood director who committed horrible crimes, well, then it is the safest place in the world for you.
Yeah. That's it. No extradition policy.
Yeah.
That's when that comes into play.
It's the homeland for that.
Yeah. It's like, well, it is interesting because like so is France, kind of, for similar purposes. Yeah. Interesting track record. Yeah, they go to France or they go to Israel. But it's just like it still doesn't make any sense. Like I said, it just doesn't make sense. I feel like I can make an argument that is like from a liberal Zionist position as to why like America has to rein this in. I can make an argument from like the pro State Department position as to why America has to rein this in. I cannot for the life of me make an argument. Like I cannot steel man the argument for like bear hugging and offering unconditional loyalty and support and permanent weapons transfers to Israel. Like there is no good reason to do it.
It's so stupid.
It's not unless they're like secretly accelerationists and they're like, no, we are going to bring about the end of Israel, inshallah, by frustrating everyone in the region to a degree where like they have to respond.
Yeah, just pushing it to the point where like Qatar can no longer stand back.
Yeah.
It's fucking baffling. It's baffling, but it is a symptom of like a Democratic Party or really just politics in general in America, where everyone is, if they're not incredibly old, which they are most of the time, they still think like an old person. They still think like it's 2002 or 1996. And unfortunately for everyone in the world, it always is 2002 in their minds.
Yeah, I guess. It's, again, seemingly makes no goddamn sense, but here, listen to this, and it's going to make your fucking blood boil, this motherfucker.
To those who still have the audacity to...
He's like, well, hold on. Here, listen to his response.
Saturday, August 10th, Israel targeted not a school, not an innocent school. We targeted dangerous terrorists operating in a Hamas command and control center.
Oh, that was another Hamas command and control center.
What a coincidence.
Yeah.
It's so, wow, fucking how unlucky can you be?
Yeah.
Wow.
Center within El Taba'in school. As usual, Hamas cynically abuses civilian facilities which should be protected as their terror bases. This strike eliminated at least 31 Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad.
This was also insane. Like, this was an insane lie when they were like, here are the names, and they released the names, and people were like, what are you talking about? That's my fucking uncle, and you killed him last week.
They've done that multiple fucking times.
Yeah, they literally were like, bro, that's my uncle. He's a shopkeeper, and he's fucking like been at odds with Hamas before. Also, you killed him last week. Like, that's how much they're playing on autopilot, in the sense that, like, because American media never holds them to account for this shit ever, where they will just be like, yeah, here's a guy, he's a Hamas leader. Fuck it. What are you gonna do?
They have no fear.
They
have no fear. It's the same reason why they'll put out a fucking calendar in Arabic and be like, look, it's the fucking instructions on how to kill babies.
Yeah, terror calendar.
They have no fucking fear. They correctly judge that no American president has the intelligence or courage to realize that the fucking smart move is to turn the spigot off.
Yeah. Like, even if you're like invested in the continuation of the Israeli apartheid state, okay? Even if you are invested in Israel maintaining its like demographic destiny, right? Which is inherently a fascist ideology, inherently fascist sentiment. But like, even if you can't recognize that and you want that to happen, right? You have to fucking rein Israel in. Unless they just personally think that, I guess, like Hezbollah, Ansar Allah, and Iran are just never going to retaliate, and they're going to do the same level of restraint that they've shown before and just do like a calculated strike again, but this time with like a little bit more frequency increased.
Yeah. And it's like, I don't know, like maybe, but it's like at a certain point, you have to do so. If someone kills someone who was ostensibly under diplomatic protection, a negotiating party, someone negotiating, a chief negotiator, they kill them within your borders. That is kind of the point. You're well past the point where you actually kind of have to get back.
And now they're saying they're not going to show up. Like the Palestinians are saying that they're not going to, the Palestinian envoys are not going to show up. But then America's saying like, no, we're just doing shuttle diplomacy anyway. Like Hamas has released statements that they're just not going to show up on August 15th unless like there is a firm commitment to the original proposal that they had put forward in February, that America then put forward again in March, claiming that it was Israel's proposal that then the United Nations voted on, that seemingly has been held up for some reason. I can't think of any reason why it would be held up. It's just weird.
That's a fucking another thing. Like, I hate like the liberal Zionist characterization of like, you know, Netanyahu is the be all and end all of all of Israel's problems. And when he's gone, it's like a fever dissipates. You know, their problems are much more deep rooted than that and go back to the originating ideology of the state. And it is not traceable to any one person, obviously. But just again, in practical terms, Netanyahu is done as a political entity when the war is done. And for a guy who has, you know, definitely picked his horse in this race, someone who is, by the terms of like the Mueller report and all this shit, interfering in American elections, why would you want, if you were a Democrat, why do you want to help keep him as a viable political entity? Again, you know, we say again, they consider these all the path of least resistance, but they really are fucking not.
Yeah.
These are really stupid choices. These are fucking dumb choices.
Yeah, the heads of the Israeli Security and Intelligence Services told Netanyahu at the meeting, and also stressed in a written document that they gave to the prime minister that the time to reach a deal is running out, and emphasized the delay and insisted on certain positions in the negotiations could cost the life of hostages. By whom? Like, cost the life of hostages by Israel? Like, Netanyahu's the one fucking who's killed the most amount of hostages.
Just in general, some unknown actor, it could be a state actor, could be not, could be a third party, it could be just someone who has F-15s. It's a naturally occurring F-15 that's dropping GBU-31s on the hostages. It happens sometimes when the fucking Coriolis effect hits low pressure environments. Someone's doing it. We don't know who.
Yeah. UK asked Israel to investigate if U.S. asked Israel to investigate if Israel uses Palestinians as human shields. Will still provide $20 billion in weapons either way. U.S. presses Israel to probe allegations of troop using Gazans as human shields in explosive tests. Yeah.
That's how serious we're taking it. Hey, you guys investigate it.
Yeah.
See if you did anything wrong.
One of the examples that came up in the meeting today is the recent announcement by Hamas that one male hostage was killed and 2 female hostages were seriously wounded by their captors. The Israeli intelligence services couldn't verify this, but they're seriously concerned for the lives of hostages. They're so concerned. Yeah. This was a Hamas statement. It could be one of those like baits when they'll be like, oh, one of the hostages died, to like apply pressure to Israel, or they could have actually done it specifically to apply pressure to Israel, which once again, that's one hostage that Hamas has killed versus like 100 hostages that Israel has killed so far. But of course, that doesn't matter.
Also, like, this is probably just, you know, whatever Israeli government official leaked this to Barak Ravid. So, like, who fucking knows?
Yeah, a senior Israeli official. No, I think the Hamas released it themselves. I think that they said they killed one Hamas militant killed a captive. A senior Israeli official said that one of the issues raised in the meeting was the linkage between a possible attack by Iran and Hezbollah in reaching a hostage deal and a ceasefire in Gaza. But they don't. But I just don't think that. I don't think that. I don't think that Netanyahu has an issue with like Iran retaliating.
Yeah, no.
Like I think he's banking on Iran retaliating, so that America goes into the war and the war continues.
Yeah, he doesn't want this to end. Everyone in the world can figure this out, except for apparently, you know, the U.S. State Department, the U.S. Department of Defense, and anyone else where it would actually be useful if they knew these things.
Yeah.
In Biden's case, I don't know. Maybe he actually, that is specifically what he wants. Who fucking knows? Who can even get inside his head? But it is baffling.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu slightly expanded the mandate given to the Israeli negotiations team on the Gaza hostage deal, according to 2 senior Israeli officials. The Israeli official said that Netanyahu gave a reasonable mandate that justifies traveling to the round of talks in Qatar tomorrow. They added that the flexibility Netanyahu was given regarding the positions that Israel will present makes it possible to conduct negotiations and move forward, but it is not clear whether this flexibility will be enough to reach a deal. The Israeli negotiations team will fly tomorrow morning to Qatar for a few hours of talks, and if necessary, an Israeli working level team will remain in Doha for further negotiations.
I mean, you know what makes the negotiations uncertain? That you killed the previous chief negotiator of the other side.
Yeah.
That kind of makes it fucking hard to make a deal.
How much have you contributed personally to the Palestinian plight, monetary, or are you just all talk? All talk, brother.
I've made $700,000 from it.
Yeah, no, I've made money off of it. Yeah, same. Yeah, it's just, dude, I'm cooking out here, dude. I'm fucking, dude. I'm making hand over fist, dude. Moolah, baby.
I posted something the other day about how Chinese fighter pilots in J-11s will do barrel rolls at American pilots over the South China Sea, and I just, I thought it was funny. It's funny to do like a barrel roll at someone aggressively.
Yeah.
And this guy replied to me and he was like, oh, all this stuff about Israel, but you think it's funny when China does barrel rolls.
Dude.
That shows that all the outrage is for clicks.
Dude. People come in here, people come into my community and do this shit all the time where they'll be like, Hassan, what do you think about Chinese aggression in the South China Sea? I'm like, bro, Israel is doing a fucking genocide. Russia is literally fucking melting goddamn towns. And you're over here being like, oh, a Chinese Coast Guard sprayed water on a Filipino boat.
Oh my God.
Like, do you think these things are on the same wavelength? Like, what the fuck?
The Chinese Air Force, the worst thing they're doing right now is barrel roll. They're fine. I like barrel rolls.
Please don't do whataboutism. That's not whataboutism. Like, you don't understand that word. It is whataboutism to be like, what about China? That's whataboutism, dumbass. Like, what kind of fucking take is this?
It's like comparing like the stuff.
It's like comparing a fucking heart attack to like getting a zit removed. Okay, that's what you're doing in this situation.
Like entire families, entire bloodlines, everyone in the family wiped out. Hundreds.
This is it.
But then like, oh, did they fucking sprayed water and they're doing barrel rolls?
Yeah.
Why won't you condemn?
They have with sticks and stones, they have like border involvement with like the Indian border guards or whatever. Every now and then they're like, this is unimaginable cruelty, and it's like, bro, are you fucking serious?
Yeah, oh no, they got the ship wet. That's the last thing you should do to a fucking boat. Is put water on it.
Like,
God forbid.
You cannot be fucking for real right now. You're like saying, Hassan, stop. It's not funny. Ships hate water. I know.
Yeah.
Exactly. Oh my God.
The fucking barrel rolls.
AIPAC, 6 more pro-Israel Democrats won tonight. All 111 AIPAC endorsed Democrats have won so far this cycle. Being pro-Israel is good policy and good politics. I'm not gonna.
Fetterman's in there?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I'm going to the bathroom real quick.
Scoop. Former President Donald Trump spoke on the phone with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Wednesday and discussed the Gaza hostage deal and ceasefire deal, according to the 2 U.S. sources who were briefed on the call. Wait, Trump is telling him to take the deal? One source said Trump's call was intended to encourage Netanyahu to take the deal, but stressed he didn't know if this was indeed what the former president told Netanyahu. The Israeli Prime Minister's office didn't deny that the call took place. The Trump campaign declined to comment. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is not legal. Do you guys have anything else that you want to film, or are you guys done? Oh, okay. All right. Well, no, you won't be able to get me wrapping up because I won't be done for like a couple hours. You can do whatever you want. Yeah, if you want to. All right. What are your thoughts on Netanyahu denying the top of the hour ad break? I'm literally reading that on purpose. That's not a bait. Because I'm gonna run the 3-minute ad break now because it's 15 minutes in and we were having a conversation, so I didn't want to serve it, but I'm gonna serve it now. Yes, NBC's been here. What is happening with my fucking AC, dude? It just completely stopped working. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, chatters. We have this thing as well I want to talk about with Glenn Beck crying and Mark Cuban on Jon Stewart talking about Elon Musk. Channel 11 reported Netanyahu still hasn't included a withdrawal from the Philadelphia corridor in the team's mandate. He also included a monitoring of civilian return to the north across the Netzarim corridor. Plus, Herzi Halevi said a few hours ago, if the political bureau allows it, we'll have ways to invade at any time. I'm not optimistic. These are points the Israeli negotiators disagree with Bibi on. On the distance seems too wide, too early. Yeah, it's just like that is the reason. That is the fucking reason why this negotiation is just like not a real negotiation. Like they're openly saying it in Israeli media that they're like, yeah, the conditions are not great for us. Are you seriously complaining about your AC while Israeli hostages are starving? Yes, I am. Also, here's one thing. Minnow Shafik has officially stepped down as president of Colombia.
Oh, no. I was going to start there as a freshman.
Yeah, that's
as a Gen Alpha student myself, turning 18 next month.
Yeah, it's really sad.
I just don't think I'll be safe there.
All right, here's Mark Cuban slamming Elon Musk while I go pee and take care of some stuff here.
I mean, look at Elon, right? Elon, in being one of those powerful people, he's trying to be the most influential man in the world. It sounds like a commercial, but literally that's what Twitter has given him.
I've got to say, I think he might be that. I don't even think he's trying to be. When you talk about somebody who is setting up satellite links for war zones and also controlling discourse in the most important media platform, I would think he is the most powerful.
Because Twitter is in almost every country, right? And so Twitter gives him the ability to connect to the prime minister, the head of every country in the world.
That's right.
And that person, whoever's in charge of that country, has an interest in what happens on Twitter. And what happens on Twitter, because of the control of the algorithms being the biggest user, is all dependent on Elon Musk. He literally, wherever his thumb wants to go, he gets to push as hard.
And he certainly, he's transparent about where he wants things to go. I think he's very clear that.
Okay, for sports guys, I'm only a combat sports fan. Is Mark Cuban hated or beloved in the basketball community? And if he is hated, why? I don't know anything. I know he owns some team. He's beloved. That's what we're seeing. Okay. And I know he made his fortune by inventing CNET, which is very funny to me. I think it's great that you used to be able to invent a web comic or something and make $8 billion.
Civil war is inevitable,
right?
And that white people are under the
concerning.
gun. Right? It's he'll, to be like civil war is inevitable, and then he'll write underneath there, kind of an understatement on there. But I can't decide whether or not it's better to know exactly where he stands and know where he's going to be put the thumb on, because he's clearly a very bright guy, for sure. And he has a media empire that has the largest reach and most influence of anything on the face of the earth, and there's no question he's going to leverage it in this election. No question.
But the crazy part is he has more impact globally than he does domestically, in my opinion, right? Because when you go on X, you see a preponderance.
First of all, I want to state again, Jon Stewart looks great. This is like an 82-year-old man, I think. And he looks awesome. This is, if The Daily Show was ever doing a gag in, 2002 in the heyday where they showed Jon Stewart as old, he actually looks better now as a real old guy than he did in those skits that they did. Second of all, I don't really agree about Twitter being incredibly influential everywhere. As in Amerifat, people in other countries are using Telegram. That's the thing. Twitter is for YA fiction authors and guys like the Bitcoin breakdancing dad who with the TikTok daughter. That's who uses Twitter. It's not people in other countries. They're using Telegram and all that type of stuff.
It's also for bots. I think they're greatly overstating the importance of Twitter.
Totally agree.
Twitter at its peak was like 20% of the American population using it or something.
Not even that.
Like at its peak, those were what the numbers look like.
Yeah.
For daily active users in America. Now it's like it's nothing. It is a fraction of the user base.
Yeah, and all the changes he made have been to hide that it's like largely bot activity. Like,
yeah,
I think everyone saw that thing where one of those, those fucking dumbass accounts. It's like, historical history and videos.
Yeah.
They posted a clip of the Kazakh news anchor doing a vocal warm up where they're like, "This is what Kazakh sounds like." But they posted it with no audio, and it still got
it still got 100,000
retweets.
Yeah,
and all these people are replying to it like, "Damn."
Yeah, it's one of the best examples of the dead internet theory. 100%.
I don't fully believe in dead internet theory. I think that like on Twitter though, there is like, I don't even think it's like a deliberate like botnet, like people like to characterize botnet as. I just think like no one is paying attention. And these things are just automated. Like fuck, like the weird. Everyone gets these weird spam DMs now, where it's like, the pussy in bio type thing.
Yeah,
and it's like they don't even. There's not a link to a website. I was looking for pussy, and I went to the website, and it was not there. But no, they're literally just bots that are advertising nothing. Because it's just all automated and no one is like at the wheel.
Yeah. Have you seen the Aiden Ross though?
Oh, he's a birther on you?
He so first he did the Trump interview. Did you see that?
Yes.
It was fucking awesome.
Yes.
And before the Trump interview, I was like, bro, Aiden, like, I don't think you understand. You think like Twitter is bad, like you think cancel culture is bad, like mainstream media is gonna be up your ass for if you do this interview. And he didn't understand it, and he thought I was being jealous of him. Okay. Then when he was doing the fucking Trump interview, he gifted him a presidential role, and I was like, that's an FEC violation. Like you can't just like gift a person running for office like a gift that is significantly more expensive than fucking $3,300, the max individual contribution. And he thought I was responsible for the FEC coming after him.
Said you snitched, and it's like, no, I'm pretty sure they would have fucking found out about that. That and the fact that you gave him a car. I think the car thing was even funnier to me because it's like, all right, Donald Trump, here's your favorite thing, a reminder of your own morality. Here, drive around with the scariest moment of your life that you don't even. Donald Trump doesn't even like talking about it. He is not even bringing it up anymore. He brings it up. He brings it up with Elon. He brought it up. He likes talking about it, but he only likes talking about it like it's like a heavenly, like it's like heaven's mandate that saved his life. He just doesn't sound. I think it freaked him out. And I agree with that. Yeah, like the way he talks about it. The most stuff I see about it, like I guess he does talk about it, but the vast majority of people talking about it are Republicans who are doing very 2016 style posting. Yeah. Of like, hey, y'all, the mainstream media is trying to make us forget that someone tried to unalive Trump. Yeah. Someone said, they didn't literally say unalive. Someone made a joke saying they said that. But there was a really funny tweet I saw earlier where it was like, where was it? Hold on. Oh, yeah. Today marks 1 month since an assassination attempt on President Trump's life. Big tech and the media wants you to move on and forget about it. We won't. There must be accountability. To what? It was a registered Republican. Like, what do you mean? This is so 2016. Their accountability. I love holding people accountable. You're not even thinking about what that means. Are we gonna dig up the fucking stupid guy that shot at him? Yeah. He was held accountable. They shot him in the head. Yeah, they domed him pretty quick. If someone tried to assassinate President a month ago, I think we would have heard about it. Nice AI image, bro. It is. I think this is driving them insane. Yeah, well, like, I do get it, because I think if it was still Biden, like that image, I think that would have helped them. Absolutely. Oh, for sure. It was Biden. But now it just got fucking buried. It got buried. Yeah. But apparently Aiden still got smoke for me.
I think you're right.
Chad, look at this fucking weirdo, bro.
It's important for the public.
Ain't nobody care about that failed assassination.
Look at
Hassan, I don't even know how you're American, bro. Literally go back to your country. Holy fuck. It's actually bad, Chad.
I think it's
go
cute.
Back to New Jersey.
No, I think it's cute that he's like, I'm not kidding when I say this. A lot of people will be like, "Oh, dude, I can't believe you're saying this," but I think it's cute that Aiden is like learning how to be racist.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he's like slowly but surely, like he was the type of dude, because I've known him for years, right? And there was a point like before Andrew Tate where he was just like genuinely the type of guy who's like too stupid to like be Republican.
Yeah, we saw that clip of him reading about Hitler, and he straight up does not know who that is.
And for the record, like a lot of Republicans are very stupid. A lot of Democrats are very stupid too, but like I know I always say like conservatives are so dumb, they're hogs, whatever, right? Like there is a level beyond that stupidity where you're just like truly too dumb to like have any kind of like ideological interest in either party.
Yeah.
And I think he's like learned what politics is from like the most insane, like extremely online groyper losers in his community. So he just like repeated them over and over again and has basically now arrived at like, go back to your own country.
Yeah. He just like, it's so weird to see him learn it too, because it's like he doesn't know enough to know like actual like racial stereotypes. It's like if there were racist children's books, that would really help him. If someone could write like a Richard Scarry type book about racial stereotypes, that would be enormously useful to this man.
With like not too much reading though. Like
No,
with you need mostly like pictures.
You need all the classic Richard Scarry characters, like the worm who drives the Apple car, but he is virulently racist.
How the fuck? Like this guy hates America and lives in America.
I think if you're an independent,
it makes no fucking
moderate,
sense.
You definitely would not
go back to the country you were born in, Hassan.
Her behavior has been far less.
Born in America. Like, look, his community is so insane because like they're like says the Jew, and they're like they fucking hate him too. I never understand that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it would be fun if every comment on our podcast was like, go back to Israel. That seems fun. I don't know.
We're seeing just an overnight propaganda attempt to rewrite history.
Like, look at this. Attack the Jews, L Jews. Like, greedy Jew.
L Jews is going to be in my head for a while.
This guy said, kill all Jews 2024. Like,
and attempt.
Like, who are these?
That's. I don't think it's good to give yourself a deadline like that. That's just a way to set yourself up for failure. It's all or nothing thinking, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't do it this year. I guess I'll never do it.
Someone in his community confronted him with this, and I laughed at him addressing it.
But I'll be real with you guys. If you guys dig, you'll find emblems of mine that are crazy. They'll be like, what the fuck is this, Aiden?
This is his VO2 emblem.
He's awesome, dude.
Dig all you want.
I love that, like, on the entirely different side of the TikTok world, there's, like, people get, like, canceled for did you see that? There was this girl, Brooke Schofield, who was, like, saying, like, she was, like, pro George Zimmerman in 2012.
Yeah.
Which is an insane, like, you're 16. Why the fuck do you care about this? Like, you have to be a real loser to be, like, invested in George Zimmerman on the wrong side.
As, like, a high schooler.
Yeah.
That's crazy to me. That's crazy. It's, yeah. Do you remember, like, the Dipper movement of the early 2010s?
No.
It was on Twitter and Vine. There were a lot of people kind of like it was cooler than Zin is now. How there's like a Zin movement. I think Zin's fine to do. I prefer long cut tobacco. The pouches.
That's why I like Zins. I used to be a dipper myself, but not like it wasn't a political thing. I just liked nicotine.
Me too. I dipped because I was doing Muay Thai and jiu-jitsu a lot, and I thought that like dipping instead of smoking, A, it was way cheaper, and B, I thought it would be like better for my cardio. I don't know if it was, but anyway, there was a movement of online dippers from like red states, and they were all like these 14-year-olds who were like, I knew M HUD would pull one. This guy is.
I'm just packing my dip.
13. This is a 13-year-old from Kentucky. But yeah, it was a community like that, and they were all like, I believe in two things, fucking dip and George Zimmerman.
Yeah,
it was like a very baseline Cloyd Rivers type thing,
I just don't understand how you get to this degree of outward white supremacy. It's a Klansman in a robe,
hiding in a bush
with a gun. There's a red flag. You got I assume is this either lean or is it grape drink?
But
I don't know.
He didn't drink lean.
No, now he does. Well, he's a bit of a culture vulture in that regard, and also became a lean addict. But it's basically.
I don't think Jewish people should do lean. We should do heroin, regular heroin.
I just don't understand how the fuck he I don't know. How do you do this?
So when did he? How old was he when he made that?
Oh, he said it's not a red flag. It's a box trap. Here, let's see what he.
Oh, okay.
You guys dig? You'll find albums of mine that are crazy. They'll be like, "What the fuck?"
This is the RFK Jr. answer. It's
yeah.
I never said I was a choir boy.
Don't worry, I've done way worse stuff.
Yeah. Have I told you about my time with Jeffrey Epstein?
Dig all you want. I was very open about it. There's clips of me in the past saying stuff. I'm sorry. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, when Black Ops 2 was a thing, that's just how it was, bro. That's just how it was.
I don't think he thought about it on a deep level.
I just don't.
But it's I don't know. I don't think he can think of anything on a deep level. But
It was not that long ago. When was Black Ops 2? I don't know. It was a while ago.
During the O'Bungler presidency, wasn't it?
Oh man, it's just wild.
2012.
Major alert. Kamal Aroush, real name, has been exposed. It's all coming out.
Knew
Cue
it.
the storm.
No community note.
Yeah.
No community note. I love this account's so good. I first found them when they were Jason Aldean, compromised and executed for treason.
Yeah. How do you get to this? How do you get to this level of insanity? I just don't understand it.
I think. Do you remember when Roseanne got in trouble when she got fired from
which time?
Well, when she got the first time where she got fired from the reunion sitcom.
Oh, she was I was posting through it with Ambien or whatever.
Yeah. And obviously, the post she got in trouble for, the straw on the camel's back was the Valerie Jarrett post, of course, which was not QAnon. That was just racist. But the stuff before that, which kind of put the spotlight on her, was QAnon stuff. And she's a huge QAnon person.
I did not. I know that.
She's a huge QAnon person. And I thought what she said about QAnon was so illustrative. She said it's like a great mystery novel that we're all working together on. She said something like that.
Oh yeah.
I like Roseanne, I don't that was a good show. I don't know. Everyone in here, their parents were not even born yet when Roseanne was on.
I have no idea.
The oldest person in here, your parents were born in 1989. I was not alive when Roseanne was initially on the air, but there were reruns. It was a good show, but for kind of a kooky person like Roseanne or a lot of these people who are into QAnon, it's exactly that it's a collaborative fiction project, and you have the regular thing of crazy outlandish shit where you get to feel like you're in on something. You have some secret arcane knowledge that no one else has, which is always exciting. But for QAnon especially, it's so... you are really, really going deep in, finding hand symbols. And this guy put his hand in his pocket in this angle. That means he's been killed by the Marines at Gitmo for treason. It seems really exciting. And I want to be clear. I think QAnon is great. I don't agree with. I don't think it's true. But
it's a fun little hobby.
Yeah,
but that's why I always say invest in fucking, I don't know, getting really into D&D or something. I feel it's because as long as it's not real, there's something that removes it from your immediate reality. These people go from this being a hobby to I think giving themselves schizophrenia.
Well, yeah, that's the problem. QAnon, no one would think it was bad if these people didn't freak out and kill a Domino's guy every couple months. That's the problem with it, is that they like it's too real to them. And if this stuff is too real to you, you will like it is a question of when, not if, when you see like I don't know, the Amazon guy, you'll be like, oh my God, that is a version of Joe Biden. They cloned him and he was born as a woman. He was assigned
back when many
birth,
politicians
and they triple transitioned him all the way over and turned him into an Amazon driver, and he's going to shoot me because I revealed that Donny Osmond's soul is trapped in a crystal and we have to free him. And that's when it becomes a problem. Or you kill a mob boss like that one guy did. I don't agree with that. But if we could just prevent them from killing people, everyone would like it.
Bro, Ari Melber is talking about trailing Harris. Trump targets bros, pods, and streamers. This is like it's weird seeing XQC and Ada Ross on MSNBC.
It is it feels wrong.
Yeah.
It feels like dreamlike.
It's kind of awesome. I'm not gonna lie. That's like,
I think it's funny to meet anyone, and wear a shirt with like their face on it like that. I think that's hilarious.
Well, he's Canadian.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like it. I feel like it draws too much unwanted attention to these platforms. It's good. Just don't pay attention to it. It's fine.
Well, you could already are like regular cable news watchers going to find out about Kick? Like, oh no, what if my mom learns about Mr. Bass?
Mr. Bass.
That session, though, drew over 500,000 viewers already. Trump's visit with Logan Paul, the streamer I showed you a moment ago, already has over 6 million views and counting. These tactics are a part of this election.
Yeah, I think this stuff is kind of dumb. Like, people ask me all the time whenever I do interviews in the media, people will be like, oh, like, what do you think? Like, do you think this is like a successful method? I'm like, no, I don't think people understand that, like, it's probably more successful that there's an endless sequence of like right-wing commentary happening on like the No Jumper, Shade Room, like T accounts, all these communities that are like weirdly right-wing on a lot of like male-female gender dynamics, like endless gender wars and stuff. Like, I think that is probably more significant in terms of like breaking the brains of people. It's like than like one individual podcast appearance.
Yeah, I think again, we talked about like how Trump 2024 is very Hillary 2016. This strategy is very Hillary 2016-esque. Oh, who has the most views? I'll go on there.
Well, then they would be coming here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Trump, my line is open.
There's no view botting here, of course.
Yeah.
But like it strikes me as like a lot of fervor over something that will not produce a lot of, if any, votes. I think there are like young people who lean Trump, obviously, but I don't think that like won anyone over. You know what I mean?
Yeah. They literally made Hitler Youth video content through Andrew Tate to Prager U. No, I know. I'm saying that's like way more significant, I think, in terms of like brain breaking younger generations than like a one-off appearance that Trump has. But even then, it doesn't fucking matter ultimately.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You cannot fucking go against
old media.
An onslaught of mainstream media. Like, if they like, the only reason why Trump was able to is because Fox is right wing and it's the most popular news broadcaster in the fucking country. It's a part of mainstream media. But like, there's no world in which you can just like, even with Fox, Trump is still like kind of underwater in the polls because people have already made up their fucking minds. There's no better way to like not be able to win than being president for 4 years and then losing to a fucking cadaver.
Yeah.
And then running a rerun of that campaign again.
The worst thing that could have happened to Trump was for him to become a known quantity. That removes any ability among most independent voters to see him as more moderate or to see him as an outsider who can meaningfully change things if you already know what you get from a Trump presidency. But beyond that, to the earlier point about like the Trump internet strategy, I mean, the thing about the internet, and like certainly people do change their minds and they do fall down rabbit holes of stuff, and can get involved in very weird or maybe not so weird, but otherwise heavily politicized communities online, right? But I think for the most part, the internet and internet media, its power is not in convincing people, but in, you know, just multiplying the voices of people who already are ideologically aligned. Maybe bringing them further into the pack, but for the most part, all internet media is just the highest form of rallying up a base that already is there, so to speak. And just as a way to bring new people in, especially for an electoral project, I think it's, you know, results remain to be seen. I don't know. There's
like,
also
it's the same thing with with Twitter. People are like, oh man, Twitter is like breaking people's brains. It's like, no, it's not. It just brought back like the fucking worst of the 4chan groyper losers into the forefront. And then everyone else that considers that to be like incredibly gross have basically just left the platform. Like, I'm a power user. I am a Twitter power user, or I was a Twitter power user. I had it on my phone. I had a fucking alt account. I was responsible for because Twitter power users like the whales are responsible for most of the posts and most of the fucking organic engagement on the platform. Yeah. I don't use it. I took it off my phone. I don't use it unless I'm like literally fucking live streaming. Beyond that, I don't use it at all. I used to use it so much more. I used to use it double the amount of times I use. And I think I'm not alone in this. Like, there's a lot of people who are just like greatly dialed back. There are usually so many content creators I talk to. I know it's anecdotal, but so many content creators I talk to have talked about like also deleting it from their phones now because they just think it's like a right-wing shithole that is constantly pumping them with fucking toxicity.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, again, before anything, he did not want to do this. Like, Elon Musk very expressly did not want to buy Twitter, and he was forced into it. That is the thing that I think everyone forgets. He paid way too much for something that has taken up way too much of his time for a very minuscule, if any, return. That said, I think like once he sort of realized that he couldn't get out of this and that he was pot committed, he made a very short-sighted calculus that it's like, okay, I'll like the finger was on the scale for like broadly liberal shit. I'll put my finger on the scale for like incredibly like alienating right-wing stuff.
Yeah.
And the short-term result of that is like, okay, now like, yeah, the world owes him an apology is like that's like a post that you fucking see
12K likes.
Yeah, you see that every day. But instead of that galvanizing and radicalizing people, it's almost like they believed every book that people wrote in 2017 about how the internet radicalizes everyone. It's like they believe that now, and they're like, oh, we'll get everyone on board with like the most right-wing shit possible. But the actual result is just people are just kind of nonplussed and leave.
Yeah,
it's the same thing with like right-wing cultural stuff. The right-wing cultural shift seemed ascendant even just 2 months ago. And I thought that there was, I thought it was temporary because I think all cultural shifts are temporary and there's always swing back and people overplay their hands. That's always what happens. We've seen it with everything. I didn't expect it to peter out as fast as it did. And in retrospect, it seems pretty predictable when you look at the midterm results that the actual result of this stuff was people mostly tuning out.
Yeah. And I think the other side of it is that like it caused Republicans to develop a genuine sense that like their ideas are popular and not fucking gross.
Exactly.
Like average people, it caused the Christopher Rufos of the world to like gain momentum in the Republican Party, which is hurting them electorally.
Exactly. It's the same thing when like Elizabeth Warren, because everyone who worked on her campaign, or Kamala's 2020 campaign for that matter,
yeah,
everyone they knew and them, all their timelines, everywhere, it's all the same. It's a bunch of fucking infographics and the Memphis corporate style of art, and like here's how to fucking tell an ADHD person that you can't go to their wedding, like shit like that. And they're like, oh, this is all I see. This must be what everyone's timeline is like. Let's build a presidential campaign around it.
Yeah.
And now we have the reverse of it, which is, Republican elected officials and think tank people and all these people being like, okay, I guess everyone wants to hear. I guess we should screen showings of our new movie, Hitler, the Untold Story.
Yeah.
Of the world's greatest man.
Dude,
and it just freaks people out. They're like, what the fuck is this?
JD Vance is basically like built in a fucking laboratory of like that kind of mind melting. Like I saw another interview that he did with Eric fucking Weinstein, not even Brett. Okay.
The lesser Weinstein.
The lesser Weinstein. And he's calling like, he talks about his wife or he talks about his mother-in-law as a like, and says that like he uses terms such as, what did he say? Postmenopausal females have a genetic predisposition to like engage in child rearing. Like it just
what?
It's like it's
you mean their grandkids, you fucking idiot? That's amazing. They
their
have
purpose
affection for
is
their
saying is that
grandkids.
yeah, it's just like there is such a normal way to say that. You're not making a statement that is like that out of pocket, but the way that you're saying it makes it sound like you're an insane person, dude. Like, look, I mean, here, just listen to the clip and you'll understand.
You can sort of see the effect it has on him to be around them. Like they spoil him. There's sort of all the classic stuff that grandparents do to grandchildren, but it makes him a much better human being to have exposure to his grandparents.
Well, I don't know.
And the evidence on this, by the way, is like super clear.
That's the whole purpose of the postmenopausal female in theory. Did your
like
whose theory?
Eric Weinstein, postmenopausal female. He's like, yeah.
in-laws, and particularly your mother-in-law, show up in some huge way?
She lived with us for a year.
Right.
So,
So I didn't know the answer to that.
Right. No,
because that's this weird unadvertised feature of marrying an Indian woman.
No, it's in some ways the most transgressive thing I've ever done against.
Bro, you can
like leave it to the like.
No, this podcast should have never been aired. The moment that you have like any kind of political political ambition, you're sitting across from fucking Eric Weinstein saying postmenopausal female, saying like it's an unadvertised like genetic trait of the Indian.
Yeah.
Like
it's like, and again, this should be a slam dunk normal statement. Like the type of thing you say to, the aunt in your family you have the most strained relationship at Thanksgiving when you have nothing to talk about. Oh, my niece has been spending a lot of time with grandma. Grandma loves her fucking grandkids.
Yes.
Isn't it great how the older members of the family and they have this symbiotic relationship where it's exciting for both of them and blah, blah, blah. Very uncontroversial statement. And then you just sprinkle like some insane person stuff on that.
Yeah.
And you're like, the femoid species, when their fucking estrogen runs out and you can't use their pussies anymore, their instinct is to raise the young. And Indians get a racial buff on grandkids.
Yeah.
What? What are you talking about? How did you took such a normal thing and you made it so fucking strange?
But it's because he's like, he has the same like Elon Musk tendency of like wanting to be wanted by like the dumbest fucking losers. Like he got swept away. He got swept away by like, I guess all the shit that he saw on his timeline. That's why he was following like, Heil Hitler 97 or whatever the fuck.
A lot of those were fake.
No, I know, but I'm saying like, but dude, he literally retweeted the guy who fucking got fired for attending a white nationalist conference yesterday.
Yeah, you don't have to make him up because he like is very deep in that world.
Yeah. That's what I'm exaggerating when I say the Heil Hitler 97, but like he is like, bro, he went on. Didn't he go on fucking Amy Teresi's podcast or some shit? Like, that's insane, bro. What are you doing?
Yeah.
You should be lobotomized. The fuck?
It is, no, it's like he has the stench of like, not just someone who's too deep into that world, but most pathetically of all, someone who got into it when they were like 40. There is something very alienating to people of someone who, like, okay, according to his rule, according to his current view of the world, he was like whatever you want to call it, the New World Order or fucking Globo Homo or whatever these people say, right?
Yeah.
He was like the James Bond of that world. He was like their above foot soldier. He wrote a book that was like, the IMF should take over Appalachia.
Yeah.
Because they're lazy.
And force feed them the right Sigma Grindset podcast so they can pick themselves up by their fucking bootstraps.
Yeah. He literally, his claim to fame was throwing his family under the bus. And he all this stuff that these guys hate now, the World Economic Forum, all this, those were the only places he went to. And then when he's 40, he's like, wait, oh, the opposite is true. I know that me, who just figured this out, I should be telling everyone what to do.
Yeah. He appeared on Laura Ingraham again to come across. By the way,
more eyeshadow. He's wearing more eyeshadow than her.
Just
That's
want to point
crazy.
out, Laura Ingraham literally is a childless cat lady who, like, by JD Vance's standards, she has 3 adopted children. I think they're like literally from Guatemala too, or El Salvador, if I'm not mistaken. So like, for her to have JD Vance on and routinely defend him is additionally funny because he has directly attacked her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But let's see.
Senator, one of my dear friends tonight said to me, well, all these suburban women, all they care about is abortion, and they don't understand that decision is with the states now. It's not banned nationally, even if...
This is such a fun little gaslighting operation that
Yeah.
they've been trying to do. This is like Trump. Trump tried to message his way out of the abortion ban by simultaneously being like, it's good that I did it to continue, the wave of evangelicals voting for him, but also recognizes that like everybody fucking hates it.
Yeah. And then he got like, when he faced like a minor rebellion with like the Kyle Rittenhouse thing and all these other people, he was like, okay, I'll ban it.
Yeah.
And then it just, fucking 10 million more independent voters just gone.
Yeah, it's
forever.
awesome. It's awesome that he's like, it's awesome that they're trying to be like, no, everybody likes it.
Yeah.
Everybody actually, all the legal scholars wanted Roe v. Wade gone.
Yeah, and they needed it gone, and it's better than it's gone, but also it has no effect.
Yeah.
It might as well have not happened.
Yeah.
To the point that we didn't do it. But we also did it, so vote for us if you're evangelical.
Yeah, let's hear what he had to say.
Some people don't understand that decision is with the states now.
Yeah,
It's not
the
banned
states now, and it's good. That's why it's so good. That's why we're, as the Republican Party, we're trying to get it off the ballots desperately.
Yeah.
or just completely overturning the ballot measures in states like Kentucky and Kansas and everywhere else where they do make that decision. And then they're like, yeah, actually, we lied. We're still going to ban abortion.
Yeah. No, it is the generational crisis for them. It is like, again, I don't think people fully processed how insane the 2022 result was.
Yeah.
Knowing how unpopular Biden was. Everyone hated the fucking economy. Everyone hated inflation. And yet...
Negative real wage growth.
Yeah.
Like every single person got like a marginal boost in their salary that was completely wiped out by inflation. Like completely. Okay, they were poorer. Americans were objectively poorer under Biden for the first 2 fucking years. And literally even then they couldn't win because they were so heavily invested in the trans panic shit, crime panic narratives and whatnot.
They crushed a Democratic Party led by a popular and charismatic speaker in Obama. Like some of their best midterms ever were against him. But against fucking stupid Joe, who is like clinically dead. Donald Trump, as the leader of the party, has not won a single midterm. Insane.
Yeah.
Insane.
No way a Nepo baby in this libtard thing with a vape addiction or shit talking people Lamau. Brother, you have a anonymous account on Twitter to talk shit to people that you hate. Like, I cannot stress this enough. This is bottom of the barrel for you, okay? Like,
I also overcame my libtard diagnosis.
Yeah, he's no longer a libtard.
I had to go to a libtard school.
Yeah, it's awesome. Thank you, Chatter, for coming in and owning us in the marketplace of ideas.
Nationally, even if some people want to be banned nationally, it's with the states. What do you say to suburban women out there who are marinating in this propaganda?
Well, first of all, I don't buy that, Laura. I think most suburban women care about the normal things that most Americans care about, right?
Senator, one of my...
They're trying to do the fucking "we're not the weird ones, they are" shit so hard.
They care about normal things like how Indian grandmothers have a genetic predisposition to have grandkids.
Dude, there is nothing more normal than being a woman or having a daughter or knowing a fucking woman in general and being worried about their medical fucking future, because so many of these abortions are not happening at the recreational basis that you fucking dumb losers claimed it was happening on. It's just like, it's so stupid. Of course normal people care about that. That is so dumb. I've never met a single fucking person who's like, who is normal that also is like, no, but it's so great that they're, they were doing the Holocaust with the abortions and now they've stopped it.
Yeah. What's normal? An issue that literally affects everyone. Everyone cares about. That's not normal. What is normal is a 42-year-old with his mom's last name who every time he gets on camera is wearing eyeshadow and talks about his lifelong weight struggles. Which one's normal? I don't know. Who knows? Who's to say?
Guy at the gym called me a pussy. Liberal advice. Guy at the gym saw me in a Kamala 2024 shirt. Can you hype me up real quick to go beat his ass? I mean, he's right. Why the fuck are you wearing a Kamala? Why are you wearing a Kamala?
Okay, pal, you're yanking our chain here.
If you're wearing a Kamala 2024 shirt at the gym, you kind of deserve it. I'm not gonna lie, bro. How, like, the campaign is like been around for a month. How the fuck did you get a Kamala 2024 shirt?
He pre-ordered.
Oh my god,
dude. You know what? I briefly left Equinox in 2019, the one in Williamsburg when I used to live in Brooklyn, because I saw a Pete Buttigieg shirt. I saw one there and I was like, I've got to leave.
West Hollywood Equinox is the only place that you will see that, by the way. This was like the hotbed. The rich white gays were the rich white racist gays with the Pete Buttigieg shirts. Oh my god, that's the only time I've ever seen one in the wild.
For me, it wasn't like, this was before Mayor Pete was like really nationally known. It was before primary season kicked into full gear. It was more it could have been any candidate. But just the fact that someone who cared about like a primary candidate that much, I think it was like 2018. In 2018, really just alienated me from that place.
That's
insane.
A great gym. Oh my god.
He looked.
Where else can you get tricked out in the
Ohio
sauna? You gotta find a new place to do that.
I love the accounts of like straight guys who use the sauna in the West Hollywood one.
It's me, by the way. I have done that.
They're like, hey fellas, can you cut it out in here? Can you stop? This is a guy who doesn't know what gay sex is. Can you guys stop fucking horseplaying in here?
Yeah, what's going on? What are you guys doing over there? Is that a new stretching technique?
Hey, guys, cut it out.
Okay, let's see what the
Senator J.D. Vance, the 2024 Republican vice presidential candidate, running mate of Donald Trump. Senator, it's great to see you. When you look back on this, I mean, they destroyed Biden's career. They pushed him out of the race. They used the media to whip up the propaganda to try to demoralize Trump supporters. And at the end of all this, Senator, your campaign is up 1 point nationally.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Yeah, the media tried to demoralize the Trump campaign, and there's a whopping within the margin of error 1 point increase over Kamala from this Fox News poll.
They were fucking clobbering Biden.
Dude, it was, oh my god. That's why he keeps talking about how sad he is that he defeated Biden so thoroughly.
That's his favorite op.
Yeah.
I do feel bad for him.
Yeah.
I do, like, in a way. I do think it was so fun for him to like see Biden. I think it's like, I think for old people too, it's exciting for them for a really old person to see someone who's like
7.5% margin of interest. That's okay. That's crazy. Why does this one say 3 points? That's normal. This one, 7.5% margin of interest. What the fuck?
Why even have a poll? Why even
margin
have a poll
margin of error, not margin of interest. Sorry, shut up.
Why
you know what I mean?
Have a poll if you might as well just like be like, we shook an 8-ball. We flipped a coin.
That
Trump's gonna win.
Independents love Donald Trump. 100% margin of error.
It's so bad.
This is the anybody want me 100% no, but then they just came back and were like, yeah, fuck it.
I like all the like not even like the Rasmussen or any of the crazy ones can produce a poll where JD Vance is like less than 10 points underwater.
Oh yeah, no, even the Fox News poll. The Fox News poll said JD Vance is polling more poorly amongst Republican voters. Like people that get to know him hate him the most. It is a real Ron DeSantis moment for him, and he just has to sit there and be like, meh. like when Dana Fash was like Donald Trump said you're the weird one and not him. What do you have to say to that? And he was just like, meh, I am weird.
I love the evil little face he makes is so like like you're right. The way they characterize it, where they're like, okay, so the entire liberal media machine and every celebrity and everyone has talked about how you're gross and you fucking look and act weird and no one likes you and everyone's talking about how much they hate you. And look, the result of all that, you're not that unpopular. Like it didn't work that well.
Look, we polled 10 people in your hometown, and only 9 of them said they want to kill you with hammers. This is objectively better than the last poll where 10 people said it. So it seems like there's momentum for you, JD Vance.
Dude, how did he almost lost to Tim Ryan?
Yeah.
How did they pick Tim fucking Ryan?
Bro, in Ohio, deep red Ohio, on the same fucking ballot, the governor, who is like obviously more moderate, and obviously it's different for governors. Governors can, be significantly more popular than the rest of the ticket. But by 25 points, like but DeWine got 25 points on fucking JD Vance. JD Vance underperformed Donald Trump in Ohio.
Mike DeWine might as well be like Hafez al-Assad in Ohio. Like he's Mr. Business Republican. He's, the type of guy that they barely have anymore. And JD Vance almost Mike DeWine probably gets 30% margins without Vance on the ticket.
Yeah,
He's that
Vance
bad.
brought him. Yeah, Vance brought him down.
He's that fucking bad. He is electoral poison.
Yeah, it's so awesome that they picked him. It could have been Doug Burgum. Like it came down to the wire, dude. I was a Burgum-maniac, and and I was riding with Burgum. I was, excited about it. There's 2 big misses in this election cycle. RFK Jr. could have had Jesse Ventura, and I would have voted for him if he did. And despite the fact that he is like seemingly John Fetterman style brainwormed on Israel,
I don't think Ventura would have accepted.
No, he said he was thinking about it. He was like
I don't think
second.
he would do it ultimately, though.
Yeah, he's super lived up.
No, he hates like everything RFK stands for.
Yeah, but it would have been sick. And then Doug Burgum could have been the ticket leader for Donald Trump.
There is a version of reality where Biden stays in and Trump picks Burgum. And it's like the first time Trump ever wins the popular vote and they win the House and Senate. That is a version of reality.
Oh, speaking of RFK Jr., I don't know if you remember this, went to the Trump campaign and was like, make me the head of give me medicine.
Yeah, make me the medicine guy.
Yeah, give me the FDA and I will, like JFK, pick it apart and throw it into a million pieces, like JFK said about the CIA or whatever. And Trump was like, no. The fuck are you talking about? That is gonna go to like a billionaire pharmaceutical guy.
I love that Trump is like at least with it enough to know like this guy adds nothing for me.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
This is.
Yeah, and now he sought a meeting with Kamala Harris to discuss a cabinet job.
What leverage does he think he has?
I just don't understand it because like he's basically Rahm Emanuel, but also anti-medicine.
Yeah.
So like, what difference do you offer to the ticket than any other regular Democrat?
He's literally the only constituency he's for is Bill Maher. if you are like, you're like, I'm okay with gay marriage, I'm pro-Israel, but I don't believe germs exist.
Yeah, I don't
This
believe
is your candidate. And that's one guy in the world, the greatest interviewer alive, Bill Maher.
He's like legitimately, and I'm not just saying this, like, he is legitimately anti-Semitic. You cannot be this invested in conspiracy theories and not be anti-Semitic regardless. But like he is, he literally openly sitting next to like John Levine and shit was like, COVID was an Ashkenazi Jewish conspiracy with the Chinese. Like they collaborated together.
Refresh my memory on this one. He said that like Jewish people like can't get COVID, right? Was that the thing?
Yeah, which is so like saying Ashkenazi Jews can't get sick means that that's anti-Semitic in and of itself. Okay,
Yeah.
it is so far from the reality that like you didn't meet a single Jewish person in your life. Like how the fuck do you arrive at this conclusion?
Yeah,
Like it's insane.
I mean, what is his operating theory then? That it was like, was it like Israel worked on it with China? Is that what he's saying?
I don't even know. Maybe there's like a new type of anti-Semitism where he's like only doesn't like Ashkenazi Jews or something.
Yeah, he's a follower of Ovadia.
Yeah.
He's like, I think I'm supposed to be a servant of the Sephardis forever. I'm human cattle. Ashkenazi, no thank you. But Sephardis, they're God's emissaries.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck. Like, I don't know how he's like so. I don't know how he's so pro-Israel unless like I don't know. He did hang out with Jeffrey Epstein.
I mean, yeah.
Maybe he's got some tapes out there somewhere. You know what I mean? And he's just like, I love Israel, please.
It's either that, right? Which I'm not sure. I don't even think. Like, do you think Jeffrey Epstein would think he's like important enough to blackmail? I don't know, like, because I don't know, like,
True. Especially back then when he was like a fucking environmental lawyer and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
he was like,
he was just some guy who would like go on Air America and be like, we have to clean up this river.
Yeah.
But like, I think that his Zionism is like, I don't know, it's a very like 90s Hollywood style Zionism where you're like, I like Israel because it's the most badass country and the fucking IDF babes.
Yeah, he said Palestinians are the most pampered refugees in the world.
It's insane for him, of all people, to say that.
And also, I think he's like linked up with Rabbi Shmuley.
Yeah,
too.
no, he's a
It's
Shmuley
like,
guy.
dude, you are so fucking insane. Like, it blows my mind how you can. How do you do this? Like, how brainworms? I guess.
Yeah, and talk about an internet. His campaign is only internet stuff.
That's why he's getting a whopping 6%, baby.
It's like, think about if you could bring Ross Perot in his peak form back for this election, or for this election when Biden was in it. What do you think he gets? Ross Perot probably wins electoral votes in this environment.
If he was pro-Palestinian, I'm not even kidding, he would probably melt the table a little bit.
Yeah.
Like he would eat away at the Democratic Party's base aggressively. If he wasn't so nutty, like, because a lot of Americans are dumb as fuck. They love this like weird, like, oh yeah, I think medication is poisoning you, and that's why we need to eat ladybugs or whatever the fuck, right? Like, he's
that bug video is so fucking weird.
Americans are weird as fuck. On top of that, if he was like actually fucking cranked out to the same, like if he was like truly the anti-war candidate, or at least he like presented himself as such, like I feel like he could legitimately get a lot of momentum in like very important blue states.
Yeah. I just think like I would guess final results for the RFK campaign under 3% nationally, which is so insane considering how exhausted this electorate is.
Yeah.
Again, like Ross Perot, if Ross Perot in his 1992 form were alive right now and running, I would bet $10,000 that he wins electoral votes in at least one state easily in this environment.
Even with this.
Hey, everybody. This is Kathy Johnson.
Why are there no bugs on her?
Yeah, they're supposed to go in the garden, and this fucking goofy woman was like, "Here's a bag of ladybugs to help your garden." RFK was like, "Oh, thanks." He just dumped them
Dump
over his
it all
body.
over my body so everyone knows I'm normal and good.
This is a living culture like kombucha. What did he do?
I don't know. They
God,
just
he's such a
he has to be
fucking
dead.
freak.
He has to be dead. Like bugs do not respond this way to humans. Okay.
Yeah.
No, he's dying. Like he's
Those
dead.
Ladybugs are like skittish. He's hollowed. His hollowing is at 99.
Yeah,
you
no.
need to burn humanities in the bonfire, RFK.
Yeah. Dude, the bugs are not tracking him as like an organic matter. Like they literally are just like, no, this is like this is a carcass.
RFK needs to run for the Senate seat from Londor, the city of hollows. That video is he never explains why the bugs are on him. It's so fucked up.
Yeah. How do you also not like instinctively try to swat one?
No, yeah, he's like, this feels great.
Yeah, they're like,
this.
they're crawling into his ear and shit the entire time. It's so weird. But yeah, he went after a cabinet job, but the meeting wasn't granted. He previously saw an administration job with Trump amid discussions of Kennedy backing the former president. I think Trump is desperate enough that he might like actually, like later down the line, he might get Kennedy to like.
It's going to be Patrick Bet David will pretend to be a hostage.
No, he's too brolic, dude.
Me.
He's too handsome. He's too handsome and too brolic. They would know that he's been fed well.
It's gonna be something like that, or it will be like, guess what? RFK is gonna be my fucking vaccine guy.
Yeah.
One or the other.
Yeah. Mpox.
Yeah.
They're gonna be like Mpox is fake.
Yeah. Has JD Vance done Valuetainment yet? I just realized.
No, because I don't know if he has, because he's only done like the weirdo Groyper ones. He hasn't gone to any of the cool fucking podcasts.
He's not cool enough for
like he's not Joe Rogan material. He's not cut out for the fucking. He's not cut out for the Joe Rogans and the Patrick Bet Davids. Like that's the big leagues.
He was on Milk Boys.
That's not big leagues. That's still weird. You're talking to a bunch of Canadians who LARP is like, who never went to college, that LARP is like American frat bros. Okay? And maybe that shit was like 4 years ago when they were college age. That was fine. But now they're just old too. And like the alcoholism is like genuinely set into their faces. When they're, they get the Alec Baldwin face. It's like, bro, you're 25. Why do you look like that? What the fuck happened to you?
I love when Dana White hangs out with the Nelk Boys, because Dana White is like a 60-year-old man.
Yeah.
And he's like, we're going to do some bitches together. It's like, yeah, cool, Dana. Me and my 25-year-old, me and Steiny are going to deuce a bitch after UFC 400 with 12 decisions on the card.
Yeah, they're like
this deucing sponsored by Reebok.
we're smoking gars. That's what they say.
Yeah,
they say they're smoking gars.
We're smoking gars, and we're going to try to deuce Addison Rae.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
A Fox News poll that was just released.
I'm saying Dana White would try to say that.
Yeah, yeah.
Down by 1 point.
Yeah.
But what is
we're
this
not coming after. We're not coming after Addison Rae.
Let me go on record. I've said this privately. I hate how mean people are to her. When she got that, she did some job for the UFC where she was interviewing fighters, and people were like, "I went to fucking journalism school and they didn't fucking let me do it." And it's like, well, first of all, you're stupid for going to journalism school. Second of all, this isn't a journalism job. This is an internal promotions job, and this is a nice, pretty lady that everyone likes. And you're being crazy. Calm down.
You're a defender. Okay. Did you see the Hawk Tuah girl make fun of Steiny? Dude, I just don't want to know. Like, I hate myself for knowing what those words mean. You know what I mean? It's just like one of those things that just like immediately snaps me out of it. Oh, Brett Cooper better? Yeah, right, Brett Cooper better, weebie. Brett Cooper got fucking duped by a FaZe Ronaldo clip, okay? Where's your fucking journalistic goat now? She literally saw a FaZe Ronaldo clip of FaZe Ronaldo being like, FaZe Ronaldo fucking being like, oh yeah, the Kamala Harris campaign is calling me too. And then I gotta find that TikTok, dude. I gotta fucking find that TikTok, dude.
Might have been a dead end for Kamala, but her team.
I archived that shit too. I was like, yeah, I want to fucking show this on stream.
Oh, is Brett Cooper? Was she like a TP USA girl?
I think so. I think she's like Femme Shabibo. She's like the
might
woman
have been
variant.
a dead end for Kamala, but
She's
her
the younger woman variant of Ben Shapiro, who does like a fake streaming setup.
Yeah, and
they copied my steez so fucking hard, dude. They swag jacked.
She's doing the whole like lighting thing. She also like, I never noticed this about her previously, but she has like the very like millennial voice styling. It's like well, today, children, we're gonna blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
The voice that you read Chuck Wendig threads in your mind.
Yeah, McFuckstick.
They have been undeterred. Next, they reached out to another streamer, Ronaldo from FaZe, and that also did not turn out the way that they hoped.
No, Kamala Harris stopped hitting my team, you and the Secret Service, to do a stream. I am not doing a stream with any politicians, bro.
Not having it. And it's not even that they just don't want to talk to Kamala.
That's amazing.
Wait, he thought she was an OF creator? Wait, hold on.
Not having it. And it's
No way. No, wait,
not
hold on.
even that they just don't want to talk to Kamala.
I'm not an OF creator.
They don't want to be
Oh,
involved.
he's saying he's not an OF creator. Never mind.
Who can blame them?
How can this girl be a credible news source? This is what I'm talking about when I say stop believing everything you see online. 4.2 million subs. How are people so gullible?
Daily Wire is done. It's done. It's over.
Can I just say something that I love about Ronaldo is, and I think this is an artistic choice on his part, because I saw his streams before he was in FaZe. He was a competitive Fortnite player for a while, and I was familiar with him. Making the choice to use the headset mic where the audio cracks makes all of it so much like funnier.
I agree.
I think it's a great artistic choice. I think he's a genius.
No, he's very funny. I like him a lot.
He's very good.
I like all the new FaZe boys. They're all great. Yeah, it's the Tyler one. It's the Tyler one headset shit. Yeah,
it's a great choice. I think he's a genius for that.
Yeah, Moxie does it too. But yeah, where's your fucking god now, Weeby? My Discord like loves doing Brett Cooper memes. Like
Why?
And at first they were like, I think it because they're horny. I think like there's no other reason. I don't understand it.
I've never even seen like a conservative. I've seen some fans of some real like fifth string conservative women. Like I don't even need to bring up the Lonnies, the Melanie fans. I've never seen, not even the most desperate 61-year-old man be like, Brett Cooper, you are one smart smoke show. Well, there's like, I haven't seen a Brett Cooper fan anywhere.
Yeah, they do this. They do this shit like nonstop.
I guess your chat, they're the only ones.
Yeah, no,
like,
they literally.
Brett Cooper fans.
They are dude. I mean, look, see, I look at the Discord.
This is insane.
They have so many fucking gifs on lock for Brett Cooper. They're just like posting it nonstop in the chat. They're freaks. They're actually freaks.
These didn't exist before. No one was making Brett Cooper
they
gifs
have
before.
made. They have made it.
These.
They have made these 100%.
You guys are fucked up.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, I gotta nuke this fucking Discord, man. It's so bad. What the fuck?
You look very like Agent 47 there. That's kind of cool, actually.
They call me you bald fuck. That's crazy. Oh, there's one of you.
Me?
What? You got this one. Every failure is a success.
Oh, I'm in a related one too, on the browser.
Yeah. Okay, we're done. I'm stopping. The Discord.
Oh, they made.
I can't even. Oh. What the...
Okay, I look like a scary murderer there.
Okay, we're done.
When my weight cut is done and I'm like finally down to 2022
Do you
levels
think
of
Hassan
non-fatness,
Piker is
I'll
hot?
come back for some new gift framings that you guys can do with me when I'm less fat.
This was funny. This was.
Do you
like...
think Hassan Piker is hot?
No. Why do you think it's so hard? No! She belongs to the chat. She belongs to the chat. Yes, in some photos.
Oh my God, he's.
Please be lying.
Recently, don't like the hair. Before, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
That was when I was on my long hair phase. She didn't like it.
Yeah.
That's
He's
why
built.
I cut it.
Do you think?
For bro got cucked again.
Is this better?
I think, I guess it was his old bedroom.
It's like a ton of money.
I don't think so. I don't know.
Really?
I don't know what he does. I think he just like now just defends pedophilia a lot.
Okay.
Like that's his new lane is being like, I defend pedophilia Islamically.
Yeah, all those crazy conservatives who are like, Muhammad married a 3-year-old.
Yeah.
I'm saying I like that.
That's what blows my mind about it is that like these guys, these like later reverts, they all like these fake grifter reverts in the podcast and like PUA scene, like Andrew Tate and whatever, aren't just like they're not like abiding by Islam or whatever. Like they don't give a shit about it. They just like have leaned into the Islamophobic memes about what it is to be Muslim, and they're like, yeah, I only care about Islam because I want to kill you if you draw a picture of Muhammad, and I love pedophilia, and I want to do terrorism.
It's like all the MI5 assets in London who are like insane, like anti-Shia, like psychopaths, who don't like they smoke and drink and do everything, but they want to like kill every Shia.
Yeah,
it's the exact same thing.
It doesn't make any sense to me what the fuck this guy's doing. He's just like, he filtered Islam through like the most Western centric lens and was like, oh, I like it because of what these guys are saying about Islam, not because of like Islam itself, none of the fucking principles, nothing like that, but simply because everyone is saying they're really bad.
Yeah.
He just did the defending pedophilia shit yesterday. Oh yeah, no, I saw this. I just feel a pedophile is one day going to use this image in the heat of a controversy. 31,000 likes, bro.
If you're MasterCard, please advertise under this.
Like,
please fucking buy ads here if you're fucking Expedia.com.
Yeah, this is so nutty, dude. Also, speaking of pedophilia, Dr. Disrespect, apparently he made a comeback.
Vacation is just too good right now. I bet going on vacation with your wife after a pedophilia confession is great. I bet that's the best vacation of your life.
Yeah, we'll be back soon though, champs. We have lots to talk about. And then he goes, yeah, which I don't know. Is that like a Dr. Disrespect?
Yeah, it's a
That's a Dr. Disrespect thing? Okay.
Yeah. So like,
and he deleted the tweet where he admitted
I saw that, but it's like you can't. What is his move now? Just act like it never happened?
Well,
I guess
they're calling you a kid liker on X, Doc. That's what they're saying on the Everything app. Connor's so funny.
It's really good.
He did come back and was like, when he first came back, he did this thing where he was like, of course, they, them in the bio would say this. And it was like, even like the most centrist, like right wing, but like secretly, I claim to be a centrist, even though I'm right wing accounts were like, no, dog, like this shit doesn't work. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. I guess his move is like, okay, I'm going to come back after a month and then maybe everyone will, like, people won't care as much.
Yeah.
I just like, if OJ showed anything, different media environment, of course. But like, I think he could have, if he just like deny, if he did that, even with overwhelming proof, he would like, there'd be enough people who are still like, well, he says he didn't fucking do it, that he could like maintain a decent viewership. But he completely obliterated any possibility of that.
Yeah.
You can't like admit it.
But Brandon is excited. Can't wait. It's boring without you.
That's the other thing I don't get. Like, how does, from what I can tell, this guy's stream is like, okay, I'm going to act like Ben Stiller in that dodgeball movie while playing Call of Duty. And people are like, this is the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I'm sorry, I don't.
But
this is amazing, Doc. You doing this stupid fucking character that you've done for 20 years, you prevented me from killing my entire family. That's what people say, and it's so crazy to me.
But yeah, but have you thought that you're not 12, Felix? Bro, Dr. Disrespect's audience is not 12. His audience is older than mine, bro. What are you talking about? They're all fucking like retired cops and shit.
Yeah, no, all of his audience are guys who are like, "Hey, Doc, I'm the head of the guard shift at Bagram Air Base. We're in Champions Club, firm handshakes."
Yeah,
it's all guys who are like in Blackwater. If you have like done a massacre that the U.S. government covered up, you are a Doc subscriber, tier 3.
Shitty Nick Merck put up a video of Doc returns so quick, but nothing really on him. Tons of Mr. Beast and Ava though. Yeah, Mr. Beast is people are fucking going crazy over the Mr. Beast stuff. Did you see he like
the Delaware
violated
guy?
Mr. Beast? He violated the Geneva Conventions.
Yeah, but the other guy, the Delaware guy that worked for him.
Oh, the pedophile. Yeah, that was crazy. Dude,
very
how
weird.
How the fuck do you see a guy, you're like, oh, my content is like mostly child facing. Yeah, I should hire an out and about pedophile with like a pedophilia charge.
Well, it's just like, I feel like he was sort of like set up for failure in this way. Like everyone was waiting for a dam to break. And it's like, ultimately, like, who knows, what the deal is with any of this. I'm awaiting that guy on YouTube, Legal Eagle.
Yeah.
I like him because he's, he like me and him, we're both middle-aged men.
I bought his gavel.
Whenever there's like a legal thing with like a streamer or something, I always wait for his video because he puts it in terms for, people like me and him, guys who fought in the Korean War. No, I'm kidding. He's not that old. But he does very good videos about people's legal issues.
But then in other news,
and I always like to wait for his take. But like, who knows what happened with any of that? I am waiting on his video. But I think like when there's someone like Mr. Beast whose entire thing is that they are the most advertiser friendly creator in the world, that like, anyone can buy product placement or ad space here. I am the most brand friendly guy ever. When someone like that exists and is making hundreds of millions of dollars, no one will say this out loud, of course, because it's like, it's the worst thing you could appear as on the internet is openly like jealous or hoping for someone's downfall just for the sake of downfall, even though that is what everyone does.
Yeah.
People were so eager for there just to be like one little crack on the dam, for anything to happen, for the floodgates to pour out, for everyone for there to be enough momentum to be like, fuck this guy.
Yeah.
And that is not a defense of him. I'm just saying that is a major vulnerability he had. Your thing is like that you're
having said that, when you have that kind of vulnerability, I cannot believe that he only now hired an HR person. I'm like, bro, you're like you're a multi-$100 million corporation, and you didn't have a fucking HR person. Like, that's to protect you. It's not to protect the fucking people.
Right, exactly. Like, that's exactly. Like, I don't know how he didn't know that. And, like, again, having the vulnerabilities he did, who knows what he thought? I can do this forever? Who the fuck knows, right?
Yeah.
But, it's just, I mean, like, for however, like, smart or capable someone is, there is a reason why, like, for the most part, you don't see 26-year-olds running, like, companies that are worth hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
It's because of shit like this.
Let's see.
It's been a minute since we last talked about it, but there are new Mr. Beast allegations and updates. Because among other things, there's this alleged narrative that Mr. Beast is blocking people from speaking about victims, including those who say they were sexually assaulted. And in part, these updates start with Eret, Ava Tyson's partner, with there being an anonymous X account posting what they claim is an internal message Eret originally sent to mods in a Discord group. And I really want to stress this before we get into it. Currently, it is unclear if this message is authentic, right? Eret hasn't spoken out to confirm or deny it. But whether it is or is not genuine, it has led to a ton of responses online, and it's continued this narrative, and it's also led us to another big response. But with all that said, going down the list, this alleged message claims that Ava is disgusted by who she used to be, that she regrets buying Shadman art. This message also claiming that Ava didn't know Lava GS was a minor when she began making sexually explicit jokes in Discord channels where he was present. Though both Lava and another person who says they were a minor on those channels have responded, saying Ava definitely knew Lava was a minor at the time. And then the message shifts to Jess, who we mentioned in our previous coverage. Right? Jess claims that she and Ava had a sexual relationship, that she was then brought on to the Mr. Beast team, and that things quickly turned to sexual assaults. And here, that message claims that Ava paid for all of Jess's living expenses, but that she viewed Jess platonically like a sister. Also claiming that Jess once tweeted a threat to kill herself, with the alleged message then going on to read, there has already been a third-party investigation at Beast for a couple weeks regarding Jess. However, as Mr. Beast has been under so much pressure recently, they don't want to say anything publicly in case it causes more things to flare up online. With it adding that Ava's initial response was, quote, entirely written by the Mr. Beast execs under the insane pressure of Amazon and other corporate investors, and claiming Amazon execs basically forced Jimmy to ditch Ava. But then, like I said, with all of that, we saw Jess responding to this anonymous account, getting them to share a screenshot of what appears to be part of the same message from Ararat in this alleged Discord channel, with Jess then saying a number of the claims spread in this message were lies, saying Ava did not pay for all of her living expenses, claiming that the relationship wasn't just platonic, and notably saying she never threatened to kill herself, and adding, my case got moved to the new third-party investigators probably because the company didn't like the results of the original investigations, which started in early June. Yes, Mr. Beast wants to avoid anyone saying anything publicly about what happened to me and other victims so investors don't pull out. They don't care at all that I was SA'd at their company. But then also, as all of that was playing out, you had creator Rosanna Pansino claiming she got a hold of another alleged document. But they're saying this one is a 36-page employee manual written by Jimmy himself, and claiming that she confirmed its legitimacy with two former Mr. Beast employees. They're also posting the full document to X, but going through parts of it in a video.
Yeah, there's like one of the things is no doesn't mean no.
What?
Like one of the bullet points is like, I mean, it's not about what you would think it's about. It's more so about like when you call up a dollar store because you want to buy everything and then they say no, then
like aggressive sales tactics.
Keep pursuing it. Like maybe even Jimmy, Mr. Beast Donaldson will give the call if necessary. Maybe they have like a manager in a different dollar store that might be a fan, or their children might be a fan, that kind of shit. But it's even then, it's like ridiculous to put in a fucking document like that.
Or they're starting with a section titled I Only Want A Players, in which Jimmy allegedly writes,
A players are obsessive, learn from mistakes, coachable, intelligent, don't make excuses, believe in YouTube, see the value of this company, and are the best in the goddamn world at their job. B players are new people that need to be trained into A players, and C players.
25, you need to be playing Steam Deck. You need to be having sex on a floor mattress, the shittiest box spring available. Half your meals need to be some type of drink. But like writing this when you're 25 is so sad.
It's crazy.
It's so sad.
Or just
I don't care how much money he makes. This is a wasted youth.
Average employees. They don't suck, but they aren't exceptional at what they do. They just exist, do whatever, and get a paycheck. They aren't obsessive, aren't spelled wrong again. C players are poisonous and should be transitioned to a different company immediately, all caps. It's okay, we give everyone severance, so they'll be fine.
With Rosanna here going on to say that this is evidence of Jimmy playing favorites, saying that it shows that those who don't fit into Jimmy's definition of A player are treated as less than within his company, arguing that normal people with healthy work-life balances are not welcome, which then rolls into a later portion of the document titled, It's Okay for the Boys to be Childish.
If talent, he's referring to his best friends, wants to draw a dick on the whiteboard in a video or do something stupid, let them. Parentheses, assuming they know all the risks and aren't missing context on why it's not safe. People like when we are in our natural element of stupidity. Really do everything you can to empower the boys when filming and help them make content. Help them be idiots.
I don't
this
think
just shows the culture that he is
is necessarily sinister, but just like again, a multi-million-dollar company, which is what this is, putting that in writing is so fucking stupid.
No, it's like what doesn't make sense is like when I first read like parts of the document, it came across like this was a dude who like was running a 5-person YouTube channel at the age of 20.
Yeah.
Because he was. But the problem is he's running a 100-person company that owns an entire chunk of like North Carolina that has products in Walmart.
Yeah.
And as an Amazon.
They're practically a multi-million-dollar conglomerate now. They make physical products. They are primarily a production company, but a production company that has that much fucking revenue and like that's a real business. It's not like a business in the way that like, you know, people will start a LLC for, you know, a podcast or something. This is a real fucking thing. And you wouldn't, you know, what's an equivalent? Like, to scale it up a bit, would you run MGM this way? No. You know, no.
Intentionally building. He plays favorites, there is a boys club, and they are allowed to do things that other people aren't.
Now with this, I want to stress this is just a couple of things from Rosanna's video. If you want to watch it, I'm going to link to it, of course, in the description down below. But for the most part, right now, those are the updates we have. And that possibly in part because last week you had creator Ludwig saying Jimmy told him directly that he's waiting on all of the allegations to come out and then he'll make one reply. Which on that note, you have a lot of people right now waiting on part 3 of Dogpack 404's video, which he teased will cover sexual misconduct cover-ups. But as we wait to see what happens, I got to pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? And then...
Oh, did you see the Disney wrongful death suit?
Yeah, Jesus. I said it on Twitter, but it's like, don't you wish they had like a better opponent than fucking Ron DeSantis?
Yeah.
Like, what an evil piece of shit company.
no one in a position of power that is like actually remotely competent is going to go after fucking Disney anyway. So in a system like ours, you will never have a guy that is remotely competent go after. Like Sheldon Whitehouse is not taking on fucking Disney.
You know
what
the
I
only
mean?
situation where you would ever get like maybe even like token Senate hearings about something like this would be like a Republican in the White House with a Democratic Senate and House. Like that's the only time where Democrats like try to look busy with this type of thing.
That's how you get Kamala Harris advocating for Medicare for all.
Exactly.
Yeah. Democrat messaging bill saying like permanent communism now, international proletarian revolution.
Yeah. When they don't hold the White House, they are doing like pretty much all the things like that the Senate is supposed to do as enumerated.
In America, if you watch an episode of The Man Who Learned, they get to kill your wife.
It's fucking insane. Like,
I mean, I think they're just throwing darts at a board. It's just like a wild.
I know they are.
It's a wild miscalculation to even try that, though, because obviously that's going to garner so much negative PR.
Right. It is probably like on balance more advantageous for the company to just pay this guy.
Yeah. So here, for those of you who don't know, Disney's trying to get out of a wrongful death lawsuit from a grieving husband tossed out of court because he signed up to Disney Plus years earlier, a free trial. His wife suffered a fatal allergic reaction at a Disney Springs restaurant after she said she had allergies and asked at the Disney restaurant if the food actually had these things that she was allergic to and was assured that the food did not have this thing that she was allergic to. Then she fucking died. And then Disney said, sorry, there is a no arbitration clause in the 1 month free Disney Plus trial sign up. So you technically can't fucking sue us for this.
This is like, if conservatives were competent, they would be like making a major thing out of this. And like, it wouldn't just be this case. There are so many instances of Disney using lawyers to just terrorize people.
Wait, dude. The lawyer for Disney in the "You Can't Sue Us for Killing Your Family Because You Streamed Encanto" one time on Disney Plus is
No
the grandson
way.
of Batista.
Fuck off.
Who was appointed to the Florida Supreme Court by Jeb Bush. Dude.
Fuck off.
I think part of this is like, America is so good at just like hiding that we're pure villain status. Like nobody thinks about that, but it's like comically evil on every fucking, like in every sense of the word.
Yeah.
Like, no, not the wrestler, man. The Cuban dictator. Like,
you thought he was Dave Bautista's grandson?
What are we doing here?
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, he's Batista bombing the family. Oh my god.
Batista, like if he was Batista's grandson, he would be like a 9-year-old lawyer.
Yeah.
Like, Batista's not that old.
Oh my god, that's crazy. Piccolo accepted the Disney Plus subscriber agreement. Like,
oh
that's,
my god.
That is such an insane. Like, God, lawyers are crazy.
I mean, Disney is like famous for fucking up people's lives with lawyers. Like, they're just an insanely litigious company. And like for like right-wing populism, it would be such an easy move to be like, hey, like for Elon Musk or someone to be like, hey, we're funding a team. Like if Disney tries to fucking ruin your life, we're funding like a team of lawyers to, fight back.
Yeah, like Peter Thiel versus Gawker shit.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, we're funding a team. Like if Disney tries to fucking ruin your life, we're funding like a team of lawyers to, fight back.
Yeah, like Peter Thiel versus Gawker shit.
Yeah, exactly.
But the thing is, it's not Gawker. It's fucking Disney. So you can't do that. Like
they're
there's
afraid
no
of
one
actually fighting them.
Yeah, there's no one with that kind of. No one can take on that smoke. Like, I don't even think Elon Musk could. Elon Musk is also like uniquely incompetent. I don't think he can do anything.
I think this is such a weird counterfactual, but like, okay, could like, I'm trying to think of like a billionaire with like nation state wealth who would, if they were in opposition to Disney, could come out on top. Like prime George Soros. I don't know. I like Soros was a very skilled currency trader. He was a smart guy. He's like fucking 180 now.
Yeah.
But Bill Gates, maybe? I don't know.
I just don't see any of those guys rocking the boat. Like normal billionaires would never disrupt that process.
That's why it's a weird counterfactual, because you have to imagine them being in a situation where they have the motivation and desire to like take down Disney.
Yeah, it's like, think about it this way. Like, I don't even think, I mean, the closest you can get to a situation like that is like Jeff Bezos versus MBS.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's the only time where I've like ever seen a billionaire and like a billionaire theocrat fucking monarch actually like duke it out.
Yeah. And that was almost like two nation states at odds with each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. That's weird to think of. I mean,
like what Elon Musk did with the Disney culture war was like, I'm gonna take Disney Plus out of my cars and you'll see. Like, that's the most he did.
They never they'll never do anything that like, just like Ron DeSantis wouldn't like want to annihilate one of the biggest like employers in his state.
Yeah. Well, that was also like such a major misstep. Like, I could not comprehend like the horrible political instincts from Ron DeSantis to go after like the biggest like tourism driver in the fucking state. Like, what is wrong? You're so stupid. Like, culture wars are supposed to be a distraction. They're not supposed to be the only thing you do. Right. You're not supposed to disrupt capital with culture war shit. It's supposed to be culture war in an effort to like continue allowing capital to run supreme.
There is a competent way to do that. There is like a competent like populist way to go head to head with like the biggest private employer in your state, but like that's not the tact he took. You know, he went full in on the exact type of stuff that alienated everyone in 2022.
Yeah. But has it really affected Florida? No, because fucking he backed down. What are you talking about, dumbass? What the fuck? Elon would destroy Disney, Giga Hoss. But has it really affected Florida? No, it hasn't, because fucking Ron DeSantis backed away. Dude, fucking, what's his face? Voldemort,
Rick Scott.
Rick Scott was like, yeah, I don't know what he's doing. Like he literally, they asked Rick Scott, which, by the way, incredible figure in general. Okay, wild that Florida keeps like voting for him. I don't understand how.
He like, barely won the first time. It's really nuts.
He's like responsible for like award-winning, record-breaking insurance fraud. Like,
yeah, he's not even
like that was before he ran.
Yeah, it's not like he's like a regular evil Republican billionaire where it's like, oh, I cornered the market on like insulin needles or something like that. No, he's like a criminal.
Yeah.
He's a fucking criminal.
Anyway, it's just wild, but like, yeah. And then the Republican Party made him in charge of like fundraising, I think, or something.
Yeah.
So they went up to him in the midst of this like Disney back and forth between him and Ron DeSantis and Disney, and they were like, "What do you think about your state's governor Ron DeSantis fighting with Disney?" And he was like, "Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah.
he needs to dial it back."
But yeah, because he's like, he's a normal like McConnell style Republican.
Yeah,
it's fucking terrifying for him.
Yeah, the only billionaire, JB Pritzker, he's gonna come after Disney for not doing reverse toilet gender day.
He's
gonna hit it from the other angle where he's like, Disney's not woke enough.
Yeah, I always like want him to be a more national figure just so people can see that tweet, the funniest tweet ever. It's so good. I think it was so great because it was like everyone was kind of able to laugh at it. You know, everyone on of every political persuasion.
Yeah, he's the best. Please look at Rick Scott electoral history. Gotta be honest, if I were Florida Democrats and I lost to Rick Scott twice by 1%, 2 red wave years, and then lost to him by 0.1% in a blue wave year, I'd assume God hated me and wanted me to die too. Yeah, I don't understand how resilient he is.
Well,
but I also don't understand like Mitch McConnell either. Like Kentuckians don't like Mitch McConnell.
I mean, I don't know. It's hard to get like good approval rating polls on people's senators. I don't know. I think who knows really, but like maybe they find him like personally gross, but they think he like does a lot for the state. Like he brings a lot of money home. Who knows? God, running Charlie Crist against him. What a fucking bungle.
Democrats have gotten within an ass hair so many fucking times.
Yeah.
Both in the Senate and the gubernatorial race. It's like crazy.
Yeah.
Like, and Florida, I don't know what the fuck the Florida Democratic Party is doing. Like, I mean, they ran a fucking dude with like, they ran a dude who literally was outed as like doing meth in the fucking Fontainebleau Hotel.
It was so funny.
With a gay prostitute.
It was so funny.
And he almost defeated Ron DeSantis.
He almost ended the DeSantis experiment before it started. And he was like, dude, 1 month he's out there, he's like, fucking Maduro is a dictator, blah, blah, blah. And then the next month he's like, yeah, I get by sometimes when I do Molly. And it's like, you were almost the governor.
Yeah.
What?
No, I know the meth thing was after the election. I'm saying that, like, don't you think that would be something that would come up in the oppo? Like, don't you think that the Democratic Party should investigate the background of a person running for a gubernatorial race in a state like fucking Florida? What do you mean that was after his loss? I know that was after. He should have never ran to begin with.
You want to talk about liberal figure on the scale on Twitter, though? You used to get like auto-modded if you posted the Gillum naked picture.
Wait, really?
Yeah. No, that really is.
I didn't even know there was a naked picture. I only saw the guy, the prostitute guy.
No, there's a picture of Gillum like passed out, like naked.
Oh,
But yeah, you used to get auto-modded if you posted that.
Yeah, well, woke Twitter. I'm glad that Matt Taibbi got to the bottom of that. Yeah. What do you mean doing meth with a gay hooker is good for your political career? Dude, I don't understand Florida at all, dude. I just don't get it. I will never understand it. Maybe he has been rehabilitated off meth, though. Everyone deserves a second chance. Man, shut up, Neek Skit. Jesus Christ. Every day, dude, with this fucking guy. Like, it happened like 2 years ago, man. What are you talking about? It was revealed immediately after he lost the race. Yeah. Trump talked to Benjamin Netanyahu on Wednesday, dude. Remember what I told you about Ronald Reagan with the hostage negotiations? Yeah. Just saying. Something to think about. What is this? He's going to move to Bosnia.
I love Bosnia. I want to move here. Well, I said it. I wasn't going to talk about this. But
You actually mean that? You actually mean that? You could see yourself living there?
I am looking at real estate today. Like, and I've traveled all over the world. I want to show you. Look at it. I'm doxing my hotel.
Yo, this actually makes me happy.
Look at how beautiful this country is.
It is. It actually is beautiful as hell.
This is dope. But yeah, I'm back here.
Hey, how much is like the average property out there, like a house, like a 3-bedroom?
I think it's pretty cheap. You can get a good house in Mostar, like by the water for like 300,000, something like that. But I would probably get like a high-rise apartment, something like Miami type apartment, because I want to be here all the time.
Mostar is the place to go. I'm telling you, that's the best place there.
Yeah,
Wait, what?
I love Bosnia.
Breaking pro-Palestine protesters storming the Democratic after party. Event following Kamala Harris campaign. Smokes bombs set up at the outdoor restaurant. Mass arrest. What the fuck? Oh, hell. I mean, Protests managed to crash today's fundraiser after party for Kamala. The Democrats who attended were residing, refusing to let them ignore the protesters' demands for an arms embargo to Israel. Police immediately called in to arrest several protesters. Hey, man, you got to do what you got to do. You got to do what you got to do, man. You got to do what you got to do. Hey, it would be really interesting if, Trump got to put forward how he's the peace guy in Israel-Palestine. Once again, I'm reiterating my statement. Democrats have nothing to lose and only stand to gain from packing this shit up. That's all I'm saying. How effective are protests like this? Brother, if you can't protest like this, how else are you supposed to protest? This is, in my opinion, I don't give a fuck if this kind of shit like negatively polarizes those in positions of power against like pro-Palestinian protesters. Like, asking kindly never works, okay? It's about a consistent pressure campaign where you ceaselessly and endlessly remind people that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get 1 free Prime subscription a month. There's a 3-minute ad break now. Yeah. The point of protests like this is to cause discomfort, force the issue. Yeah, like, the reality of the matter is this type of shit also is like significantly, like, even from the worst person's point of view, like, you know, I'm talking about the type of dude who's like, why would you stop the roads? Like, oh, you're going to stop ambulances from crossing the road or whatever. Like, okay, fine. You know, I agree with that form of protest as well. I agree with all forms of protest in this situation because it's like, obviously the situation is untenable, is unmanageable. It's indefensible. Having said that, however, this I think is also the type of protest of like, you know, even a fucking Asmongold type of person who would be like, oh, my day is ruined, would probably understand, because who the fuck are you supposed to protest at that point? Like, what are you supposed to do? Just like not protest? I think ultimately that's what it is. The people that would get mad at this would be like, you know, don't protest. Fuck you. Wait, why? Yeah, cops are going to crack many student heads, and it will be on every news outlet in 1 month. This is not going to fucking go away, and it shouldn't go away. It's a good thing that they're protesting. Protests inside the DNC fundraiser event are disrupting Mayor Adams and other politicians tonight, calling for justice in Palestine and demanding Kamala Harris and the Democrats end their complicity in this ongoing genocide. The noise protest outside is continuing across the street. The pro-Palestinian protests have started. They were inside a DNC fundraiser, disrupting Mayor Adams and other politicians, calling for justice in Palestine. And then apparently they also managed to crash today's fundraiser after party for Kamala. The Democrats attended, were residing, refusing to let them ignore the protesters' demands for an arms embargo to Israel. Police immediately were called in and arrested several people. Yeah, be on the lookout tomorrow from fucking Joe Scarborough and like all of the liberal outlets being like, it's unacceptable. Why are you guys doing this?
Did you see what Malcolm Nance said?
Oh my God.
I love Malcolm Nance.
Oh my God.
He's
no, I don't
so
want to have
funny.
a fucking aneurysm. Let me guess, okay?
You will not guess. It's too insane for anyone.
Really?
I would be concerned for anyone if they guessed.
I thought he was going to be like, this is why I went to Ukraine, you McFucksticks. You McFucksticks don't understand. I went to Ukraine to crack skulls, and now I can't wait to come back. Now I can't wait to come back to New York and crack some pro-Palestinian jihadi skulls too.
It's weirder than that.
Okay, I tried to be as weird as possible. Let's see what he said.
Okay, so he posts a lot. That's the problem. I would go to his media grid and find the post with the folding chair for an image. Yeah, there.
Oh my God.
This is the.
Okay, I wasn't that far off.
But I feel like the headline here is, again, he is saying this. I want to make it very clear. I'm not saying this, nor is anyone I know saying this. He is saying that African Americans have a racial buff to folding chair attacks.
No, it's
I
because
do not believe that.
No, that's from the fucking Montgomery brawl, dude. That's why it's an old ass fucking meme. We're not an old ass meme, but like old now. Remember when there was like a fucking group of like white racist dudes who were drunk as fuck in Montgomery that were
don't
boating.
remember this.
Okay, so this was like big for like
I
God.
thought he would, like he said.
My brain is so rotted. I know everything like this.
We have a certain peculiar set of skills. He's trying to do the Taken thing. And so when he posted the folding chair, I thought you should not say that any race is better at using folding chairs as a weapon than any other one.
Yeah, terrorists and Hamas supporters of Free Palestine groups think they're going to disrupt the DNC. Well, it will be the largest assembly of African Americans since 2008. We have a rather peculiar set of skills. Like he's saying that, first of all, when I saw the folding chair, immediately I thought, is this like a Evangelion reference? I was like, what is he trying to say? But then I very quickly understood it's a Boondocks reference. I thought it was the Montgomery boat fight. Was it not? When the brawl.
How does Malcolm Nance...
Was it on the Boondocks? It could have been I thought it was the Montgomery boat fight. Yeah.
I never saw this.
Oh, this was huge on Twitter. This like blew the fuck up.
I've never seen this.
Yeah, it's 3 black men and women escalating. Wait, what? The video shows black men and women escalating a fight? Wait, what? Okay, this is a racist ass interpretation of the events that unfolded.
So I'm assuming...
No, a bunch of drunk white boys came off a boat and started beating the shit out of a black security guard who was telling them, like, you have to move your fucking boat because a much larger boat is trying to park here. And ultimately they just got their ass. Yeah, didn't someone use a chair in this fight or no? Am I wrong? Yeah, ultimately they rushed to his defense and beat the fucking dog shit out of the racist losers.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's a great story. This guy is needlessly making racist revisionist history here. But I think it's the steel chair effect from the Boondocks.
You owe me money, man. Give me my money back. I want my money now. Give me my damn money.
Yeah, it's just like when someone uses a chair, like fights break out or whatever.
Right, like singling them out like that.
Yeah. I do hate that though. I do fucking hate that singling. The pro-Palestine protest was lost and will never again regain my respect once they ran up in Mother Emanuel AME in Charleston. There isn't a nasty tweet TikTok of them screaming or a black person apologizing for their anti-blackness. They could push me further away at this point. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wasn't that like with Biden?
Yeah, that was literally with Biden. This
that was
like
with Biden.
Months and months ago.
Yeah, this person is broken, dude. What are you talking about? Dude, look, there are a lot of liberal careerists in every part of American media. Okay, it's ridiculous. Yeah, if there was also a pro-Palestine protest in Mother Emanuel AME in Charleston, it was probably most likely organized by black people too. And then he follows this on by going, I can't think of even one time black folks demonstrated inside an American mosque, Christian, Muslim, or otherwise, no matter what. Like, what are they going to demonstrate inside of a mosque against? Like for 9/11? Like,
what? Yeah. What
the fuck?
What?
Yeah.
I like how it's like he's like doing protocol shit, but about like Muslims.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, but if we protested in your mosque where you control America from, it would be a problem.
He called Mark Lamont Hill a Russian accent. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So
that's all you need to know.
Yeah.
Okay. Listen, don't come after Mark. Okay. I will always defend him.
They will never run out of money to pay people for acting disgusting. That will never happen. You always see this, unfortunately.
Yeah, do they know Muslims can also be black? Yeah, in America too. Like that's
especially in America.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What? A leak call from the ADL showed that they were terrified of TikTok. 2 months later, Congress voted to ban TikTok. AIPAC admitted that Black and Palestinian Solidarity was hurting their cause. 2 months later, a bunch of newer accounts are sowing discord between both communities. They're not, because this is Twitter. Nobody gives a shit about this, okay? Nobody gives a shit about this until there is like an ABC News special on it.
Right.
But right now, it's just on Twitter. You can't do like... Back in the day when a lot of people were actually on Twitter or whatever, when a lot more journalists were on Twitter, maybe then you could actually move the needle in some direction. But you cannot know what's happening bad on TikTok. It doesn't matter. I don't think it's like... I mean, TikTok, I would believe that it's a more concerted effort and you could actually move the needle a little bit. But like Twitter itself, nah. It's Giga on TikTok. There's also a lot of opportunist liberals that will say this shit for self-promotion. The post people are yelling about said all Americans participate in imperialism and the libs are just trying to do CIA divide and conquer tactics. Claim pro-Palestine is anti-black. It's on TikTok, Hassan. It's bad, not just Twitter. Okay, give me the fucking TikTok and I'll see it. Anyone that fucking turns around and goes, hey, this white supremacist empire with its fucking 800 military bases and its tentacles in every little thing that's going around, specifically in the third world, you know, where a lot of black and brown people happen to be the victims of said empire. You know who's actually mostly responsible for that? Black American descendants of slaves. That's an insane fucking thing to say. You are the most delusional person on the planet. There is no way I will ever take you seriously. Okay?
Well,
Like,
what did this post actually say? Because I haven't seen it.
You'll agree with this take? It's one for one what you've said before. Was it disrespect the protest Biden speech at the Mother Emanuel AME Church in Charleston? Oh, it was. It was the Biden speech.
Yeah.
I think one of the most like cynical, one of the most grossest aspects of the Biden camp that they did this shit was when they would like weaponize black people as a shield.
Yeah, talk about fucking human shields.
Yeah, they literally would just be like, wow, it's really fucked up because a lot of black people love Biden. So you must be against black people. And I was like, I'm telling you, Kamala Harris is a black woman who should be the substitute to Biden. And motherfuckers would try to tell me that it's anti-black to usurp Biden.
I love the Democrat QAnon stuff they did where they went, by not stepping down, that's Joe Biden shielding Kamala.
Yeah.
I never understood that, how that was happening.
What is this? What started it?
I never thought I would be one of those people that comes crying on the internet, and if my English is not comprehensible, it's fine. It's not my first language. But this has to be said. I'm so sick. I'm so sick and tired of Americans playing your identity politics. I'm so sick of it. You were all able to comprehend pinkwashing. You were all able to comprehend how using one's identity in the name of fucking... You were all able to comprehend how pinkwashing is fucked up. That killing people in the name of something is fucked up. You were able to comprehend it when it came to queerness and pinkwashing, but you're not able to comprehend it when it comes to race. You're coming on the internet, telling Palestinians how they're playing oppression Olympics, how there's other genocides. We are very well aware. We're from the global south. We are aware to what's happening. I'm fucking half Iraqi and half Palestinian.
She's not saying anything wrong. What the fuck? Why are people mad about this? I don't understand.
You're aware of the oppression that's happening, and it's never because of us, it's because of you. It's fucking because of you. It's your government. It's the people that you keep voting, and it's your tax money. I've never been in the US, and I never fucking will be. Never fucking will be. You guys are fucking whack. You're insane. You're so beyond selfish. It's fucking insane. A black woman in fucking presidency is not gonna save us. And no, I'm not fucking saying vote Trump in. Fucking do something. Do something. I'm so sick and tired of this. Do something. It's your responsibility. What more do you need to see? What more images need to come out of Sudan, Congo, fucking Palestine, any of those countries? What do you need to fucking see to fucking start acting and realizing you're the fucking problem? You're the fucking problem. No one's stone policing you. No one's telling you not to fucking speak up, but do not speak up when it comes to oppressing my people. I don't give a fuck anymore. I don't give a fuck anymore.
What's the...
It's fucking also white people. It's all of you. It's fucking all of you. Every fucking race in fucking America has oppressed us. Black people also wear a uniform and get on a plane and come to our countries and kill us. You vote the same fucking melanated fucking people into government that sign papers to kill us. I don't want to hear it anymore. I don't want to hear it. You are our colonizers. I do not want to fucking hear it. I don't want to hear it. I'm done. I'm fucking done. We've watched our people die for fucking years. We're not the people that oppressed you. Instead of taking a second to think how fucking identity politics is so fucking toxic and is killing people, you're playing into the entire fucking agenda. Step by step, you're all fucking brainwashed. You're all fucking ridiculous and fucking pathetic. I'm so fucking done. Done. So fucking done. You're all the fucking same. All of you. Every single one of you. Every single fucking American is complicit. And I'm done. You're all fucking complicit. You're all complicit.
Yeah, I think this was willfully misinterpreted.
Yeah.
To say the least.
I saw people specifically to black women, saying they're voting for Kamala, saying that they should take the Palestine flag out of their name or buyer if they're voting for Kamala. Yeah, I don't really care about these fucking like, oh, you need to you need to change your bio or whatever. None of that stuff moves the needle. Go out and fucking protest, okay? She's absolutely right when she talks about like identity politics being a mechanism to shield America's like gross and violent actions. She's completely correct.
Right, and she's not singling anyone out. She's saying that, like, nor is she saying that anyone is like more culpable than the other. Just that, like, again, anyone in America can join the military or otherwise like commit these acts.
Yeah, I don't think this is like specifically singling out, like, people are making it seem like this is specifically singling out black people.
It's really not.
Even one point that she made, this is actually a really important point. Not the fact that there are like black troops on deployment, because that's another consequence of like America exploiting underserved communities to consistently have like some function of a poverty draft. But this part where she talks about like how America puts black people into positions of power to specifically justify heinous acts, that part is absolutely correct, and it is deliberate. I mean, it's like it's the Colin Powell phenomena. Like it's the fact that like the UN ambassadors are black. Like you that is deliberate. That is 100% deliberate. Like that's on purpose. Like these are people playing the role of a shield.
Right. It's the same reason for Biden's like press secretary.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like a very cynical and very racist way in which, like, this doesn't mean that like black people don't deserve to be in that position at all. That's not what I'm saying. This is the other side of like, however, the other side of like the way liberals also basically put forward like a shield of race to whitewash their actions. I don't like this take, brother. I mean, look, it's Cornel West who said black faces in high places will not be able to undermine white supremacy. This is a white supremacist reinforcement, ultimately. That's what it is. Catalyst of a TikTok live argument? Yeah. At the college protest you went to, they sent out a black faculty leader to talk to the students. Yeah, that was UCLA. Liberals love doing this shit. But ultimately, if the take is making you uncomfortable, then maybe it should. No, I mean, I don't know what part of it was like clipped. And obviously she's very emotional in this situation. And maybe not like thinking about it. But there was a massive anti-war movement during the civil rights movement as well. So, it's not like a lot of people personally recognize that that's a form of oppression that exists domestically, and also that the rest of the world is subjected to on a regular basis.
Right. Yeah. No. And just, anecdotally, again, like, I'm sure there's a ton of like horribly cynical shit on TikTok, but
she only called out black people. You can't say she's right. No, she didn't. She said every American is responsible, and that even includes black Americans, which is like the only part of it that is the only part of this conversation that's like a little bit emotionally charged to a degree where it understandably makes people uncomfortable, because you live in the United States of America and you understand systemic forms of oppression that churn out these results. But that's it. They saw it was ineffective to call anti-Palestine anti-Semitism. Now they're calling it anti-black. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, 100%.
That's fucking ridiculous, dude. The bit where she talked about black people serving in the military being our colonizers was the bit that was clipped and blew up on Twitter. Came across a bit unhinged due to her yelling and crying. Her overall point is much more coherent. Yeah.
Right. People willfully like misinterpreted it to make it sound like it was directed that way.
Yeah. This is relatively small in the TikTok thing. There was an argument between an account called Lean and an account called Back That Thing Up, which a lot of the comment was centered about, right? They were talking about Congo. Yeah, I think it's a cynical way. It's a cynical way to basically shut this argument down. She's ultimately not wrong. Yes, black people who are abused and oppressed domestically are also then, as a byproduct of that oppression, are sent to the fucking front lines to do the bidding of white supremacists. This is 100% the case. I think like that's not wrong. That is absolutely the case. I think she's responding to a TikTok of a black liberal saying he's voting for Kamala because Biden was helping with the Congo, lol, and has said that it's been ongoing for more years than Palestine and was downplaying Gaza. Jesus Christ. Do you think this discourse is a psyop? No, I think people are, I don't think it's a psyop, dude. I think people just like, I think people run with whatever the fuck they want to. A lot of people, especially if they're directly victims of this kind of action, will not be using the appropriate terms and the care and consideration, especially if they're not super geared on like super clued in on like Western there's different kinds of bigotry in the West.
Right, especially if if you didn't grow up in America, English is your second language or maybe even third, you know. And after seeing like horrific images that no one should see, possibly, you know, your family reduced to mounds of flesh, charred into the earth, you know, maybe the exact term will not be perfect.
This girl's video is a minuscule part of this. I would watch more before saying much. K-Harvest has definitely started directing this unhinged K-Harv energy towards pro-Palestine protesters and activists, and it's ugly. There's no better way to gum up the works of like broad popular momentum, especially amongst young people, than by causing division. This is what I said about the Josh Shapiro pick as well. For my own personal reasoning for Josh Shapiro was not that he was like, you know, over the top Zionist or whatever. I don't think he was like any more Zionist than the average fucking average Democrat is, right? Maybe with a little bit more of a personal connection, you know, the volunteering for the IDF or whatever. But when he was in high school, but like beyond that, every Democrat is just as unconditionally supportive of Israel's existence as an apartheid state. For me, it was more so about my red line was the school voucher program, which is, you know, an immediate way to say fuck you to the teachers' unions, and shows your willingness to like destroy what remains of the public school system. But beyond that, I also caution the Democrats that Josh Shapiro as a pick for VP would constantly create an endless cycle of back and forth between Democrats and their base of support, especially ones that would like normally be the door knockers, be the organizers, because they would constantly run to the center and keep saying, oh, our base is just like anti-Semitic. That's why they're not voting for us.
Right. I mean,
which would be ironic because those are like all the fucking Bernie coalition.
I had like, you know, my input on this was not and is not important because I'm not voting for the ticket. And I don't imagine there was any realistic VP pick that could change that for me. But as someone interested in like horse race politics who has been following it forever, I think Shapiro as a VP pick, like he went a little bit above and beyond, you know, using anti-BDS laws to go after fucking Ben and Jerry's. That puts him a little bit more in that camp.
Oh yeah, true. I forgot about that.
Average Democrat. But I really think his main weakness as a VP.
We also called the fucking pro-Palestinian protesters KKK.
And people try to justify that by saying, oh, he was saying, wouldn't it be bad if they also broke the rules? And it's like, fucking come
yeah,
on.
No, that's ridiculous.
It sounds like how like conservatives talk about how Trump's remarks after Charlottesville. It's the exact same thing. But Shapiro, his biggest weakness, I thought, was unk crimes. He committed those crimes for his I
like that we both have our own pet project that we were more offended by. Yours was on crimes. Valid.
Vouchers, I think, also bad for sure. But like that thing where like this donor, this guy that he was childhood friends with, his nephew, he found his fiance dead, stabbed in the back of the head multiple times. The first guy he calls is Unk.
Suicide.
Unk. He calls Unk, Josh Shapiro's friend. Unk comes over. He takes all electronic devices, takes all that out. Then they call the cops. The medical examiner says she killed herself by stabbing herself in the back of the head multiple fucking times. And it's a really fucked up story. The woman's family has I think it made it to the Pennsylvania State Supreme Court that they're going to reopen the ME's report to not categorize it as suicide, hopefully. But that was a massive fucking, like, again, morally, I think obviously disqualifying, but just even if like they find out that he did nothing wrong, that he was just incompetent and legitimately thought this was suicide, do you want, like, every time your VP picks names, his name comes up, that you see a graphic of a woman being stabbed in the back of the head multiple times?
Yeah.
Connected to him? Do you want that for your VP pick? No one wants that. And
Yeah,
it's
that
like-
would have not been great.
Yeah, and he probably guarantees Pennsylvania, and that's I get that as a calculation, but I just thought, from my perspective, someone who enjoys horse race politics, for the sake of picking winners and losers, I thought ultimately he would be taking away way more than he would add.
Yeah, I mean, it is also the unique dynamic. Not the Josh Shapiro thing, but going back to the other quote unquote drama or whatever. But like, at least in my experience, like I went to a bunch of Palestinian protests. Like, we've been covering this for quite a bit. Like, those are not like even remotely the fucking DSA white caucus crowds that you would see.
No,
those were some of the most diverse fucking crowds of young students from every different fucking background. So like, I don't think that there is I don't think that there's any love lost or any kind of like lack of solidarity. So this is probably marginal.
Yeah.
People are just like very desperate. As like the conditions in Gaza worsen, people will become more and more desperate to like grab onto any little thing they can. And this is what the new thing is for a brief moment. It's probably nothing.
And like, to anyone who is disheartened by this, I would have to say that, like, out in the world, and again, this is anecdotal, of course, but people are much more attuned to the connection between imperialism abroad and the excesses of the empire and the empire's proxies, how that connects to oppression at home. They're way more attuned to that than you may think. They have a way better handle on a lot of this than a lot of people may think. And, look, going all the way back to October of last year, I thought, okay, this is the most successful attack on Israel, like, in my fucking lifetime. Maybe this will make things harder for the anti-war, for the anti-Zionist side in America in my fucking lifetime. Maybe this will make things harder for the anti-war, for the anti-Zionist side in America, right? That was a lot of people's guess. I think some of the guesses people make where they were like, this is the end of the fucking organized left in America, those were stupid at the time, and they were proven...
Will Stancil.
Yeah, those were, proven dumber as time went on. But, my interpretation of October 7th was, their strategy is that they're not going to wait on whatever yield that broad sympathy in America could create. And I think that was a fair calculation to make. What ended up happening is that this is the broadest, most diverse, and fastest growing that I've ever seen the anti-Zionist movement ever in America.
Yeah.
I did not expect that at all. And I think that really caught people flat-footed. It was a beyond pleasant surprise. And people will, whether it's because they are cynical or whether it is because they are getting paid, will try to undermine that and try to trick people into increasingly minute factions over essentially just very cynical machinations. And it's easy to fall for that, but you also just have to keep in mind what we have now is it was inconceivable even 3 years ago. And it is absolutely terrified them.
Yeah.
And just don't lose sight of that. Don't lose sight of your fellow people who know better.
Yeah. It's silly shit. It's whatever. It's like, I mean, I had a conversation with Mark Lamont Hill about this a while back. If you guys want to go check that out on his show, but like, this is something I've said quite a bit. I mean, this is not like oppression Olympics or whatever, but like the conditions that Palestinians are subjected to in Gaza and the conditions that Palestinians are subjected to in the West Bank are like far worse. Like, and I say this as someone who consistently has talked about, obviously white supremacy and how it plays such a significant damaging role in American societal development, how it plays a massive role in and reinforces its early goals of enslaving black people, specifically through, I guess, like the criminal justice system and enslaving black people still and brown people still through the criminal justice system by way of legalizing that same process. And all of that is obviously unconscionable. The thing is, in terms of like what's going on in Gaza, I mean, I've said this a long time ago and I've reiterated a bunch of times, like conditions in the Jim Crow South would be a genuine improvement to the conditions in Gaza right now. And I don't think that there is like, I don't think that that's a controversial thing to say. People might get mad at me for saying that right now. This is something that I talked to Mark Lamont Hill about as well. And like, it's just objectively the truth. It's ridiculous. We're talking about a fucking genocide. You know what I mean? People might not want to hear that. People might want to feel like that's, not the case or whatever, but it's like, it's hell. It's hell on earth. It's like mechanized death. They could take it up with Ta-Nehisi Coates. Exactly. Ta-Nehisi Coates, who himself is had a change of heart after visiting the West Bank. And this is before like the latest incursion in Gaza. So, I don't know what else to say about it beyond that. Those are, and it's not like this doesn't mean that, segregation was a comprehensible, permissible thing. It was not. It is utterly immoral, gross. It is a system of apartheid. And that would still be a more preferable circumstance for many people right now in Gaza.
Gaza, as it is now, is, the only thing that I could compare it to in like our collective cultural memory is just very broadly the Eastern Front under the advancing Wehrmacht.
Yeah. Dude, it's like the Tulsa massacres, right?
Yeah.
Bombing of Black Wall Street. Like, think about that. It's like a gross chapter of American history with a litany of different kinds of like comparable forms of violence against black people, specifically deliberately. That's happening literally every day, like all the time. It's crazy, with much better weapons, right? Like with much better weapons. Like all of our technological prowess is going to specifically melting Palestinian people in entire city blocks. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, like the amount of, as doctors have said, they've never seen this many children with sniper rounds in their bodies. Children deliberately shot with sniper rifles. The most accurate air-to-ground munitions ever created. The CEP for like a small diameter bomb is 1 fucking meter. 1 fucking meter. I think that's like what? Like what? Even 1/5 of like a larger JDAM's CEP, deliberately and repeatedly aimed at families, at grandmothers, at little kids, at schools. Like beyond a shadow of the doubt, just a racial annihilation campaign.
And another like oftentimes overlooked aspect of this is that it could literally end with one phone call. That's what's so fucking frustrating about this. Like, it could end with one singular phone call. No more weapons transfers until you get to the fucking table and you cut the shit out. It's happened before. It's literally happened before throughout American history. Ronald Reagan, Joe Biden himself had a similar moment in 2021. That's what's wild about it, is that it could not happen without our undying loyalty and commitment and financial support. Yeah, I just don't know a single American person, black, white, doesn't matter what their background is, that if you were to ask them, would you rather give $18 billion to Israel every 2 months so they can kill random children and women or fix your fucking potholes and like fund your schools. I don't know a single American that would say, "Nah, I want permanent genocide." Actually,
do you want the SS training your police?
Yeah.
Do you want everyone from the fucking dog catcher to the senator from your state vetted by the political arm, the international political lobbying arm?
The lieutenant governor is what he's talking about. Like, oh my God, that shit was so crazy.
Yeah. Do you want them vetting every candidate you vote for, training your police? How many weapons are enough? How many weapons are you willing to give them at cost for nothing, even? So that this can go on forever, so that they never have to truly face the consequences of the world that they have created around themselves.
Yeah.
And that we have too.
That's the other aspect of it. Like all the Black Lives Matter protests, we're talking about the disproportionate targeting of black people by police. Like post 9/11, IDF has trained every single fucking police department in this country. You know what I mean? Like kettling, corralling as a strategy that actual Black Lives Matter protesters experienced was like common practice from the IDF, counterterrorism practices that they taught to American police precincts all the way from New York City, which also happens to have a division in Tel Aviv, down to like Terre Haute, Indiana. You know what I mean? It's not like this was like it's not like this is only in the big cities or whatever. This is like across the board. That shit's crazy. So it does actually reinforce white supremacy in America as well, because it's simply white supremacy already in the form of our foreign policy upon the global South.
I think a lot of the stuff you see of people just, acting cynically, whether it is like, Isaac Edward Devore saying that Shapiro was like singled out, or whether it is whatever influencer anywhere trying to sow division, anything, any type of like just broad cynicism you see of this that is like a misdirection in nature. It is trying to get you to think about anything, something else other than the direct angle of this. That is someone who is fully aware that all of this is a stain on all of us. It is a stain, a mark on every American. It is them trying not to think about that. And they're trying to convince themselves as much as they are trying to convince you.
Yeah. All right. That'll be all for today, folks. Thank you, Felix Biederman of Chapo Trap House.
My pleasure.
Yeah. Instead of funding Israel, we could have gotten Felix a F-22 or an F-15.
I wouldn't even ask for like an expensive F-22. I would have like an F-16, even a really cheap one like the J-39C Gripen. That is a steal at half the price.
Yeah. Don't be duped by this dumb shit, okay? Don't let people break your solidarity. It's just like record behavior. Who gives a fuck? I mean, it's silly nonsense. I hate entertaining stuff like this. It's just like I despise this so much. It's so fucking annoying. But yeah. Anything you want to plug?
Well, we have new merch out at chapotraphouse.com.
Hell yeah.
Store or merch. I forget which one. Try both. Try them all. Maybe I'm right. I can't plug the show. Sold out.
Damn,
but
flex.
We should have gotten a bigger venue, but we didn't even think to do this till too late.
And that's before I announced that I'm going to be on it. I'm going to do something.
We'll be on it. So if all the people who bought tickets, if they die and we have to sell new ones, check it out. And Chapo Trap House on Patreon, SoundCloud, Apple Podcasts, and twitch.tv/Chapo Trap House.
All right. Bye, everybody. Peace.
There is again a sudden streaming, reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face, sudden discord agitprop, great names take on break, tiny Bernie Sanders out. LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find